And that was that these hotspots were more likely caused by the presence of oil and gas exploration platforms operating in the Cantarell oil fields, which is in the Bay of Campeche. These platforms have a flare stack, which is a large tower which is used to burn off waste gases. And these flares run up to 100 feet in height or more from the tip of the nozzle where they are burned off. And this creates a large hotspot when viewed with a thermal imager. The interesting thing about the hotspots was there was a big hotspot in the video, each one, and then had a much smaller, fainter one beneath it. And the thermal imagery dovetailed and correlated perfectly with the heat given off by a flare stack and the reflection of that same flare off the seawater, the surface of the seawater in the Gulf of Mexico. The idea that the group of UFOs were following the Mexican Air Force aircraft was really an optical illusion. Without a point of reference, you lose perspective, and it gives the impression or the illusion that something is following you. The analogy I use when I talk about this in our classes in the introductory part of thermography, the analogy I use, the experience I have firsthand, is when I was young. It's a long time ago. When I was young, I'd go out in the yard at night, and on a clear night, and the moon was out bright, I'd walk across the yard and get this sensation that the moon was following me. It's like I had my own private moon. Everywhere I went, and followed along. Similarly, without a point of reference, you can't know that it's not following you. Your mind gets tricked without that point of reference. So it's the same thing here. But that was the story of the UFOs. And I'm not saying UFOs don't exist. In fact, I think it's interesting that in the last week, our military has finally admitting to shooting down unidentified flying objects. It's been on TV. They just aren't. I don't think that those aircraft that were shot down, however, were extraterrestrials. They seem more like balloons to me.
Well, from back in the 40s, from Roswell, everything was just called a weather balloon.
That's right.
So, yeah, no, what you're referring to is the recent balloon from China that was shot down, and then 3 additional ones that were found in different parts of the world. But that's for another discussion, another day. But I think the key here is training. You know, the pilots were trained to a point, but probably didn't understand enough of thermography to be able to distinguish what they were seeing and what it really was.
I would agree with you. They did not go in pursuit of said UFOs, but rather continued on with their mission. As they say, it's really a very small video clip that was purported to be proof that UFOs existed, but in fact did not. And it's things like this that we caution our students, be aware that these things are on YouTube, they're in the public domain, they're on television, they're in print, they're under Snapple bottle caps, these misrepresentations. And you just need to be aware of it and anticipate that others may have mistaken notions about thermal imaging. But to that end, the greatest limiting factor in any infrared inspection for any application is not the equipment. We've touched a little bit on equipment. The greatest limiting factor is the operator and what he or she knows. One of the things that's most important is, in addition to using the right equipment, it's understanding infrared theory and heat transfer, understanding the system or object or structure that you're inspecting, how it's put together, and how it's interacting with its environment, and also being able to anticipate what type of thermal pattern is going to be indicative of a defect or an unwanted condition that you're there to detect. So all of that, it should be part of one's training, and also experience plays a part in this. But with proper training, a person should be able to go out and with their understanding of structures or electrical or mechanical systems or any other systems being inspected, be able to apply that in a meaningful way.
You know, you mentioned something when you were talking about the pilots not going after or in pursuit of the lights that they saw. If we take that into the indoor air quality mold assessment arena, it's like looking at a wall and seeing a heat pattern or cold pattern, depending on how you want to look at it, and not verifying that it is a problem with like a moisture meter, going that next step to validate what you're seeing.
That's absolutely correct. In fact, one of the things that I stress in my class is that is that infrared by itself is not a standalone technology. Almost always, at a bare minimum, we are correlating what we see on the screen with our eyes, doing a cross-reference visually. Now, step beyond that, which is oftentimes required, would be the use of moisture meters, whether it be invasive or capacitance type moisture meters. There's always additional confirmation that's necessary. You cannot know that a certain pattern is caused by the presence of moisture or an air leak until, or missing or misapplied insulation, until you have verified it with the next level of verification. And with indoor air quality, most often it's first visual and then touch. Sometimes it's touch. You reach down, touch the carpet, and it's wet. Or it could be just that simple, or then moving on to moisture meter, or in some cases, physical disassembly of a structure, a wall structure, to look at what's inside, or even using a borescope. That's a lot less invasive, but that's a possibility as well.
I mean, it could even be as simple as just a nest from a squirrel inside of a wall, or mice or something, just generating heat on that surface.
Yeah. Or under cold weather conditions, if the squirrels or rodents have removed the insulation, it's misapplied insulation. That's a possibility. We have seen in some cases where insects, in particular termites, can bring enough moisture back to the nest to create a cold spot on a wall. And you look at that, and yes, it's moisture causing it, but it's not because of a leak. It's because you have an insect infestation. And that is also a possibility for detection with a thermal imager under the right conditions.
So because of the specialty way that you get information, or specific way that you get information back from the thermal imager, it changes some of the legal requirements, I think, or liability requirements on the assessor. I mean, we work normally under what we consider within view. You know, if you can look at it and see it, okay, that's what you're really liable for making assessments on. But this gives a little bit extra, but you're really not seeing through walls. I mean, you're still looking at the surface that you can see. So does that change the requirements or the legality of your assessment or your liability?
We suggest to our students, and through the standards, that thermal imaging is a visual inspection, albeit a different wavelength of light. It's a visual type of inspection performed at a specific point in time. What we see today doesn't mean that that's what we'll be seeing tomorrow. So if you stick to your square of expertise and follow the standards, it is an inspection at a given point in time. We do not suggest that people offer opinions beyond the scope of thermography unless they are so qualified. And they also should not misrepresent what the imager and the imaging system is capable of. So we're not going to see into a wall. A good example is thermal imager does not detect mold. Now, I've seen many people offer that verbally. I've seen it written on websites, and I've seen others allude to it. But thermal imagers do not detect mold. Rather, they detect thermal patterns across the surface. One of the things that can create a detectable temperature differential would be the presence of moisture. And when building materials become wet for a prolonged period of time, we all know that they can be conducive to mold growth. So unwanted moisture in building materials goes hand in hand with the presence of mold, but that doesn't mean we've detected mold. The confirmation of the presence of mold requires other tests, which are beyond thermography. So as far as the legality, I think that if one sticks to the square of expertise, and we're very clear about this in the courses that we teach, is tell them what you know. I see a thermal pattern that is typical of latent moisture in the exterior wall. Visual observation noted a discolored stain in the latex paint in the same shape. Carpet was wet to touch. That's fine. Moisture meter indicated presence of moisture. That's fine. But just tell them what you know. I never offer opinions beyond the scope of what I am doing in thermal imaging if I'm actively doing an inspection. So I don't say that you have mold without there being a test for it. I think you have wet building material, you have wet wall, wet ceiling tile, wet carpet. You should have that investigated as to the cause. In fact, the universal recommendation that we offer to our students is this: investigate cause of thermal anomaly take appropriate corrective action. That's all you ever need to say. And if you say that and nothing more, no one, I don't see where there's any legal pitfall for you.
Interesting. So with that, other verticals, as far as I know, we deal with a lot of home inspectors, electrical inspectors, health inspectors. I mean, is there a place for thermal imaging in there?
Absolutely. When you get into larger properties and beyond the single family home, you get into multifamily units. We have electrical systems, which are sizable. Those are candidates for infrared inspection. On many sizable multifamily units, we have the roof. Oftentimes it's low slope, or if you prefer to say it's flat, that is a candidate for infrared inspection. With greater interest in energy awareness and energy conservation, infrared inspections is part of a building energy audit, conducted either from outdoors or from indoors, to detect evidence of excess heat loss or air infiltration or air exfiltration if you're on the outside, and of course always latent moisture in building sidewalls. Latent moisture for the mold investigator and mold remediator, we typically are concerned with indoors, inside the building, but there are places where we can have latent moisture in the building structure, which is undesirable, but it may not be creating a mold issue on the inside. A case in point is in our home state of New Jersey and the surrounding states, EIFS, or EIFS, as some people prefer to pronounce it, is also known by the trade name Dryvit, is a building material which uses acrylic stucco that allows a builder to create stone or masonry facade appearances using very inexpensive building materials. This material is notorious for developing leaks over time, and when water gets trapped in an EIFS-clad system, an EIFS-clad building, the moisture does not dry out between storms. And if it is over a wooden substrate, it can create all kinds of problems in causing the substrate to become compromised. Wet itself, of course, can be attractive to insect pests due to the moisture, can be conducive to mold growth, but it can also cause significant structural damage.
We've dealt with that quite a bit, and we deal with that all through the South too. There's a lot of homes being constructed that way also. So yeah, very prevalent. All right.
I'm just going to say one other thing on the verticals. We talk about energy loss. Another one that thermal imaging really excels at, as far as energy conservation, is on IGU windows. IGU, also known as thermopane or double glazed windows, particularly in commercial structures or even multifamily structures. When these windows become compromised with age, that is, they lose their air seal between the panes. Many times it's filled with argon, but sometimes it's just dry air. When that seal is compromised, moist air gets in from the environment and contaminates the space between. And under the right conditions, when you look at these windows, if they have failed and are contaminated with moist environmental air, you will see with a thermal imager what we call a bullseye signature, either a hot or cold bullseye in the dead center of the window. And that indicates that window has failed. I've recently been involved with a large pharmaceutical here in the state of New Jersey, where they are renovating their properties on a regular basis. And we were inspecting for them annually from the exterior of the building under energy loss conditions to detect excess energy loss, either in air leakage or missing or damaged insulation. And we found in the first year, a certain number of windows, getting about 20 years in age, exhibited this bullseye pattern indicating they failed. Next year, far more. The third year, almost every window exhibited that. So they went through and replaced all those windows as part of a major renovation. We came back as part of a QA, and most of the windows looked good, except for the inspection I was on. 3 of them, right out of the box, were failed. And on our web, you'll find the imagery on our websites showing this big bullseye signature indicating a failed window right out of the box. Lance, I've lost your voice. I'm sorry.
You can't see the window that I have here in the office, but there's a slight crack in it and the bullseye is there. So
Okay.
Yeah, that does happen. Could you tell our viewers where to find you?
Yes, you can find us online at our website, which is www.infraspection.com. There you'll find information about our company, our courses that we offer both in person and online. You'll also find information about all of the standards that we publish. We also have a second website, which is unlike Introspection, which is a catalog site, talks specifically about introspection. We have an online thermographic community website. This is a content-based website called irinfo.org. There you will find a number of resources, including directories of thermographers, which I would invite your members to get their company listed if they haven't already done so. There's no charge for that. We also have a number of technical articles published there, somewhere around, so there's over 200 technical articles and about 300 tips of the week, which are short essays pertaining to thermography. So all of these things, these resources are free. And I would invite your colleagues and viewers to tune into our online frequencies, introspection.com and irinfo.org for more information. Of course, we are a real company staffed by real people. So if anyone has a question, they're welcome to just pick up the phone and simply give us a call, and you'll find our telephone numbers listed on our website.
You mean somebody you really can talk to?
Yes.
Isn't that novel?
I find it seems to be getting more and more novel these days, but it's something I insist upon. It's perhaps born out of habit, maybe a little bit with a touch of gray I sport these days, but it's something I insist upon. We're in a people business, and personal interaction is extremely important.
Jim, I thank you for spending the time with us today. I really appreciate it. And maybe we'll do this again. I know I want to talk to you more about search and rescue and a few other uses for the thermal imaging. So look forward to doing that.
Lance, I would welcome the opportunity anytime. Thank you for letting us share with you, and have a nice day.
You too. Well, tonight we have a special guest with us, Robert Pettyjohn. Now I met Robert, I don't know, several months back. I believe it was in Treasure Island at a class that we had going, and very, very interesting gentleman. And you'll see as we start talking tonight, just the experience that he brings with him to the table here. But I can't do him justice. I was actually reading through some of his I guess designations and certifications, and there's so many of them. I gave up trying to figure out what some of them even were. So I'm going to let him tell you a little bit about himself. But Robert, I just want to bring you into the room and say, just kind of let everybody know who you are and a little bit about your background, and we'll go from there.
First of all, it's a real honor to be sitting with you on this phone call tonight. You have impressed me from the very first time we met. And of course, the whole Normie organization is so impressive, and I'm very thankful to be here. And it's another step in this whole progress that you and I go through in our life, how we meet people and they influence us one way or the other. And I'm very, very thankful that my friend Scott Mitziff, with whom I serve on the board at the IICRC, introduced me to you guys and told me about Mr. Hoffman and about Mr. Adams and the tremendous relationships that y'all have got going on down there. And I'm glad I opened the computer and looked at and talked with y'all. This fits very nicely in my personal and professional development. And I'm very thankful for that. Yes, sir.
Well, thank you. So who are you? What's your company? What do you do in this industry?
Well, the way I can best answer that by how I started out. And I came up here to Wake Forest, North Carolina, in order to get a PhD in world religions. And everything was going just fine, except for the fact I was stone cold broke. And we had to get something to do. So I said, Lord, what are we going to do? And he led me to a fellow named Chubb Safrit in Concord, North Carolina. And Chubb says, Robert, if you want to do this business, and by the way, I had, in order to make ends meet, I had entered an ad in a newspaper that said clean carpets make $800 to $1,000 a week. But it was one of these bait and switch organizations where they send the flyers out in the mail. We'll clean your carpet 6 rooms for $31.95. But when you get to the job, you have to add on and add on and add on because there's no way you can do it for that away. But I saw that there was people that had a lot of carpet and a lot of it needed to be cleaned. So I asked my friend Chubb Safrit, who is also in the Mid-South Professional Cleaners Association, a regional trade association. And Chubb said, Robert, if you're going to do this business, you got to do this and this and this and this and this. And thankfully I did that and that and that and that and that. And an amazing thing happened to me just this week. And that is that a gentleman from New Jersey asked me to be a part of a Zoom call for the National Organization for Remediators and Mold Inspectors. And I could not believe that this happened. So what an honor to be here and to see how things have progressed from one stage to the other. And now I'm in a Zoom call with you. Who would ever have believed this 31 years ago? I'm so honored to be here.
You are most welcome, and thank you for that. We appreciate you being here and talking with us, and just bring the wealth of knowledge that you have, for our members to hear the things that you've done. I know you talked about the carpet cleaning industry, and I know you specialize, I believe, in like Oriental rugs and stuff like that. But I think there's also something out there about you with the infection control also. So it's like, this is a big gambit that you cover of, things for the cleaning industry and restoration side.
Well, you know everything about me, don't you? What?
Well, there you go. Okay, thanks a lot. No.
Oh, you're too cool, buddy. I like you. You ask very good questions. Yes, sir. Thankfully, my mom and daddy instilled me with a huge curiosity. My professor at graduate school said, learning is disciplined curiosity. And that means that once the spark goes off, you still got to get up and grab the encyclopedia or whatever, wherever you get your information from, and then learn it and digest it. And I've been very, very fortunate that I've been placed in front of the right people at the right time. My very first IICRC class was with Lee Pemberton, the great Lee Pemberton from McKeesport, Pennsylvania. And to have started off that way is incredible. And that has led one step to the next, to where now I have been asked to serve on the board of directors of the IICRC for the last 4 years. I'm a secretary of the executive committee, and what an honor that is. But along the way, as you know, other stuff happens. And we usually start in carpet cleaning, and that curiosity leads to upholstery cleaning, and of course, water damage restoration. And of course, people now say, can you wash this rug? Oh, yes. And I'm sitting in a home office out here in Wake Forest, and I can look out in the backyard where we used to wash Oriental rugs in my daughter's swimming pool, a little bitty plastic swimming pool. So even back then, it was a big deal. And we used to hang the rugs on the side of the fence out there. And one day it came up a cloud, and we had 21 rugs we had to dry in our house. So little bitty things like that add up. And now we're one of the most recognized, and I think the finest, most ethical, environmentally responsible, and ergonomic rug cleaning plant anywhere in the nation per cubic foot, without question. Yes, sir. So I'm very thankful.
Well, that is impressive. I mean, yes, this industry, unfortunately, especially in unregulated states on the mold side, there's a lot of problems with people being out there. Like you started off saying, a bait and switch type of an ad that you took, and I'm sure that runs rampant through a lot of the cleaning industry also, like it does in the mold industry. And, to hear you talk about the way that you try to keep this industry on the up and the way that your company operates, that's what we're looking to do. We really want people like you involved in this industry and pushing it forward, keeping it, I'll use the word clean, you know?
Yeah, I had no idea that we were going to bring this up, but I was just on the phone call with my friend Penny Trailau from out in Australia. Just a little while ago, we were on a little Zoom call because we both serve on the ISRC S400 and the S410 cleaning and infection control committees. We're helping to write that standard. And she says that there are people all around there who want to fog something into your house and then walk out as though they've done something very special. But no, that's not the guys at Normie. And that's one of the things that attracted me to you guys is that this is not the National Organization for Shortcut Schmaltzes. This is for remediation, dadgummit, and inspecting the way it ought to be done, for mold particularly, because there's a lot of people out there getting sick because it's not been done right.
So if I said that you have a passion for this industry, I think it's kind of an understatement to hear you talking now.
Okay. Let me tell you something. And one of the reasons that this has evolved over the years, of course, my mom and daddy taught me to do something the right way. That's a big deal. But here of late, within the last 2 or 3 years, we've been involved with some of these military families in helping to remediate the homes that they're in, not on base, of course, because it's hard to get on base and really do remediation the right way. A lot of these people who run the housing on these bases really aren't interested in doing it the right way right now. That's going to be changing. It is changing very, very quickly. But being into their homes where they've had to move off base and helping them clean and decontaminate their stuff that was involved in this mess in these houses. And thankfully, one day I was up in Kalamazoo, Michigan, meeting and speaking with my dear friend, Dr. Michael Pinto. And he put me on the phone with a lady named Shelley, who was involved in this military mess about 10 or 12 years ago, the very first lady to prove in a federal court causation between mold and brain injury. She is the one who proved in a Dahlberg standard that this thing really happens. And she turned me on to another lady who was going through some problems there at Camp Lejeune. Her name was Lindsay. And I went down to see Lindsay and immediately saw the horrific circumstances her kids and her family had been placed in because of this mold business, and really became a passion of mine because, goodness, these are folks who are defending our country. And her husband even told me he felt better in old nasty Iraq than he did in his own house. That's a deadgum shame. And we're working to correct that mess. You ask very insightful questions, by the way, and I appreciate that, Lance. You're amazing, son.
I see it's kind of getting your dander up there a little bit, but it's questions that have to be asked. And we've done a lot of work on military bases also. We've done training on military bases. And we have our environmental task force, which is a nonprofit. We've actually donated equipment to people that live in really bad housing situations on those bases. So we've been involved with this for a while. So I understand what you're saying, but you said something very interesting there, and it's a little off track from where we were going, but you mentioned about causation of brain injuries. I was doing some research between last week and actually this weekend, and found there's some legislation and rules out there from the ADA, American Disabilities Act, that actually covers breathing and environmental conditions causing substantial breathing issues, which would qualify as a disability under the ADA. So, and again, I'm not an attorney and I'm just reading it for face value, but it's interesting that all of these things are starting to come together as people are looking for multiple disciplines, if you want to call it, and everybody's starting to find the same thing, that there's a lot of correlation between molds and bacteria and illnesses and in the environment that people used to ignore.
Lance, you're right on, man. And thank you for your interest. My professor said that learning is discipline, curiosity, and you have that within you too. You go find the dadgum answer. And that's very impressive. But I've cried with these girls, man, at their home and watched their children undergoing these night terrors. You know, when a lady gets mold going on in her brain, it causes some swelling in her brain, and that affects the pituitary gland that affects things that ladies go through on a regular basis. And for many ladies, it's caused them to where they can't have children. And that is a dadgum shame that that's going on. But
Yeah.
thanks to organizations like Normie and the IICRC and the S520 and the standards that we produce, things are, there is good news ahead if people are willing to accept it.
Absolutely. Well, in an effort to keep your blood pressure down a little bit, I'm going to change gears here a little, and let's go
Thank
into
It's-
another topic a little bit. Give you a little bit of a break there.
Oh, you're too cool, buddy.
I know you said you were introduced to Normie like through Scott out in I guess he's out in Washington.
He's in Yakima, Washington.
Yeah,
Yes.
I know Scott. I've talked with him many times. A really nice guy. But as far as our courses, because I know you've really started to look in and you've taken a lot of training from all over the place. What do you think is one of the most important things that we do as far as teaching a course? What kind of courses, do you find of interest, especially with your background?
Well, the most important thing, the most amazing thing about Normie is not your courses and all that stuff. It's the people that are there. I mean, goodness gracious, of course, you, Lance, and Mr. Hoffman and Mr. Adams and Mr. Zualaga, these people are really huge. Justin and David and Roger and the ladies that answers the phone call out there in
Arkansas.
Arkansas. Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
Those people are the people that are surrounding, that are with you guys at Normie, are what's really, really impressive. Then you start to take a course and you say, well, dang, it's no wonder that you guys are so impressive, your coursework, because I'm sorry,
That's okay.
that's a phone call from somebody at Normie, as a matter of fact. I'm so sorry. Good.
That's announcing our training for tonight.
You can tell I'm old fashioned with that ringtone, can't you? Okay, good. All right. But you mentioned the courses, and to me, the most important course you guys teach down there, I'm sorry, but this is my opinion, is this mold remediation for sensitized individuals. Why is that? Because if you can do it for the sensitized people, you can do it for anybody. So if you can gear your program up in such a way that you're cleaning now for the most sensitized individual out there, then you're going to pass every clearance test. You're going to pass every important evaluation that goes on in somebody else's home. Plus, you don't know whether somebody is carrying that dreaded HLA gene in their body. We don't even know that. So if we take a chance and we miss something that we should have gotten, well, shame on us. That means you've not done it properly and you've not done it according to Normie standards and regulations. And that's what's impressive about you guys. So to have somebody like Dr. Pinto, Michael Pinto, come down and lead that course is just unbelievable. That's a pivotal course.
It is a good course. It's a very good course. I've seen him teach it, and
I know it's not cheap. I know that. This is one of the most expensive courses y'all have got. But if you can do this, you can do anything.
Well, you got the two rock stars teaching it. You got Michael and Doug both teaching that course.
Unbelievable. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Wow. What a thrill.
Well, let's talk about certifications. Like I started when I was introducing you at the beginning about, the different things that you have, and education wise, there's a ton of stuff that you do and that you're trained in. And I don't know if you want to ramble off a few of those, just kind of some of your background enhancements. I know you said you were first starting for a PhD in religious studies, but you've like morphed into a whole nother direction.
Well, when As you would that men should do to you, do you even so unto them, for this is the law and the prophets. That was written in another standard that we are familiar with. Jesus said that in their Sermon on the Mount. But when you look 2,000 or 3,000 years earlier than that, what Moses was involved with in Leviticus chapter 14 about the mold remediation, it's been in there since almost the beginning of time and recorded religious history anyway. So this is a huge deal. And thankfully, I've got a proper background for this mold business in our cleaning. Of course, we're certified triple master cleaner at the ICRC, but that's a big deal. I'm also a certified rug specialist. We're the only certified rug specialist in the state of North Carolina. We wash the governor's rugs and all that stuff. No, they're not his rugs, dadgummit. They're the citizens. They belong to the citizens of North Carolina. So I'm taking care of. Hey, I'm taking care of your rugs out there. Don't worry about that. We're also certified water law specialists, one of about 125, 150 in the country of that. If you're going to do a flood on water, you better know what you're doing. So getting involved with the Restoration Industry Association, Pete Consigli and these guys who taught this class the way it ought to be done. I mean, that was tantamount to a college level thesis we had to present to get our certified water law specialist. That was just really very, very huge. And the same way it is to become a certified master rug cleaner and certified rug specialist, CRS. That was a huge, huge thing to do. And now to be involved with Normie is just another. It is said birds of a feather flock together, and it's nice to be involved in a group like Normie that takes things to the highest level possible, and I'm very, very thankful for that. Yes, sir.
You know, I like to I bring it down to a very, very simple level when I talk with people and we start talking about, you know, how things work and everything like that. And to me, the basic philosophy is, and I've said this before on many trainings that I've been to, we try to do the right thing because it's the right thing to do. It's that simple. You know, you don't have to go any further than that. I mean, you can't set a higher bar. And, you know, it's something that's practical and understandable to almost everybody out there.
And thankfully, the courses that you and I have been through weed out the folks who are not living by that standard.
Yeah.
And any schmaltz, any bedwetter can go out and take a course. We know that. But they're not going to stick with it to the end to where the results that they're looking for is a cleaner rug, a healthier environment, a more responsible way to treat. We're not just fogging something in somebody's dadgum house. No, we're really getting it clean the way it ought to be clean and documenting it and proving it with our field tests and third-party confirmation of verification of what we're doing. Yes, sir.
Well, there you go, back to the do the right thing because it's the right thing to do, and the results speak for themselves. They really do. I'm going to put you on the spot now. Sorry about that. All right. And I know you've kind of alluded to it, but if you were going to sum up what really you like about Normie, and you know, if you were going to tell somebody about us, where do you think you would go with that?
Well, as I mentioned a while ago, the people are number one. You've got to trust somebody. You don't trust a book unless it's a Bible or something. But you don't. And even the Bible says that its purpose is to reflect what Jesus did on earth. So the same way it is with Normie. You guys, man, are from the ladies that answered the phone call all the way to Mr. Hoffman. That's what's so impressive. Not only that, but you base your course material on standards that have already been in place. And it's no secret that whenever you teach a course, you show up there on your screen, the IICRC S520, Standard for Professional Mold Remediation, for example. You You don't try to appear to people that it's y'all's idea. You're the first one to come up with it. No, no, no. You know that you're a part, as the poet said, I'm a part of all that I have met, yet all experiences and arts where through gleams that untraveled world whose margin or whose horizon fades forever and forever as I move. I'll think of who did that in just a second. It's a 17th century poet. But you realize that you're a part of a long chain. You're handling, the baton has already been passed and is handing off to other people like you and me. And we cannot drop it because so many people's lives, so many people's well-being, and even our companies depend on it. And for crying out, our reputation. And the thing that has been my greatest asset in life is been that I know how to pick my in-laws properly. A lot of people get stuck with bad mothers and fathers-in-law, but my daddy and my father-in-law was the finest real estate agent in Northwest South Carolina. And my mother-in-law ran a credit bureau up there in Easley, South Carolina. And Dad never, ever said, is this the best you can do, Robert? You've got a master's degree. Is this the best you can do? No, no, no. He would come in and he would say, whatever you're doing, let's just be the best at it. And from my mother and father-in-law, it's been that way. And to be a part of an organization like that is like normally that is consistent with my values is really, really huge to me, because I don't have to wonder about some schmuck trying to tell me something that's not right, or some bedwetter lead me into down some road that's not going to lead to anything. No, that's why I like Normie.
Okay. Again, we have to work on your blood pressure. You're getting all passionate about this, which is great. I really,
as Cheech and Chong says, this is a big dope deal. And my neighbor across the street was their lawyer, so he was busy for a long time. So
there you have it.
And, yes, sir. But these are big deals, and we've got for crying out loud, people's lives and their future children depend on what we're doing.
Yeah. Well, you know,
I was just at a lady's house, a dear friend of mine outside of St. Louis the other day. We have an Instascope machine, and of course we've been trained by you guys how to assess a building indoor air quality, and being able to go in there and know that when we leave and after we prescribe what needs to happen, that they're going to be living in a nice, clean, healthy home. And that is really important to me.
Yes, it is.
What?
It's just...
You see, I gave a talk to a bunch of real estate agents the other day. About 200 were on call. My dear friend up here, Brian Pate, allowed me to address. He teaches all the real estate people in North Carolina, and I got on there and I told him that a clean air, a clean and healthy environment is the new view. They used to be able to stick you out when you're buying a house. They take you to the window and look out there. Just imagine your kids playing. Just imagine the garden growing and all that. No. The important thing now is just imagine you living in your sanctuary, where you can go home and take the mean old nasty dirty things that you've come in contact with in your life during the course of that day, and come to your sanctuary and heal and get better. My friend Jeff Jones in Oklahoma City says that when we get stronger, not while we're lifting weights, but while we're asleep at night and our body's rebuilding itself. Well, that's why, as you guys say in your class, that we breathe 3,000 gallons of air every day. I mean,
yep. 20,000 breaths is the average.
God, exactly right. So we're focused a lot on urine. So how many times do you urinate during a day? 9 or 10, maybe? And so how much water do you drink? I don't know. But you breathe in and out 20 to 23,000 times a day. Far, far, far more important. Yes, sir. So Well, our
Doug has an expression he uses for that. He says, "You either have a good filter or you are one,"
that's
and it
pretty
makes
good.
and it makes sense. You know, Robert, I've really been enjoying this, and I'm sure that our members are too. I would love to have you back as a follow-up. You know, maybe get a little bit more into the infection control side and everything in another interview. If that would be okay with you.
Oh my goodness, yes, I got a lot of cool things to say about that. The coolest is the primacy of cleaning. We go in there with spraying this stuff and want to decontaminate everything in the world. But no, if you clean it properly first, you are way ahead of the game. And isn't that what our mamas and daddies taught us to do a long, long time ago?
Yeah.
And isn't it what, I'm going to show you this thing here. Isn't it what Doug tells in this book right here?
Yeah.
You keep it clean and dry. This is one of the most pivotal books, I think. I know it's kind of fuzzy. I don't know.
That's okay.
It's this mold-free construction 2.0 to the title of it. Everybody in the nation ought to own that copy, in my opinion.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
And,
Well,
and they ought to be connected to you somehow, by George, to get your New Jersey influence, because if you do what a guy from New Jersey says, you're okay.
I had a call from somebody in New Jersey today too, speaking to me. So it was kind of interesting. And he thought I was from down south originally. I said, really? With my lack of accent? Yeah. Okay. So,
But listen, Lance, y'all got the best tomatoes and the best corn on the cob anywhere in the country up yonder in New Jersey.
yes, we do.
Man,
Hey, it's the Garden
man.
State. That's what they call it.
That's true. It's not all Patterson and Passaic.
No, of course, it was also 9 degrees out yesterday morning, but we'll go beyond that. But hey, Robert, I really appreciate you spending the time here with us. And I definitely want to get you back so we can talk more about the infectious disease control side. And
There's so much more to talk about. Yes, sir. And what an honor to spend some time with you. You ask good questions, by the way. You're like
No,
a doctor
I
or something.
appreciate
I thought I was going through a physical or something. You're really good.
well, wait till next time.
Oops. Okay.
Robert Pettyjohn, thank you very much for being here with us.
Okay, dear friend, it's an honor. Thank you, my friend.
I want to welcome everybody today to another episode of Fire More Than Flames and Smoke. And we have a special guest today, Alan Johnston. He's the founder of Green Tech Environmental, and he is a wealth of information on the science and technology side of controlling odors, controlling airborne and surface contaminants. And I just find it a privilege to have him here with us today. So Alan, if you'd like to say a quick hello, we'll get started.
Hi, Lance. Privileged to be with you as well today.
Thank you very much. Can you give us a real brief background, a little bit as your background of where you've come from and how we got to this point today?
Sure. My background is engineering. I'm a graduate of Purdue University in Indiana in electrical engineering, and I worked in the aerospace industry for 15 years on some exciting programs involving NASA, the space shuttle, and a lot of different missile systems that protect our country. I had the opportunity to enter the air purification industry in 1997, now over 25 years ago. And it was really a combination of factors, but one that really drove my interest was the loss of my mother, who ultimately passed away from mold exposure in a school that she taught in. And as an aerospace engineer, I had a hard time understanding how something like that could happen in the world that we live in with such great technologies available to us. And so I've dedicated the rest of my professional career to finding technologies that solve the problem of indoor air quality and do it in a way that really mimics the way that the nature cleans the air outside.
Well, I don't know if you really know how many lives you've actually reached, but just from the technologies that you've worked on and put out into the market, it's countless. So I want to thank you for that. I know how it's affected my family, my friends that use these similar types of technologies. So again, thank you for all that. But speaking of the technologies, why don't we get into some of them? I mean, the central and eastern part of the United States over the last week or so has really been impacted by fires coming out of Canada. And, out of sight, out of mind, we think of Canada hundreds, thousands of miles away, depending on where you're located, but it's having a direct influence on us. And the technologies that you've worked on and are familiar with are really the lifeline for many people that have breathing issues or just regular people that are reacting to the smoke. So I don't know if you want to just start talking about some of them, or if you want me to request. Why don't we go with what you're comfortable with?
Well, the technologies are obviously something that I am passionate about. I'm the founder of Green Tech Environmental and started that company almost 15 years ago now. And the object of the mission, I'd say, of our company is to find technologies that truly solve the problem or not just a Band-Aid on them. And there are technologies that, as I said earlier, mimic what nature does outdoors. And I'll share some of those with you. This issue that we're having recently with wildfire smoke is certainly significant. And it's a problem that pops up periodically, certainly every month of every year. Somewhere around the world, and the United States had a chance to experience it, affecting as many as 100 million people here just in the last few weeks. It is toxic.
Can I interrupt you for 1 second? Because what you just mentioned affecting 100 million people in the United States, this is a part of the country that's not normally affected. But one of the things that came out of this, because of the thickness of the smoke, we actually got a glimpse into what the starting of a nuclear winter would look like. And, it affected the overall climate. In New Jersey, which is where I'm from, the average temperature this time of the year is normally 80, 85 degrees. When the smoke was as thick as it was for those 4 days, we barely got to 70 degrees. It lowered the temperature almost 20 degrees a day. So it made a big difference, and that affects things going forward.
Makes a huge difference. And we see the same from volcano eruptions, although not something that we often see here in this country, but in other parts of the world, not uncommon. And it's a scary situation. But from what affects you and I and what we're really concerned about, our health, the effect of what the constituents that make up that wildfire smoke, more than just what we can see, it's the chemical compounds that are inside of that smoke that are of real concern. I have the privilege to be on multiple boards of committees with ASHRAE, and ASHRAE is the standard that is set for heating and air conditioning and indoor air quality. And one of those standards is 52.2, which is the standard for filtration. And what you hear most about when someone talks about the concerns over health and wildfire smoke is PM 2.5 or particulate matter at 2.5 microns. And that is just one size particle. Obviously, wildfire smoke contains particles of virtually every size, up to particles that we can see very clearly. But scientists have really focused in on that one size because it's one that they measure and have identified as one that can get into our lungs and get absorbed into our bloodstream and have a dramatic health effect. And so filtration becomes an important part of a solution to dealing with wildfire smoke indoors. I know that people are talking about setting up safe rooms within their homes, a place that they can go that will allow them to breathe and have a minimal effect from the wildfire smoke. And for those that have technologies that they put into these rooms, congratulations. It's something that we should all have to be able to have a safe haven. We never know when wildfires can hit. I'm sitting in Northeast Tennessee, not far from Gatlinburg, a beautiful, one of the most visited national parks, but was struck by a wildfire just a few years ago that took out thousands of acres and burned thousands of homes. Something that was unheard of because we just don't have many wildfires in this area, and we got a glimpse of what that can mean. It can strike anywhere, and preparedness is important. So as we've worked as a community within ASHRAE, developing standards for filtration, high quality HEPA type pleated filters that are able to filter out these ultrafine particles is very important. Most people don't have filtration in their home other than maybe on their HVAC system. And a lot of people are going out and buying 50 cents filters from Walmart. And one of the things that I would like to say right up front is don't do that. Invest in a quality filter that is pleated. And there are a number of them out there that are MERV 7 rated filters, and that's generally what a typical HVAC system can handle. MERV ratings have to do with the effectiveness of the particle capturing ability. The higher the MERV rating, the tighter the weave, the less air flows through the filter. And one of the things that we can't do is typically on most systems put a HEPA type filter, which is MERV 13 and above. A true HEPA filter is MERV 16. HEPA type filters start around MERV 13, but those are very restrictive to airflow, or can be, and most of your systems can't handle it. But if you can go from just a dust bunny catcher, which is a typical cheap 50-cent filter that is made of fiberglass that you can see through, to a quality pleated filter that would be a MERV 7, you're going to be light years ahead for that. But a filter doesn't take out another problem with wildfire smoke, and that's chemical constituents.
That's one of the things that we talked about, especially when COVID hit, that people were wearing masks, and the masks were fine for particulate, but it wasn't stopping something at the size of a virus. And the same thing with smoke. It'll stop the particulate, but nothing to do with the gases.
That's correct, Lance. The gases are of significant concern to health. Inside that wildfire smoke, there are toxic gases, chemical compounds that are harmful to our health. And for the most part, we're able to deal with lots of issues, lots of chemicals that we get faced with. Our bodies are wonderful at being able to deal with those. But as we get exposed to more and more chemicals, which we are, chemicals that come through our skin from laundry detergent, chemicals come from the cleaners that we use in the indoor environment to clean, to sanitize, which is great, but those chemicals get in the air and we breathe them in. And it's not a surprise that today the CDC and EPA are saying that over 15% of our population have chemical sensitivities. In other words, they've been exposed to so many chemicals that their body is no longer able to deal with it. And now they become what is often referred to as hypersensitive to chemicals and have an adverse reaction to them. And now they have to be extremely cautious because their body can no longer take that exposure. And so it puts them into a downward spiral. So those people are using hypoallergenic laundry detergent, for instance. They're using things that are for people who have chemical sensitivities. If you want to avoid becoming chemically sensitive, you want to remove as many chemicals as you can from your environment so that your body doesn't become overwhelmed. And certainly wildfire smoke with all the chemical constituents in it create a problem that do put people at risk in that way.
One of the episodes that we're doing, we're talking with a professional forest fire fighter, and he talks about the different types of forest fire smoke. A lot of people say, well, it's like a campfire. We do that all the time and we have a fire pit. Well, that's when just the trees basically and the brush are burning. When it burns through an area with warehouses and homes, everything that is going airborne is toxic, beyond just the regular smoke from the firewood. So, it's a completely unknown situation as to what you're breathing. You can't just say, oh, it's typical campfire, which I'm used to all the time. And just like with contaminated water from a flood, everything is in that water. It's no longer drinkable. Well, this isn't really good to breathe, though you can't stop doing that.
That's true. But there are technologies that exist which are able to deal with those chemical constituents, and whether it's from wildfire smoke or just cleaning compounds that we use, there are technologies there, and ones that I have been focused on in my career in indoor air quality for over 25 years. There are.
Could you tell us about a few of them?
I'd love to. One that I have focused on primarily is something called photocatalytic oxidation, or another term is photocatalysis. Photo refers to ultraviolet light. Catalytic refers to the catalyst, which the ultraviolet light activates, that creates a reaction. But by definition, the catalyst itself never changes, it never gets used up. What's happening is the photocatalyst typically made of a compound that has a very high band gap energy, which titanium dioxide is the primary one that is used. It allows for the UV light to create enough energy to break the bonds of the electrons that rotate the nucleus of this titanium dioxide, leaving behind electron holes. Now, I'm getting a little deep in the technology side of it, but it's fascinating to think about because these electron holes that are left behind, I mean, the titanium dioxide, which has a lot of, it's a very strong material. It has a lot of energy that holds the electrons to itself. So when it loses it, it has a strong pull to get them back. Well, as molecules come into contact with the surface of this photocatalyst, those electrons do get pulled away, and now it breaks down. Something called molecular dissociation breaks down these chemicals, and the chemical that existed prior to reaching the surface of the photocatalyst is no longer. It's broken down into its subcomponents, and it literally no longer exists. And that's the beauty of a photocatalytic system, is we can take things which are harmful in the atmosphere, put them through this system, and actually eliminate them. People do things like spray chemicals in the air to make the air smell better because they don't like the smell of the wildfire smoke or other odors that may occur in the home. But that's just adding more chemicals on top of the chemicals that are already there. Photocatalysis is able to break those down. In addition to that, it also creates oxygen and hydrogen-based compounds like hydroxyls, HO, hydrogen peroxide, in a vapor form of H2O2, other types of compounds, hydroperoxides, HO2. They're all made of hydrogen and oxygen, but those compounds, also referred to as oxidizers, as they travel out, they oxidize molecules as well. So it's not just working inside this photocatalytic system that is used and put into HVAC systems as well as standalone products, but it also creates things that travel out and clean the air actively throughout the ventilated space. Everywhere the air is, it's cleaning the air. So we can create that safer environment by using that kind of technology. There are some other technologies in addition to photocatalytic oxidation, or also referred to as PCO, such as bipolar ionization. Now that can be used with needlepoint ionization, where you have both a positive and negative electrical charge, and it puts these electrical charges in the air that can come into contact with water vapor and break those down and create oxidizers in the same way that photocatalysis does. There are also DBI, dielectric barrier ionizers, which do not use needlepoint. They use a different kind of technology, but it creates this plasma of positive and negative electrical charges, which tend to last longer than just a bipolar ionization technology does. But these two travel out and are able to break down contaminants. So if we look at what all of these technologies I've just described do, it mimics what happens outdoors every day with the sun creating the energy that interacts with compounds that create this photocatalytic reaction, the sun creating these electrical charges that are in the air and cleaning the air actively. I often say there's no giant vacuum cleaner in the sky with a filter on it that purifies our air outside. And in spite of everything that we do outside, whether nature does with wildfires or we do with automobiles and cars and airplanes producing pollutants in the air, all the outdoor air is constantly being polluted, yet the outdoor air generally is 5 to 10 times cleaner than indoor air. And that's according to the US EPA. And the reason for that is nature has these systems in place that clean the air and create a healthier environment outdoors than we have indoors, in spite of what you might do to keep things clean. So our goal is to bring those technologies indoors.
Alan, I got to interrupt you for a second. I mean,
Sure.
You had said about getting too technical. I don't think you did, but I want to point out that all of these technologies are available. This is what is commonplace today. And, you know, we've talked about in other trainings, I use the term science fiction becomes science fact. It may sound like science fiction, but this is all what's working nowadays, and it's affordable. It's something that everybody can get their hands on. You don't have to go to NASA to request something like this. You know, it's there. You just have to know what you're looking for and asking for. We get a lot of people that say, oh yeah, I have an air purifier. Well, what do you have? And they tell you, and it's a inexpensive filter.
Mm-hmm.
And, you know, we know with filters, the filters only filter what makes it to the filter.
Correct.
The proactive technologies you're talking about go out and find the problems and take care of it wherever it's at. So that's a big difference. And I applaud people for wanting to do something, but they really need to get the information to know what they're getting. Just like the people that wore masks when COVID hit. I mean, how many people did you see wearing masks made out of paper towels? I'm wearing a mask. Well, yes, you are. However, you know, whether it works or not. So where do you see this industry going with, like, the technologies that are there right now? They're not brand new. They've been enhanced. They've been combined together. But moving forward, especially with the changes in our environment, smoke conditions, temperature, relative humidity problems, where do you see we going, or us going with that?
Well, the technologies are slowly being accepted. One of the reasons that I became heavily involved with ASHRAE and on a number of committees was there has been an overall resistance to electronic air purification, the technologies that I just described. And some of the testing that has been done on them, the way the tests have been set up, the results have not been positive. The problem with the test and their protocol was that they have done what is referred to as single pass testing. In other words, they'll put some kind of a challenge gas and put it through the photocatalytic reactor and measure what comes out the backside. And in this breaking down of the molecule, in some cases, the molecule that comes out the backside is worse than the molecule that came in. It's what is referred to as a cascading process. So you start with one molecule, it breaks to another, breaks to another. But if all you do is measure it after one pass, well, that's not really a good indication, because we don't put systems in our homes or businesses or factories that just go through once. We are constantly circulating the air through the room, through our devices. It's working continuously. And unfortunately, the people who can create these protocols for testing try and control it to a level that we end up with these protocols that make just a single pass. I'm very thankful at our international meeting in Atlanta in February. There was a great session with a number of PhDs that worked tirelessly on this subject, showing the results of what we refer to in the industry as electronic air purification can do, and the benefits of it, and really putting holes in what has been the standards, the protocols that have been used up until now. One of the other subjects I'll just throw in was that ASHRAE has a mandate to decarbonize, which means to save energy. And up until now, and still today, really, people have thrown their arms up as to how to deal with this indoor air quality problem, other than just to ventilate, which means bringing fresh air from outside inside, because we know that the outside air is cleaner than the inside air. So the solution to indoor air pollution becomes dilution, which it is true. It does make the air quality better indoors to bring a lot of fresh air in, but you have to heat and cool that. So we're spending more money, we're using more energy in order to heat and cool, when we can get the same results through using this electronic air purification that really mimics what happens outdoors. So we're making headway, and I'm thankful for that. But the technology exists today. NASA has used photocatalytic oxidation technology in the space station since it was put up in the air. It's been critical for them in the growing of plants, but it also helps to purify the air throughout the space station and break down chemical compounds that are being used there. And so when people say, is it safe? Well, it's mimicking what happens outdoors, one. Secondly, NASA has been using it for decades successfully, and it has been key to the International Space Station, will be key to a Mars mission in the future.
Some of the issues that you were talking about, how some of the technology is not accepted, the testing data, things like that. Unfortunately, politics gets involved in this. During one of the episodes with the firefighter from California that we were talking with, he had been involved with a lot of litigation over using fire retardants on forest fires, where they're dropping these retardants from planes.
Yes.
And putting out the fires almost immediately. the problem is a movement out there saying that it's polluting the watersheds doing that. Well, here's the problem, the way he described it, that if you can attack the fires quickly with this retardant, yes, it can affect the watershed. If you don't attack it quickly and let it burn, there is no longer a watershed. And, you know, it's, I don't want to say the lesser of two evils, but the politics gets in the way of putting out the fire, basically. And that's unfortunate. The stuff that you're talking about, people not understanding the technologies and not being mainstream, is because of, like you said, the testing, the way it's done, the cascading effect. You know, everything goes through that process. Another component of indoor air quality is radon. Now, it's a radioactive gas. The difference is that it's not actually radon that causes the problem. Radon breaks down into three other components that are the radioactive material that actually cause damage to the human lungs. Nobody talks about that. They just say radon, and radon is not really what's even being detected. So the politics, the buzzwords, I guess that gets in the way.
It does. People grab hold of a small point and run with it and discount technologies, processes without really understanding them. We have here at Green Tech spent almost $2 million on testing over the last 3 years. Some of that was on COVID, the SARS-CoV-2 virus, which was important, obviously, during the pandemic, but testing on mold, bacteria, on VOCs, looking at monitoring formaldehyde and toluene and some of these other chemicals that are harmful to human health, yet are found frequently in the indoor environment, you know, and been able to show through the use of our photocatalytic technology, the use of dielectric barrier ionizers, bipolar ionization, unipolar ionization, that we're able to reduce the chemical load in the environment over a matter of hours and days, that even when we inoculate the space with compounds that, when they get broken down, create things like formaldehyde, that we actually don't even see an increase in formaldehyde as we monitor that. We see it go down continuously from one day to the next, and it stays down as long as the technology is running in the space. So it's, you know, we don't have the luxury of that in a laboratory environment. And that's the reason that the data is not able to show the true results, because typically tests are run for 30 minutes or an hour or 2 hours, but not longer than that. And that's not the way that our products operate. We're running continuously, and they're constantly breaking down and getting down to a level where the contaminants in the space, whether they're chemical, whether they're particles, whether they're biological, that we have reduced them down to a level that allows our bodies to deal with the remnants that always exist. You never get 100% of anything out of the air, but if we can get them down to where our natural immune system can deal with them, that's the key. And that's why people that have COPD, that have asthma, respiratory issues, get such relief from the use of this electronic air purification technology that I've described today.
How about odor control? Because that's another big component of the wildfires that are affecting people now. Again, they see it, so they're reacting to it, but they also usually smell it before they see it.
That is so true.
I did here in New Jersey. It was like all of the morning was fine. The afternoon was like, I smell a fire. And by that evening, it looked like sunset at 4 o'clock in the afternoon. It was just so dark. So what's available out there for odor?
Well, and some of the odor gets dealt with through the use of the technologies I've described, photocatalysis, dielectric barrier ionization, bipolar, unipolar ionization, but not 100%, especially because wildfire smoke, the smell from it is so overwhelming. I am really excited about a technology that I learned about that was developed by a tiny company up in Kentucky. And my company was able to get the exclusive worldwide rights for applying this technology to a filter. It's the trade name is called OdorGuard, and by the name, it is something that deals with odors, but it goes way beyond that. But it's used in different areas where odors are a big problem, like inside of trash bags today. Glad has an odor reducing trash bag that uses the same technology applied inside the bag. Adult diapers that obviously we understand the issues with odor there. It is so fast working and so complete at being able to break down lots of different odors. And what's even, to me, even more exciting, because the odors are something that are offensive, but it's what's causing the odors, the chemicals behind it that concern me. Its ability to break down VOCs as well is important. It's a totally non-toxic chemical. It is very safe. It has no odor in itself. It's applied to a filter surface. And we have put it into a number of different products, including just regular HVAC filters. So I started talking today about the importance of having a quality filter for your return air of your HVAC. We do apply these to pleated filters, MERV 7 pleated filters, and so that not only can the filter trap those particles that are so important to be trapped, but they can also, the coating on the filter can break down the VOCs that are important to be broken down, as well as breaking down the odor. And so we've used OdorGuard in assisted living facilities where we all know what the smells can be in those kind of facilities. We've used them in dormitories where the smell, body odors can be a little bit strong. It is effective in so many different applications where odor is a problem. And what's exciting is it's not dealing just with the odors, but also chemicals.
Can I just change the path here a little bit? I mean, all of that sounds like there is hope. And for the next forest fire or next airborne contaminant, I mean, there are technologies that will absolutely protect us and help us breathe easier, if you want to call it that. But we also have fire situations out in California. And I mentioned before about the politics of, like you said, the testing and things like that. Can you touch on quickly why California, that has such a large air pollution problem between smog and fires and everything else, is so aggressively against air purification? I don't understand that. And I think our listeners would want to understand that a little bit too.
Well, I have a lot of experience with California and air purification. In 2007, I was the representative of all manufacturing of electronic air purifiers in front of the California Air Resource Board, also referred to as CARB. And they had a law that they were wanting to put into effect, and they had the Air Resource Board spent 2 days reviewing whether or not they needed to pass a law which basically outlawed the use of electronic air purifiers that produce ozone. And I think there was a misunderstanding because California has had a big issue with air pollution. I spent the first year of my college education at a school in California before moving to Purdue to finish my college career. And I remember so well just being 4 miles from the mountains north of Los Angeles and not even seeing them for the first 2 months that I was at the school. And all of a sudden one day they appeared on the skyline. pollution used to be in this, and this was in the 70s, much worse than it is today. So I give a lot of credit to California for taking steps, whether it's car emissions, whether it's factory emissions. They have done everything that they possibly can. But there was the misconception was that pollution oftentimes is measured by measuring ozone because it's an easy gas to measure. The nitrogen oxides that are created through automobile smoke, much, much harder to measure. And what's interesting is that other pollutants, as they rise, ozone rises with them. It's I call it the fireman that fights the fire. Ozone is created naturally in nature as pollution rises because the ozone helps to break down the pollution. So it's by wanting to get rid of ozone, it's kind of like saying we want to get rid of firefighters because every time we see a fire, there's a fireman there. So obviously, if we got rid of the fireman, we wouldn't see any more fires. But the comment that was made to me by a number of the Air Resource board members, these are also government officials in the different areas of California from San Diego to north of Sacramento. And I sat down with every single one of them in their offices to talk about this. One of them mentioned to me, I said, I don't understand why we would want to generate ozone when we've been working so hard to get ozone out of our state. And I had to correct him to say, you've been working to get pollution out of your state. Ozone is not the pollution. Elevated levels of ozone aren't good, but the elevated levels of ozone are there because of the pollution that you have. They ultimately decided to pass the law against air purifiers that generate ozone. And therefore, that is one low-level ozone. We're talking about levels that the EPA said are safe and natural, that are found outdoors in very pristine parts of the world every day. There's no place around the world that doesn't have a low level of ozone except indoors, that they would not allow ozone to be generated in air purifiers. And you know, as much as I disagreed with that, you know, we just looked for ways that we can still help people through other technologies to be able to purify their air. And our photocatalytic technology, bipolar ionization, dielectric barrier ionization, they're all able to do that without generating ozone. But the one thing that was a challenge was odors, because one thing that is really great about low-level ozone, I'm not talking about high level, I'm talking about ozone that's so low you can't smell it, which and the levels that are safe and acceptable by the EPA and OSHA and WHO and any other health organization you can name. It's great at breaking down odors, and that's one of the things I loved about it. And not having access to it for people who live in California was disappointing. But that's one of the great things that we found with OdorGuard and the ability to break down odors. So we're able to create products that people in California can use with high quality filtration, with odor reduction through the use of our OdorGuard technology, and then incorporating these other technologies like photocatalysis and bipolar ionization.
Well, I appreciate that, and thank you for answering that question. We're almost out of time here. Is there anything that you'd like to sum up with? I know we covered quite a bit and extremely informative. The technology side, I think, is something that people need to hear and understand so they don't just wear the paper towel mask and think they're protected.
So true. One of the things that I say about technology is, you know, nature uses a lot of different mechanisms to keep things clean. Don't get locked into just one technology. Filtration's important, but it's not the be all to end all. Use a multi-technology strategy, and there's a lot of wonderful technologies out there. I'm proud of what we've been able to put into products, but you know, there's some excellent products out there. But look at what they do, look at their test data, make sure it's real, filter inside of a box. Is it doing something? Yes, but is it enough? Absolutely not. You need to do more than that. So I appreciate the opportunity to speak to you today, Lance, and be on this this webinar, and hopefully this benefits some people that listen to it.
Absolutely, Alan. And I want to thank you for the time you spent with us, the great information. And I look forward to doing more interviews with you in the future.
Thanks
Thank
so
you.
much.
Good afternoon, or morning, I guess. Good morning. Yeah, so I'm sure that Mo told you when we created Normie in 2004, one of the interesting things was what we created it primarily for the Louisiana licensing law. And the Louisiana licensing law was the first law to go into effect for mold remediators in the country. So it was the first licensing law, and then what happened in 2005? Katrina. And so we were right there able to help, I think, a lot of people with some of the issues that were of a concern to us. I'm not sure if he talked about the difference between the IICRC and us, but they come from the business more from we're not competitors, by the way. As you know, if you're an IICRC person, you get continuing education credits off of this class. So we work together. We just look at the industry differently. They come from the water restoration side of the business. We come from the building side of the business. And one of the reasons why we do that is not just my background with my licensing, but the main reason we do that is because we try to look at the house and the problem that they're experiencing in terms of a mold issue as a holistic kind of problem, not just fix this problem and everything is great, but think in terms of how we can actually improve their indoor air quality. So when I was moved to New Orleans in 2002, I was actually doing some of the things that you guys are doing now and some of the things that we would recommend that you do in terms of ongoing IAQ management, which is what we call our sanitization protocol. How you create an environment in which mold won't grow. And that was really based on my book, Mold-Free Construction, which you have access to if you have the Normie app. We do have an audio version there, so you can just listen to it. Might put you to sleep, but you can listen to it if you like, because it's on iTunes and on Audible as an audio book. But the sanitization protocol really does improve people's indoor environments, so you have the ability to do that. And I just want to tell you about somebody that I met when I was in New Orleans. I was doing some trade shows, and and a radio program, and I got a call from a lady. Her name was Laura DeRocher, and she had 4 children. And her youngest child, who was 8, had some very severe sinus issues. In fact, as she was talking to me, she had, of all 4 of her children, the other 3 had constantly been to the allergist every month. Now think about that for a second. Every month, for years, they had been to this allergy doctor. And she had found some mold up in the kitchen area over one of the cabinets, and she was concerned about how that might be affecting their kids, because she heard me on the radio and she knew that mold was an indoor air quality problem. She'd never really thought about that before. It's mold, how could it affect my children's health? But she was putting 2 and 2 together. She was saying, maybe there is a problem here with this mold that I'm seeing. So I went out there and I did the assessment. It took the sanitization protocol. It was not the amount of mold or the type of mold, or there wasn't a moisture problem that actually was causing the mold. It was actually a HVAC problem with the relative humidity. So we did the sanitization protocol, put it in place just like you see it today, exactly the same protocol. And she was really excited because in about a week she was feeling better. Her kids seemed to be feeling better. She wasn't sure. But the interesting thing that she told me when I was there visiting her was that her little child, the one that was just a few months old, they had scheduled that baby for surgery, sinus surgery. And she said, we've decided to kind of put it off because things seem to be going better. We'll see how this goes. Well, interesting story to kind of shorten everything up. About 1.5 years later, maybe 2 years later, I got a call from her and she said, I got to tell you an interesting story. She said, first of all, I got a phone call from my pediatric physician, the allergist. He was concerned that we had switched doctors because I haven't taken my kids to the allergist in almost a year. We decided not to do surgery for the baby, and the baby is doing great. Now, a couple of years old, doesn't seem to have any allergies to to the environment and what's going on. She said, I think you really solved a bigger problem than you maybe think you solved. The reason I'm telling you that story is because we hear that story over and over and over and over again. Maybe not quite as dramatic, but we hear that story over and over and over again. You are in a very, very important industry. You may not realize it, but one of the reasons why it's regulated is because you're dealing with people's health. The health of your employees, the health of your clients. That's what you're dealing with. And rather than thinking about just being a mold assessor or just being a mold remediator, as Mo's probably told you, we want you to think in terms of being an indoor air quality professional, because that's really what you're doing. I'm sure Mo told you already that when you start cleaning up mold problems in an environment, it's almost like a surrogate of other things that are going on in the environment. If you're reducing the mold, you're also reducing some of the other contaminants, the bacteria, the viruses, the particulates, some of the other stuff that's going on in the environment. So you can make a gigantic change to the environment. So our goal is for you to really think in terms of becoming an indoor air quality professional. And this is really the first step. If you haven't thought about that before, this is really the first step in that direction. And I'll tell you the other thing it'll do for you. I've been in business a very long time. I used to tell people I was unemployed in the construction industry. Been in business a really long time. And what you want is you want an edge in the market that makes you different from everybody else. And it's not about price, let me tell you.
I want to welcome my next guest, Nick South from Sotellus. And it's an interesting name. And I think the easiest way for us to find out what Sotellus really is to ask Nick. So Nick, say hello. And what is Sotellus?
Hey, hello everybody. Glad to be here. So what Sotellus is we're an online review capturing, marketing, and referral system. Basically a one-stop shop for all online needs, as far as communication with clients, chat boxes, marketing, and online reputation management.
So if we step back for a minute and let's look at you for a second, how'd you get involved with this? I mean, this is a very niche type of a thing. How'd you stumble into this or wind up there?
So actually a long time ago, I used to run an Amazon FBA business. If you've ever done anything with Amazon, you know that reviews are everything with them. So if you want people finding your products and people seeing you more often online, you need reviews. So during that time, I just saw like a very niche and very important part of how online reputation affects a business. And then I ended up running into somebody involved with Sotellus that, I ended up meeting the owners. I loved what they were doing. I love that their mission is to help empower the small businesses, to give them the same marketing material, and power that, these large franchises who have 50K to, burn a month, right? So it really attracted me over to doing that with them.
Well, I've been doing a lot of the social media and marketing and stuff with Normie for many years, and it's kind of a education as you go, and then they change it. Once you understand it, everything changes again. The one thing that's constant though is the reviews. So, if you look at it from a distance, you see all kinds of reviews, but why are they so important? From your perspective, I mean,
right.
Private businesses, I understand, but from your perspective.
Well, I always, you can go the statistical route, roughly about 90% of people will look at a business's reviews. 70% of people are going to Google and research a business before they even call in. But then just think about yourself. Like I always ask somebody, everybody knows about Amazon. Everybody goes and buys stuff on Amazon. When was the last time you bought a product and you didn't check out the reviews? And I always use the example of if you see two products that are the exact same, but this product B is $10 cheaper than product A, but product A has 205 stars and product B has only 5. Almost everybody will choose product A and spend the extra $10 just to ensure that they're going to get a similar result or have a similar experience as those other happy people.
So to me, it sounds more like a reputation kind of a thing based on what other people that have used your services say.
Exactly. Reviews is reputation, right? It's social proof. It's where reviews are is just results from your actual quality of service, right? It's exactly why if you have, tons of 5-star reviews, people tend to choose your service more than somebody who has a bunch of 2 stars.
I've seen a lot of sites where you see, like 300 5-star reviews. Is that like real, or is that something that, that everybody is perfect and that's the only people that do reviews?
Right. So it just depends on that business. A lot of the times if they have that amount of reviews, right, and it's a lot of 5 stars, Google's very strict on finding out and flagging people if they end up having fake reviews, right? So we'll get this happen once in a great while. Somebody calls in wanting to buy reviews from us. We have to educate them and just let them know that we don't do that. That is illegal. You can get fined by the FTC. There's a lot of problems that can ensure with that. So most of the time they should be real, just because of the fact that Google's going to find out and flag them, because they'll search every profile. They'll see how many reviews those profiles have left on other places. And if they see that they're just all recently created and left 1 5-star, then they know they're not real. So
Let's say I want to show the public reviews about myself. I mean, I know I have reviews on Facebook and Google and who knows wherever else. How do I use the reviews to show the public who I am and what I do?
So there's a bunch of different ways to market these reviews out and to get them in front of people, really. To get in front of people, one thing is, take your listings, put them in your email signatures, take other reviews you have from different platforms and post them like on your social media. The best part about with us and our software is that all that stuff is done automatically and they're all aggregated. Instead of just like, if you're somebody who has, let's say 60 reviews, but they're spread across, 6 different platforms, it doesn't really look that great. Right? Because not everybody who goes to Google will also go to Yelp and then go to Facebook and then go to LinkedIn, etc. So what we do is we pull all these reviews in and we actually show all positive reviews on single places and use that to market out. So you have like one page with all the positive reviews on there. All the reviews get posted onto your Facebook page, inside your Google business, on your website, right? Basically as many places as somebody could possibly find your company, you want social proof.
Okay, but I can talk about Normie, and we are using, Sotellus with a lot of our review stuff, which has really made a big difference. But how do you get all the reviews in one place? I mean, they're all over the place on different market platforms.
Right. So that's the trick. If you don't have some form of system in place, the only thing that you can really do is you're going to have to take like your Google link, your Yelp link, your Facebook link, and you're going to have to put all these different little links to those pages, like inside of like your emails and your texts, which is, it's unreasonable. Most people aren't going to go click on all those different links. Nobody wants to see 5 different links to the reviews in there. So with our platform, you'll have one single link that incorporates all positive reviews from the videos, the Sotellus, the Googles, the Facebooks, right? And pulls them all into that one page. So you can use that to show potential customers, show them your social proof, but also taking that and marking that out even more.
Well, I know that's what we had done, where we've filled out in our profile on setting up our process with you guys, all the different locations that we're aware of that were reviewed. I mean, I'm sure there's others. And I've noticed that if it like pulls a review from Facebook, it posts it on Google and vice versa, and on Yelp and all these different places. That's what you guys do?
Exactly. Yeah. So if you run into somebody who, let's say maybe didn't have a Facebook account, so they couldn't leave a Facebook review, but they had a Google, right? So they'll leave you the review on Google. Well, we're still going to take that review, right? We still post it on the other places such as your website, SEO, public page, and all that great stuff. But we still take that review and it automatically gets posted onto your Facebook wall, right? So all the different platforms that people are finding reviews on, like Google and Facebook, we're taking the reviews from the other platforms and posting them into there as well. Like, for example, on Google, a lot of businesses don't know about this, but there's a section on the listing called Google My Business Posting. A very big amount of business owners actually don't utilize it or don't even know about it because, it's Google. They're not going to promote a free feature no matter how powerful it is, just because they're not making money off of it. So we created this sort of partnership with Google where we're the only review system that automatically posts into there. So if you do get a review on a platform, like let's say it's a client that doesn't have any platforms, they don't have Google, Facebook, Yelp, etc. It doesn't matter. Right, we'll still get the review with us, and we're still going to post it into the Google Business, onto the Facebook page, and onto about 5 additional places after that as well.
So even if they don't have those review pages set up for their business, you're still going to have the reviews that are posted go out to those locations anyways.
So the business owner will still need to have an account on those locations. This is something that our coach will help them set up. But if the customer doesn't have an account with those platforms, they can't leave a review. So if they don't have a Gmail, they can't leave a Google review, but they'll still be able to leave a review with Sotellus without having to create an account or anything, which we could still take and then post inside the Google Business.
Okay, I remember from the trade show that we were at where we talked with you guys a lot, you had a specific app that would handle all that stuff right on the spot. Matter of fact, that was one of the things I liked most about your stuff, where not only can you do, typing, I like your stuff, it could be an audio or video review also.
Yeah, that's a big thing with us. A very big hit is that we are the only verified video review system on the planet right now that's actually acknowledged by Google. So because of that, there's a bunch of big things that come along with being the only video review system. Is that one, they're undoubtedly the most powerful, right? 80% of today's traffic online is video. Okay, so it's like everybody has seen a 5-star Google review that doesn't even have a review, it's just a rating, or they just said highly recommend. Right, but when you see a video of an actual customer that's been verified by another company, showing and proving that it's real, and that customer is just raving about how much they loved your service, they loved your product, the great business owner that you are, right? That becomes a lot more powerful and enticing for potential clients. And then on top of that, the great thing is that they're also the fastest ranking reviews because they're the only ones that are able to be played and watched more than one time. But you're able to capture those on person with a patented mobile app that we have. So you just pull up your app, click a button, put the customer's name and number in, and get the review right then and there. And that way, that's why we have such a high capture rate, is because we figured out that just sending out invites is great, text and emails, of course, following up with them. It creates a higher conversion rate, if you follow up. But when you ask somebody in person, like right after the service is done, right at the height of their either excitement, their emotions, their gratitude, right, that is the best time to get a review, is right then and there on the spot. Because even the customers that want to leave reviews, not all the time, they don't always leave them just because something comes up, right? As soon as that service was done, they might have had to run out the house 2 minutes later to go grab the kids from school. I work for a review company, and that's happened to me before. So that's why the mobile app is such a useful tool, because you can capture a review on the spot in under 30 seconds.
Complicated to do. I've done those, but I haven't been out in the field recently doing that. And, is it a changed process, or is it just really click one button?
This is just click one button. You pull up the app. There's 3 types of reviews and 4 total buttons. It's that simple, right? It's video, audio, text review, or send an invite. If you're getting on the spot, you're choosing between the 3. Click whatever review you want. Just put the client's name or initials, and then you could do number or email. And then you just get the review right then and there.
About as simple as it gets.
Yeah, it could not be any easier to capture review in person.
One of the things that I noticed, and I had done this several times when I was out at trade shows and stuff, I've gotten video reviews, audio reviews from what I would call influencers. And, the regular reviews powerful, but when you get somebody that's an influencer in that industry and they're giving you a video review on the spot, you can buy testimonials like that if you would want to. I mean, it's great.
I totally agree with that. We actually have I have a presentation that I like to show people just how I explain the system. And in there, we have a lady named Heidi Powell. There's probably going to be somebody who watches this who knows who that is. She's very big in like the fitness space. We got a video review of her because one of our clients actually did a DJ thing for her wedding or something around those lines. But because of that, we got an awesome review of somebody who has I think over 500,000 following or more. Right. So, and then being able to also get that person to also share that on their social media, which is what our system also does. I mean, you can't even buy that type of publicity.
I know when we first introduced you guys to the Normie base, there was a lot of excitement about it, which there still is, but Doug Hoffman, our CEO, actually did a lot of personal video reviews for some of our members, especially our charter members and people that have really been around for a long time. And again, I consider him an influencer with the industry. That was a very powerful thing for a lot of these people.
Yeah, 100%. Again, like having a figure in that industry giving you the review. We have a coach who does something similar. Her name's Krista Mayshore. Another online, she's pretty well known and influencer as well. But in the real estate industry, she's one of the largest well-known coaches. And all the people who go through her coaching program, a lot of the time they'll send, her the invite to get their first video review. Right. So when, obviously getting somebody of that magnitude in that industry, right, it makes a huge deal, especially when people are going and checking out your service and trying to look at your social proof and if you're an established company.
And those video reviews will also show up on all the different platforms that you're tied into for reviews.
100%. Yeah. It goes to the public page with all the other reviews, the website, Facebook, Google Business. Also, they get to share it on their Facebook as well in front of their friends and family, all with a call to action from the business as well. So it goes on about at least 6 to 7 different places minimum.
That call to action you just mentioned, is that or considered the referral side of what this does, or is that different?
Yeah, so there's a few things in there. We have a special offer and lead magnet program that's attached with a referral program. So every customer that gives our clients a review, that customer is going to be asked to share the review. They could share it with people directly, and they can also share it on Facebook by just clicking a button, right? When they share it on Facebook, we know the average person's got about 500 friends, right? So instead of just a one-to-one referral, we figured let's try to get one to many. Okay. Instead of just trying to capture one new customer per person, let's try to capture 10. So they get to share it on Facebook with an offer from the business. Now, if it's like a cleaning company or something, you can offer a discount off the service. But then we work with people who could be in real estate who will give out a free market analysis. So it's really just a call to action. It doesn't necessarily need to be an offer. It could be scheduling a consultation, things like that. But it's just a very easy way for a customer to refer as many people as they know instead of just referring one person that they know. Because most people can't think of somebody off the top of their head anyways.
Any secrets on how to get more referrals?
Yeah, so this is something that our team will do in the training and the setup process, but I always tell the people that I work with, you should run some form of incentive program, and almost everybody can do this. There's a few industries where we do have exceptions that we have workarounds to, but a big thing is just an incentive program. Tell a customer hey, if you share this offer on Facebook and anybody who claims this offer from you, I'm going to give you a discount off your next service with me. So it could be a share one, get one. If you share this 10% and they claim it, you get 10%. But maybe if it's a one-time service, right? Maybe something you don't need consistently or on a subscription, then you can just offer out some kind of, almost rebate. Hey, if you share this and somebody claims it, I'll give you a $20 gift card to Starbucks. Right? That's a big one. People just giving out gift cards if they refer people into them.
So to me, that sounds like a lead generating program. I mean, is there a way to capture the leads automatically, or do you have to manually go and look for them, or how's that work?
So with the referral program, when it's on the customer's Facebook page, if one of their friends are interested, all they do is click a post, right? It's going to show off their friend's review with the offer there. Their friend's interested, they click it. It's going to pull their friend's review up, and then right there is going to be an offer form. As soon as they fill that out, the customer's immediately notified. It goes on their back end. It can automatically be sent into their CRM as well. And then the customer will receive an email too with the information on how to claim that offer. And then on top of that, with the special offer program, that one's a little bit different. We don't have to rely on just the referral process. So we take the special offer that the customer wants to give out. So maybe it's 10% off the service. Well, every single place that we market and post the reviews out, there's going to be that call to action there as well. So whether they go on the website, on the Google Business, on the Facebook, on their public page, if they go Google them in the Google search engine, they're going to see that business's 5-star reviews, and every single review will have that call to action there. So the whole purpose is just making sure that any possible place that a potential client could find the business, We want their reviews and the call to action there.
Okay, so listening to this, and as one of our members listening to this, sounds a bit complicated, though it's automated too. So how do you simplify it? What we would have to do?
So exactly how you said, it's all automated. The customers here don't have to do anything. The whole point, like automation is the new delegation, right? So the whole point is to make this whole thing run itself and make sure that's automated for the client. Because if we just threw our clients a system and said, have fun, go figure it out, you can get the reviews and then you're going to have to go post them all separately. Like we'd be out of business. So our whole system is automated. The only thing the clients do on their end is just capture the reviews, and that can even be automated as well. They can upload lists of their customers and then we'll reach out for them, or we can integrate and use their CRM to automate their invites too. The customer doesn't even have to set this account up. Every person here will get a designated coach. So they actually get a coach who sets their whole system up for them, gives them unlimited support, unlimited training, and just consistently follows up with them to make sure they're happy with the service. Because with our company, we're one of the only SaaS businesses literally in the industry who doesn't have a contract. So we have account managers and coaches in place to make sure that these people are becoming successful, because if they're not happy, then they don't have a job.
So you've mentioned coaches, advisors, services you provide. Is this like all add-on fees and costs? Because that sounds expensive.
Yeah, most people, and if you go to most other businesses or most other SaaS companies, it can get very expensive. With us, it's definitely not. That's the best thing, is we're the most affordable in our industry because we're the only self-funded. Every one of our competitors, that is public knowledge, and there's sites to look this up, but they've all taken investments. We've built this thing from the ground up ourselves. So we've never had to raise our prices in 7 years. During the pandemic, during this, time of inflation, let's say, right? We've never had to raise our price one single time, but we continue to add value, continue to add new products and services on top of these plans that, can be as little as $59, go to $199 a month. But obviously, anybody who's seeing this today, as you know, if there's anybody who's interested in this form of program or checking this out, it's very easy. You could schedule a demo with me. I'm sure Lance, you'll share the link to that, and you get a promotional price because of Normie. So that's something we do, is we take care of anybody who is a Normie client here.
Well, yeah, and that's something that we've appreciated, and we've had quite a few of our members actually take advantage of that. I don't want to talk specifics on the program that we're offering right now, but I'm sure that anybody that's interested, from our membership can reach out to us to our support@normie.org, and we'll reach out to them and get them all the information they need to sign up for this program. But to me, the exciting part is that this type of a service is out there. And from what you've described and what I've seen from us using it, it's easy to use. You guys do most of the setup and it just runs from there. We have hundreds and hundreds of reviews. I know we have a lot of members with hundreds of reviews, same kind of thing.
100%. That's what we want. We just want to make sure that we can take off. If you're paying for a service, you don't want to add extra time to that, to your client's plate. You don't need to take extra money from them and then make them have to do the work. So yeah, the whole thing here is taking care of the client, to the basically 99% of the work is done by us, from the setup to the implementation to the actual value of the product, and consistently making sure that it's getting reviews, getting you found, getting you customers, and it's all done for you.
So is there anything new coming to the system that you can't tell us about yet that you're going to tell us about?
So one thing we did just recently launch is like a chat box, and it's auto responsive. That's one of our newest features that I really do enjoy, just because we work with a lot of small business owners. Of course, some of them are owner operator. Some of them have teams from, 5 to 20 people. Well, our chat box gives people a chance to talk to a client that's on the website without having to be there to monitor the website, right? We send them out a text or an email letting them know somebody's there. But if they're not available, or if, it's outside of their business hours, then it just gets their information for them and sends that over to them. One thing too is one thing I will mention, probably should have, is our new dashboard we are launching. It's going to have just more analytics, even easier to navigate. And it's going to integrate with the app too. So those two things are going to be launching to be revamped, redone, and just give the customer a lot more access and make it just easier for them.
Okay, well, that is new stuff. So if our members wanted to reach out to you for more information, how would they contact you?
The easiest way I would say would be to go to Sotellus.com and go to /Nick. So you just put Sotellus.com /Nick, Nick. It'll take you right to my calendar. You're just going to pick a time that works out best. I'm going to jump on a one-on-one meeting with you. I'll answer any questions that you have. I can break down the whole product and just show you how it all works.
But to get the best price, they're going to have to let you know they're an active Normie member.
100%. You need to let us know that you're Normie, because you get a massive discount here when you come from Normie. So if you don't mention it, I'm just letting you know that if it's me, or if you end up talking to one of my other sales guys on my team, you're going to end up paying about double the amount if you don't mention Normie.
Well, we appreciate that. Nick, I appreciate you spending time with us. Anything else in closing you think our members should know about?
I think we're all good. Just again, make sure to manage that reputation. Keep getting reviews, guys. Don't set a limit on that. A lot of people think once you get a certain amount of reviews, it's great. Just a statistic to remember, 85% of people will disregard reviews older than 3 months old. So if you don't have a system in place and an automated process to consistently get new reviews and build your reputation, eventually you fall by the wayside, right? Or your competitors start to outrank you and outshine you. So I just say, make sure, even if you're not using a system like us, you need to find a way to consistently get new reviews.
Wait. So you just said something there about reviews older than 3 months kind of like fall away. I mean, I know I've gone on sites and you see people with reviews from 2006, 2010. I mean, they have some value, at least they show you've been in business, but
Right.
you know, what's the dynamic change for current reviews?
So I don't mean the reviews fall by the wayside. What I was saying is that your listing does, though. Your listing stops ranking. Your listing will lose its ranking. It will continue to stay stagnant if you don't consistently capture reviews. So the reason behind this, just it's a very easy statistic to go Google. I actually have one that I can share with you that you can feel free to post, but it just shows that 85% of consumers, right, that's when they check out reviews, if they're older than 90 days old, they tend to disregard them, because the whole purpose is this. Maybe you had 200 reviews in the first 5 years of being open or something, right? Or you have 500 total reviews right now, but you haven't gotten a new review in the past 90 days. Well, what happens is people question that. What has now changed in that business in these last 3 months? You know, what is there a difference in quality? Did they sell it? Is there a new management? People start to question, why are they not getting the same positive feedback over the last 90 days that they were getting prior? And I think that's and I don't disagree with them. I think that's a very valuable question for them to ask, is because if you were getting so much positive feedback before, why aren't you now?
Well, that makes sense. And that clarifies my question, because I could see value in old reviews being on the site, showing a history,
Right.
but it makes a lot of sense if you're not getting anything current. All right. I appreciate you spending the time with us. I want to thank you. I'd encourage everybody watching this to either reach out to us at support@normie.org or to contact Nick directly at sotellus.com/Nick.
Yeah, /Nick. Make sure to put the /.
/. All right. Thank you very much, Nick.
No problem, Lance. Thank you.
When you start on the pathway toward professional success, you have to know what the goal is and how to get there. Normie exists to help in that process. It's not just about taking a class to get a license, but also about starting on a pathway to professional success. Whether you want to work for yourself or be the best qualified employee on the team, this path will take you there and help you succeed. Pick a track, click on the class, and get your journey started. Normie is here to support you all the way to become the Normie Pro professional you want to be.
I want to welcome today's guests, Kana and Ramu Sankara from Reusip. We've been working with these guys for quite some time. We've spent a lot of time at some trade shows together, and well, we'll get into that as we're talking through this. So, guys, want to pop in here and say a quick hello and tell us a little about yourselves?
Hi, I'm Ramu. I'm Kana. We're identical twin brothers and co-founders of Reusip.
Well, could you let us know a little bit about the company? I mean, we hear the name, we think we know what it's about, but give us a little bit more detail for those that don't know who you are.
Okay, so I think what we're best known for is our making the world's first reusable dust barrier zipper and the world's first magnetic entry strip, which is essentially a self-closing dust barrier zipper, also reusable. And it essentially works on a hook and loop system where you're just buying these things, which is essentially loop Velcro strips. This is the only consumable part. And then the other ones are reusable. So it's almost like the Dollar Shave Club of zippers. So I guess that would be the easy way to summarize it.
Well, I'm gonna put you guys on the spot in a little bit. I got a few questions I'd like to really go over with you to kind of set the stage here, but I'm gonna ask you to do some demonstrations if that's all right.
For sure.
Yeah, totally.
Okay, so I know getting in touch with you guys, I've had some issues because you're always traveling. I know you're at all the trade shows all over the place, and you're always someplace. It's kind of like, where are these guys? So, you know, how does it work out for you at the trade shows? Because I know I've seen you at quite a few of them.
Oh, I mean, it's almost like we need a triplet because it's like we're always slammed at all these things. It's which is great. I'm not complaining, but we're exhausted after these things because there's always like lines and we're demoing this thing over and over. And we're very grateful that it's something that's very that people care about. I know it's a small thing like a zipper, but we know on the job site they're interacting with this part of the containment all the time, and we're happy that we can provide some value there.
Well, I know at the experience show and some of the other shows we've been at, you've actually been with us in our booth, and we've set up walls and demonstrated containment with your equipment, which has always been a big draw. Like you said, there's a lot of people there with a lot of interest.
Well, I can say in the very, very beginning, we went to an experience and we're just, we didn't know what we're doing. You guys saw our product, and actually you're probably one of our first supporters. You took our magnetic strip and put it on your flood booth, and which was awesome of you guys. So we'll always be grateful for that. So thank you. And thank you for having me.
Well, you're welcome. And you know what? It was a real good add-on because we were demonstrating containment and all the different ways that you can do that, and you have to access containment, and it was just a natural fit with what you do. Matter of fact, in our CMA and CMR classes, we demonstrate the Reusip systems, I'm going to call it, or products, because you have several different ways of doing stuff, and there's no one size completely fits all. So we show your stuff. We do show a few other types of processes, and then pros and cons. And, having that in there for the students to get their hands on it, touch it, use it, see it, experience it, makes all the difference in the world. So I'm going to thank you for allowing us to use that in our classes because it does make a big difference.
Well, obviously, we're yeah. Thank you. But we mentioned what we make, and I think I should say why we made the zipper and what makes it different, because people think, well, there's dozens of other options like it. What we believe is that the entire restoration industry simply adopted what was around, and what was around was, we believe, remodeling and general dust containment zippers. And ours are designed, what we believe is designed for critical barriers, and it was born out of the restoration industry and made more specifically for this industry. But the quality is such, and the price points are such that it's good enough for healthcare, construction, and mold remediation and more critical environments, but it's priced that all industries will benefit from it. So our mission is essentially to develop products for critical environments And at the end of the day, it's going to benefit everyone.
Well, speaking of the critical environments, your system will work with negative and positive pressure, correct?
Yes, and in the beginning, people didn't actually believe, like when we showed the magnetic entry strip, people assumed, and I think it's because of the old way of what they're used to, is they're probably buying magnetic doors, that those don't hold negative air pressure. But we proved over the last 2 years during the pandemic that these things will hold over 5 pascals of negative air pressure. Probably, I believe that's double what's required for isolation rooms in healthcare. And these were used for self-closing COVID isolation rooms in hundreds of hospitals and medical facilities like senior living, dental,
a bunch of government facilities.
Yeah. So
Well,
we kind of went away from restoration for a bit, and went into really focusing on, and we got up in the morning to help, like, I don't know, we almost made it a personal mission to help with the fight against the pandemic. And because we knew we had the only product that can remove, not just hold negative air pressure, but works in open concept, because you can position this thing, anything on a barrier, and it works with any size barrier. So all the barrier constraints are eliminated. But it was great to be able to partner with the restoration companies that would listen, because we actually enabled them to get jobs, like lots of jobs, because they would just use their containment skills to build barriers of all kinds of shapes and sizes, and then just install our product. So it was kind of a big win-win.
Leftovers.
Yeah, and oh yeah, totally forgot about that. One problem that we're happy to have solved is when we put these on, I'm going to show you the demo later, but we would solve the self-closing access through isolation rooms. And we were happy we were able to get the doctors and nurses away from using the zippers, but they had brought up, well, one problem we have is gurney access, with dragging the plastic over the gurneys and all that. And we told them, well, since we've eliminated the barrier constraints, you can actually use two of them, like side by side at variable widths, and you can accommodate, you can create the first ever magnetic flap door. So now we're doing flap doors and double flap doors, and our products open up all kinds of different containment techniques. And then there's several from even one feature. Oh, you got it.
They can go over the benefits and pros and cons.
Yeah, even the simplest thing like this, which is we added a grommet at the bottom of our zippers, so you can do lockout, tag out by overlaying here and putting a cable lock through here. And people were doing that in facilities where they were not fumigating, was it the gas treatments with the
sanitizing.
Yeah, sanitization. And they would put the zipper on, lock it out, and let it sit for an hour. And then with our system, you can actually peel off the zipper and put the magnet in its place. The zipper and magnetic strip are interchangeable.
On the same mounting strip that's already installed on the barrier.
Yep.
That's one of the things that I like about the system, especially for any kind of medical environment. You don't have to physically touch anything to gain access. You literally can walk, with your shoulder, it opens up, you walk through, you don't have to zip, unzip, and have that a touch point that becomes an issue with transmission of bacteria, mold, viruses, things like that. So as far as the different verticals that this could work in, I mean, you've named quite a few of them, but it could go down as far as just a regular dust barrier too, not just, decon chambers and positive and negative pressure environments.
Yeah, I mean, it's almost countless. Every day we're getting different industries buying from us, from grow rooms, so that would be like mushroom farms and cannabis facilities, to people doing HVAC thermal control inside of trailers and RVs, and retail facilities and food facilities. So
greenhouses and
outdoor greenhouses, which, another technique that's a good point is that we helped someone doing an outdoor greenhouse where they put the magnetic strip on the inside of the barrier, and then they put the zipper on the outside because there were severe wind gusts, but he still wanted to be able to go hands-free access. So he'd go in and out, and then just use a zipper on the outside. So you can actually use them in combination, which is yet another technique. And so we feel like we're we're going to open up the type of techniques and empower the contractors, because I mean, we've seen some skilled contractors and see how proud they are with the containments. And if we can give them, I mean, it makes us happy if we can give them more tools to do what they do even better.
So I was surfing around your website earlier. I just want to see if there's anything new since the last time I was out there. And what comes to mind is it's 4 terms, but you've answered some of it. I just want you to expand on it a little bit more. The words I found were reusable, reliable seal, cost-effective, and versatile. I know you've talked about versatile already. Can you touch on some of the others? I'll give them to you again. We talked about reusable. So you're only replacing the bottom piece?
All right, so let me just do a quick breakdown of the entire zipper.
Yeah, break down the
Okay.
zipper and points, what we saw with the reusability.
Okay, so with traditional disposable dust barrier zippers, the complaints that we see all the time are the zippers jamming, breaking, and separating from the barrier, and people having to use additional adhesive to keep it on there. We've eliminated all three of those, because with this, for break resistance, we have a 7-gauge zipper versus standard 5-gauge, so it's higher break resistance. There we go. The 2-layer system. So this is the peel and stick mounting strip. This will be added on. The two layers are too thick to get stuck in the zipper head, so they're essentially jam proof. And you don't need a special knife that cuts a gap or anything to create that jam resistance. You just use a regular utility knife down this cut guide, and it is the poly sheeting is not going to get stuck in there and stuck in the zipper head. So jam resistance. And then if you look at the back of this mounting strip, it's 100% high grade adhesive. You're not going to have to put on additional tape and to prevent the zipper from coming down. We've heard about people who literally sent their technicians out to check their zippers to make sure the barriers haven't failed or the zippers aren't coming down. The other great thing is replaceability. In the worst case scenario, the zipper breaks. Well, with other containments, you have to redo the entire containment. With ours, peel it off, just replace the zipper, and you're good to go. This zipper is probably the same, if not less, in cost than a disposable zipper anyway. And then the mounting strip is about 1/3 of the cost of a zipper. So continual use will actually help you continue to save money. I mean, people essentially make money off of our zippers if they're using it more than once. And if they use it only once, it's not like you're out of pocket, like extra or anything, because it's comparable in price to a heavy duty zipper.
All right, one last question before I ask you to show us a little bit about how these things work. I see you have a setup behind you. Pressure and strength. As far as how much pressure can they really handle? Has it been measured? You have documentation on that?
We almost say we had it field tested. We don't have it documented, but it's essentially been used in the field, measuring over 5 pascals. We would hit 7. Some people got it to hold like 11 pascals.
I believe at one of the trade shows, just to test the disposable zipper strength and versus our reusable, I think we did hit over 30 pascals, and some of the other disposable zippers started separating from the poly and ours didn't.
Yeah, that's ripping down the containment before our zippers even coming off.
Okay.
With the Velcro, it's I can't say Velcro, it's hook and loop. There's a little bit of give that you don't, and adjustability that you get that you won't get with the disposables.
Okay. Well, I see you mentioned it before. You have a setup behind you. Could you give us a demo on how this works?
Yeah.
Just remember, we may not be able to hear what you're saying if you're far away. That's all.
We're going to be moving the camera. All right. So, in the interest of time, we already put up the mounting strip. So the peel and stick magnet strip goes on just like a disposable dust barrier zipper. You'll add it, you'll peel and stick this on. And what you'll do is just add the zipper and put it down. You'll open it up. And then you'll just cut down the cut guide. And then you got your zipper on. Alternatively, you can cut first, add one side at a time. And once you've got it on, yeah, you also got this feature, which that's where you can either put a cable lock through the front or pierce through here and do it all the way through. And then you've got the lockout tag out with the zipper. So here is show you how we can interchange between zipper and magnetic strip. So we'll just roll up the zipper, and it has these fastener tabs right here, fastener tabs that'll hold it in place neatly. And then we got this carry bag that'll go into. I'll show you that a little later. But here's how you switch from zipper to magnetic strip. So this is the magnetic strip. Same thing, has a hook on the back, magnetic columns. And the trick here is you'll put on the mounting strip, cut it first. This way you'll prevent from cutting the magnets. So you'll put that and cut it first. You'll fold this in half. So the magnetic columns are stacked. And then you simply by one side. Come down. Yeah. So yeah, and then this is right off. Easily fold back up.
How much training do you need to get that right?
Not very difficult. If someone's already using a desk zipper, it's pretty simple.
Very good. I mean, it does look simple. And when we've used it in class, I've never done a switch like that. I mean, we usually put one up or the other, but it's just as easy, I guess, to switch, which you just demonstrated.
Yeah. So one of the first medical facilities that used our product was Orlando Regional Medical Center. And there, I believe there's a board of people that were discussing our product, looking for a solution because they couldn't hold maintain levels of the proper level of air exchange in the isolation rooms because the nurses and doctors were leaving the zippers open. They had initially they had access to our zippers, so they put those up and they wanted the magnets. They're like, okay, we'll give it a shot. They went ahead and put on the zippers because that's what they had because they needed to get something up immediately. And he said, go ahead, do that because you're going to be able to switch out to our magnets. And then they did, and it ended up solving their air exchange issue. Obviously, because the nurses and doctors are not leaving it open. But then we also proved that it can actually hold the levels of air pressure required. And after that, more and more hospitals started kind of catching on and doing it. So we've been trying to get the word out there, but right now it's a lot of individual locations. But we had like Patterson Air Force Base, HCA, Dignity Health, Kaiser, like some of the big names. And recently Canadian Special Forces ordered for their medical facilities. So, you know, it's out there. We've proven it all over the place. And, you know, this is going to help us hopefully get the word out more to industries you guys work with too.
Well, we're definitely going to have this out there for our members and our followers, so they will see that. So without putting you on too much of a spot, which I don't mind doing, is there anything new coming that you can talk about? I don't want any trade secrets here, but anything new that you can let us know what's coming. If you say no, that's okay too.
Let me maybe hint at it. Only because we're trying to be a little careful.
Enough said. Enough said. We can go with that.
Yeah.
So where can somebody buy this
okay,
stuff?
You know what? Better to cut me off. Yes, there
Yeah.
are going to be things, and I'll just say there are going to be things coming out that are going to they're going to add even more containment techniques, and it's like we're excited about it. It's coming soon, but
Yeah, you'll see it real soon.
Okay. So where can somebody purchase this stuff? Is it in the big box stores, through distributors, from you guys? Where do people go to get the reusable systems?
So we sell it directly online and on Amazon, but we also just recently, actually as of yesterday, just launched with Wesco Hazmasters Connie Safety. So that's in Hazmasters in Canada, Connie Safety's in the US. There are several locations of Aramco that have started carrying it. So we believe it'll start going more system wide. And we have several big distributors testing this out right now. And so hopefully it's going to be everywhere soon. No big box yet, but we have companies like HD Supply and people like that reaching out to us to test it. So,
And we're in some locations in UK and Australia, and we're starting to spread. So
But that's good to hear, because we've also recently been doing stuff in Australia, the UK, South Africa. So we're definitely having an impact in a lot of different locations too. And for us, it makes it easier when we refer to a system or a product, or at least a type of technology, people are familiar with it, especially when we're going outside the US. So that makes a big difference. So that's a good thing. All right. How about contact info for you? What's your website for people to go to?
www.reuzip.com. You can contact us at email at info@reuzip.com.
All right. Any last question here? Any upcoming trade shows we can find yet?
I think next one we'll be at ServPro's trade show, their big one in Tampa Bay in June.
That's their
Okay.
national conference. That might be more exclusive to them, but nothing on the schedule just yet. We've been focusing a lot this year on the new products that we got coming out, but we'll be back in the circuit again probably next year.
Okay. Well, I appreciate you spending the time with us. I know it's a big time difference. I'm on the East Coast, you're on the West Coast, but I do appreciate you being here. And we'll do this again when you can tell us about some of the other super secret stuff that's coming out.
No, we'd love that.
We appreciate it, guys. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thanks, Lance.
I want to welcome today's guests from Robert Pettyjohn Cleaning, Mr. Robert Pettyjohn and Katie Ruther. Guys, want to say a quick hello?
Hello there, Lance. It's a joy to join you and the millions watching on their computer.
Thank you, Robert. Hi, Katie. How you doing?
Thank you. I'm good, Lance. How are you?
Good, good. Well, let's get started here. And for those that don't know, Robert is one of our senior trainers. He's involved with our certified mold assessor, mold remediation training, and he does quite a few other things for us. So could you tell us a little bit about your background and how you got involved with this indoor air quality industry?
Well, Lance, just started by cleaning carpets. My wife, Karen, and I were living in Kentucky at the time, and we were looking up at the light fixture on our ceiling and saying, we're going to be here the rest of our lives, or we're going to do something else. So we had an opportunity to go to Hawaii. So we sold everything we had and bought 2 one-way tickets to Kauai and sold jewelry on the beach for a couple of years. And then, like everybody should do, but then we had a little baby born over there. This little girl here to my right and to your left. Little Katie was born over there on Kauai, and we couldn't imagine raising her far away from my mom and daddy or Karen's mom and daddy, Mr. and Miss Chapman in Easley, South Carolina. So we came back to South Carolina, and I did a few odd jobs, and one thing led to another. And I felt the Lord lead me to come up here to Southeastern Seminary to get a PhD in world religions. But he obviously had other things in mind because we were stone cold broke when we got up here. I said, Lord, what are we going to do? I answered an ad in the newspaper that said, clean carpets, make $800 to $1,000 a week. I said, well, that'll pay a few bills. So I started doing it. It was a carpet cleaning company is what it was. So I started doing that. And then one thing led to another. And I realized that I didn't know everything I needed to know. So I went looking for some other resources, and fortunately I found them. But that's how we got started cleaning carpets in 1989 here in Wake Forest, North Carolina.
You know, we've talked in the past about diverse backgrounds and, you know, where people are today and where they came from. So I just want to get this right. I'm visualizing it's the beach bum surfer becoming the doctor PhD, you know, in a short trip.
Well, we did a little bit of windsurfing, but not that other stuff like they do in the pipeline in the North Shore of Oahu or any of these other big surfing venues. And I was accepted into the PhD program at Baylor University and also up here at Southeastern Seminary, but I never enrolled. We were just too broke, and I had to do something else. So I never became the doctor, but that's okay.
Well, I'll tell you, Katie, I know you were dragged through this, probably kicking and screaming most of the way. And if you would like to tell us a little bit about your background, if you're comfortable with that.
Oh gosh. So I grew up with the back seat of our minivan on the front porch to accommodate the carpet cleaning machine.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah. And that's okay. Fond memories. Yeah, but I think I officially started working in the business when I was in third grade, pulling hoses. And as far as I know, I was the only third grader that had a sizable bank account. So I guess I appreciate the life lessons and responsibility that came with working at a young age. And I worked on and off, went to college, tried to find a different career. And after college, I came back and worked in the office a little bit in the field. And I got married. We ran away for about 4.5 years to California and decided this is probably where we really need to be. So we came back and have been ears deep in textiles for the last, I keep saying 6 years, but time keeps ticking. So it might be closer to 8 years by now.
Wow. Amazing.
So here we are. Not at all what you plan for your life, but somehow you're doing what you're supposed to be doing.
All right, very cool. Well, I like to know a little bit more about the backgrounds, and a lot of our viewers, want to know who the people are that we're talking to. So thank you both for that. So let's get down to it. I know what you do is fairly technical as far as the technology that's used, the methodology for cleaning. It's not just spraying a chemical on something and cleaning it. So how did you figure out how to do this? Did you take training, or did you just reinvent the wheel, or how'd you wind up doing what you're doing?
Well, we got started in our training because I had done some work. The guys at the shop figured I was the smartest one, so they sent me the worst, most difficult cases. And at this time, I went and bleached the guy's carpet and made a big mess. And that was $650 that Petty John's did not have. But we had to max out our credit cards in order for that to happen. So we did it. So I figured I better get some training. And as a result, I asked around a couple of places and found out that there was a class at Sunbelt Cleaning Supply House here in Raleigh. And the great Lee Pemberton from McKeesport, Pennsylvania, was the one who was teaching the class. And thankfully, I got the right teacher at the right time. And he told me everything I needed to do and to know in order to get started properly. And I could not be any more thankful for that. So absolutely, training and education, there is no substitute whatsoever for that unless you have a bottomless bank account that can handle all your screw ups.
Okay. Well, with that, in the world of indoor air quality, which is where we all work under, I know there's a lot of trade organizations and support groups and things like that. Did you ever try, or are you still working with those types of groups, trade associations, organizations that helped you through this?
To back up to education for just a moment, one of the fun full circle parts of being in a family business is, while my dad took classes from Lee Pemberton, I think I was able to fully explore my love of upholstery cleaning from Lee's son, Jim, a few years ago. Or many years later. So I think that their family business becoming full circle as our family business has become second generation is one of the beautiful little components that you don't just see everywhere.
So
That's very well put.
yes, it is. But does that really mean that when you were in 3rd and 4th grade, you were helping him with his homework?
I don't know.
You're exposing all our family secrets now.
I just wanted to make it clear for everybody where we were.
Well, that one of the benefits of being at a class like that is that you usually are associated with people that are where you want to be. And one of those people was a fellow named Chubb Safrit, S-A-F-R-I-T. He lived in Concord, North Carolina, right outside of Charlotte. And Chubb at that meeting told me, he said, Robert, if you want to do this business, you do this and this and this and this. And I did that and that and that and that. And then one thing led to another. And now here, what is today's date?
24th.
The 24th of what?
March.
March 24th in 2023. I'm being interviewed by the great Lance Eisen and the Normie crowd, along with my baby daughter, Katie. And I'm so very thankful to be here. But that would not have happened had I not been in the right training organization, doing the right things by people who knew what they were talking about.
Well, I understand, and I thank you for that. And I understand that you've been a part of and some leadership in organizations too along the way. That's where I was trying to go to with this, to kind of talk about your path to where you've gotten to now with the different groups, support groups, organizations, things like that you've been involved with.
That's a good question. Well, you ask good questions, man. Thank you very, very much, Lance. Well, yes, both my wife and I have been privileged to serve as president of the Mid-South Professional Cleaners Association, the finest regional trade association anywhere in the country, without question. My daughter Katie is on the board of directors right now at Mid-South. We were the founding members of the Association of Drug Care Specialists that is headquartered in Dallas, Texas. One of the charter members of that organization. I'm one of just a handful of certified rug specialists here in the United States, the only one in the Southeast. I'm also privileged to be a part of the Restoration Industry Association, where I'm one of about 125 certified water loss specialists in the whole country. And that's a real big deal. So whenever years ago, we used to go get gas and we had to get paid for it inside the convenience store. And when I came home, Karen said, "You went to the gas station, didn't you?" I said, "Yeah, how do you know? Because you smell like smoke." You remember that everybody smoked inside those gas stations. Well, that's the way it is now. You start to smell like the people you hang around. And fortunately, being a part of this national organization for mediators and microbial inspectors known as Normie, I'm beginning to smell like you, Lance, and I'm so thankful for that.
I know there's a compliment in there someplace. I'm just not quite sure how far I have to dig for it. So I'm just going to kind of move on, and let's talk about indoor air quality. As long as you talked about, smells and things like that. Rug cleaners, carpet cleaners, I've seen these guys with their trucks and they go out and they spray some stuff on the floor and vacuum it back up and they're off to the next job. But why wouldn't they be more focused on how it's affecting the rest of the environment with indoor air quality? So, how do you view that component of what you do?
Well, one of the benefits of being involved in an organization like Mid-South is that back in 1989, when we first started, we ran into a fellow. His name is Dr. Michael Berry. He was in charge of the Research Triangle Institute, and at the time was a very, very close friend of the Mid-South Professional Cleaners Association. As a matter of fact, one of his students, a guy named Donald Pumphrey from up in Brown Summit, North Carolina, did a cleaning of the Frank Porter Graham Child Care Center in Chapel Hill and discovered that the recidivism rate for people who got for the kids that were in that carpet cleaning, they got their carpets cleaned regularly, was much, much, much less. They almost never ever got sick. So Dr. Berry, in his book called Cleaning for Health, I don't know if people can see this. This is the one that Dr. Gavin McGregor Skinner is very interested in working with right now. But he says in his book some very, very powerful things about this business of cleaning. He said, in carpeted buildings, check entrances. It is especially important for you to analyze how and where unwanted matter gets deposited inside. This matter can be wet or dry or oily when it rains or snows or whatever the case may be. But he also says something very, very profound. He said, with housekeeping, we manage and take advantage of the sink effect we find inside. Kitchens have a literal sink. If dirty dishes and garbage are allowed to build up in it, bacteria will proliferate, and someone is likely to get sick. Some surfaces are better sinks than others, Dr. Berry says. Carpets and fabrics are very effective sinks. Pollutants stick on or fall into their fabric surfaces due to gravity or electrostatic attraction. Such complex webs of fibers can trap and hold pollutants for a very, very long time. Housekeeping that makes the indoor environment biologically clean promotes long-lasting health. We were fortunate in 1989 to be associated and to be acquainted with Dr. Michael Berry. And even as my role with the ICRC, I was fortunate to serve on the board of directors and the executive committee of that organization for 6 years, for crying out loud. But one of the people we met was a brilliant fellow who worked with the Journal of Cleaning, Restoration, and Inspection. He wrote an article called The Influence of Flooring Type on Allergen Levels and Airborne Particles. This thing right here, an amazing, John Downey is his name, an amazingly brilliant fellow. But he says, and I'll just read one short sentence or two. In conclusion, the results outlined here do not support the common recommendations favoring hard flooring rather than carpet that are currently given to those with asthma and allergy concerns. Adds to the growing body of research that suggests no flooring type is definitely preferable over another. We hear so many people, Lance, as you well know, say, rip the carpet out, take the carpet out. Well, no, the carpet is an effective sink. With every 1 square yard of carpet, there's 1.4 acres of surface area in that. That's a great sink or a reservoir, as Dr. Gavin McGregor Skinner says. But that reservoir, that sink needs to be emptied on a regular basis. Hence, what we're here for today is we are impacting people's indoor air quality in ways they will never have any indication. So,
Well,
industry that does this, that allows us to do this, sir.
let me toss up a softball to you guys for you guys to take a swing at using a baseball metaphor here. Here comes the pitch. In most structures, what is the largest filter in that facility or home?
Katie?
The carpet.
There you go. Pretty much what you just said. I mean, it's a massive filtering system, and it's so important to address it the right way.
It's crazy when the largest filter has been ripped out and replaced with a filter that can't hold on to anything, like a hard floor. It changes the whole maintenance protocol for the house, the whole level of expectation for the homeowner, for the inhabitants and their respiratory existence, in my opinion.
But your opinion is right. And the fact is that big sink that filter has got to be cleaned and emptied on a regular basis. I'm sorry, Nobody put a gun to your head, made you buy that carpet or buy that oriental rug, but still you got to maintain it. Nobody made you have babies. Nobody made you buy that house, but still you got to maintain it properly. I'm not sure what
Absolutely.
you're
And
talking
that was the
about.
whole purpose for asking that question like that. You know, when you do take out the carpeting, it does change everything. The whole indoor air quality structure changes. So let's get a little bit more into the technology side of it. Could you give us some examples or demonstrations? I know you have some videos that you were talking about in a previous conversation we had about carpeting and cleaning and things like that.
That's a very good question, Lance, because cleaning carpets really does impact the 7 elements of indoor air quality. And those 7 elements, of course, are particles, odors, gases, biopollutants, temperature, relative humidity, and comfort. That's how you got to measure something somehow. So let's measure it with these standards, these criteria that Mr. Hoffman and Normie have established as extreme, and research over the decades as established as necessary elements of healthy indoor air quality. How does what we do impact healthy indoor air quality? Katie, how does all that happen? How would you show that?
I would like to start with reel it back a little bit and talk about why before how. I think one of the questions that is often overlooked when it comes to how are you going to clean my rug? Can you clean my rug? What are you doing? Why should I choose you over someone else? Is come back to why are we even doing this in the first place? And the Sunday school answer is indoor air quality. But there are other answers to those questions. And
those are going to be very simple. Why do you do what you do? Because it's important to your precious customers for one, but you've got to also understand what you're doing. Where does this rug come from? Where do these textiles come from? How did they come about even in the first place? And I think you may have a couple. We're going to show you a couple of videos, Lance, and your audience too. They're short videos. They're not going to last forever, but sometimes a picture says more, 1,000 words, 10,000, or whatever it is.
Short videos, like an active picture, so you can just catch a little glimpse of interaction and not necessarily watch the whole movie.
And you got some of those videos?
I think I've got a few.
Oh, that's great. Let's do it.
Okay, we'll go for it.
Good.
All right. So let's do a share screen. Eeny, meeny, miny, moe.
So why do we clean rugs? Oh,
One of the first whys is this right here.
can you see that, Lance?
Yeah, absolutely. And being a grandparent, I mean, that speaks volumes to me.
All right, that little bugger is my nephew. And clearly, oh, there's my niece. And this is one of the primary reasons I clean things, is because I've got little kids and nieces and nephews that are crawling on my floor. And I've got a dog at home, and I know what the dog has done. I know what my kids have done to my floor. And while they're not this young anymore, literally eating the carpet as they pull themselves along, it's still shoes in my house. I know what's this close to their face. And it's important to keep the little people in my life safe.
Plus, their respiratory systems are much less developed than the rest of us. And there's that bell curve of life that from the very beginning, you're more sensitive, and at the very end, you're more sensitive too. So not only for babies, but for seniors in their homes, for people who are having elective surgery, for people who are bringing children home from freshly been born. Oh gosh, there's all kinds of reasons. But this is why we do what we do, dadgummit, is because there's people lives that are dependent on what we're doing. We're cleaning for health, my friend. That's a big deal.
Well, you know, one thing that's a little different is most indoor air quality mold assessment work is measuring environments in that 4 to 6 foot breathable range. That's kind of the standard that most industrial hygienists look at, and testing is done at, because most people exist in that area breathing wise. The children that we're looking at, they don't fall into that range. They are way below it. They're down in the more humid area. They're down where the bigger particles are collecting because they're heavier. So they're more exposed to more, and the carpeting. So I agree with you completely.
And if people don't take their shoes off when they come in their house, that's the single most important thing you can do to maintain your carpets, by the way. We clean for a lot of Asians, and they're accustomed to taking their shoes off, and their slippers, they call them. We lived in Hawaii, and everybody would take their slippers off when they came into the house. Well, these people that we clean for from the Philippines and from other Asian places, their carpets, I said, what are we here for? And they said to clean your carpets. Well, they look fantastic. Why? Because they don't walk on them with their dadgum shoes. They take the shoes off before. It makes a huge difference. Okay, let's look at some more videos. Let's have some fun today. Okay, Kate?
All right. So as a company, Petty John's, we do a lot of oriental rug washing, area rug cleaning, loose rugs, not to differentiate between installed carpeting. And
matter of fact, there's a rug on the back right behind us in the screenshot. That is an Afghan war rug with the tanks. Yep, the tanks and all that. That was made at a special time. We have a rug here on the wall from Tabriz in Iran. We got a bunch of rugs out there from Iran and from Turkey, Syria, from up in the Four Corners area of our country where the Navajo rugs are. Big deal. Let's show the video, see where they come from.
so before you clean something, it's helpful to have an understanding of how it's made. And I like to differentiate between loose rugs and installed carpet, because there's a lot of, can't you just clean my rug in my home? It's sitting on the floor just like my carpet is. Well, the construction difference between broadloom carpet that's installed in your home and a hand knotted oriental rug, or even a machine made loose rug, is wildly different. The density of the tufts, the material, the backing in and of itself is just wildly more accessible and meant to be cleaned in home on a broadloom installed carpet versus a hand knotted rug, which is super, super dense, and a lot of that dry soiling is going to get driven into the foundation, and it's just not accessible from a cleaning standpoint in the home.
While Katie's looking at these videos, let me say one thing to you, Lance. You used the term broadloom a while ago.
Hey, Robert, hang on one second. If you're guys are gonna talk for a while, stop your share so we can see you on the big screen instead of just a little screen with your files.
Okay.
Oh, that's fine. So I understand. So that was just the tiny amount of background before we get into where does the oriental rug come from, or where does the hand knotted rug come from?
Oh my, this is taken in the Luri area of Iran. There are two major nomadic tribes there, the Luris and the Qashqai's. And you can see that this is a big deal in their lives. I mean, this was only taken just a few years ago when I had the privilege to go to Iran and see these sites firsthand. This is something that you just don't see very much at all in our society, particularly in America, but gosh, almost anywhere. And then look who's bringing up the rear, being sure that the job's done right. 2 women, by George. Isn't that fascinating? Wow.
So we start the journey with the sheep walking on a dusty road, and we are going to go to
the sheep have got to be shorn and the wool's cut off. It's got a very high lanolin content in it, so it's got to be washed first. Once it's washed, it can be put into a dye vat and dyed almost any color imaginable. And these guys that do this, these dye masters, using all kind of natural vegetal dyes, are some of the most incredibly brilliant people on earth. They are the most highly respected anywhere along this rug chain. It's those people who know how to match colors and to get them exactly what the customer's looking for. Those are really huge. And I've had the privilege of getting to know some of these folks and to watch how hard they work. Man, you just never see them taking breaks.
So one of the questions we pose to ourselves before we clean a rug or anything in reality, what's it made of, what's happened to it, and what's the value? We're going to dig into the what's it made of portion right now as we've been. And
so people may find this awful pedantic or something kind of, why you show me all these things like this? Well, there's got to be an entertainment value to what we're seeing. You're seeing some stuff that you've probably never, ever seen before. We're lifting up the sheets, and now you can see what's going on in between. And it's a beautiful story of what all's been happening over the years. And to see that this, by the way, the oldest Oriental rug discovered was in the Pizric Mountains of Russia. It dates back to 5000 BC. It is constructed exactly the way that Persian or Iranian rugs are constructed today. Amazing, amazing. This here, you're seeing a lady in the Luri tribe. She is spinning the wool that's been cut off of the sheep, and it's all been cleaned up, and now they get big old skeins of this stuff, and it's got to be spun now into a yarn that can be used in a rug. But just look at all the times that this is being held by the human hand. Look, all the oils, look at the soil that's on the ground. I mean, these things, you'll see how this is taken care of down the road. This is just a beautiful process. And whether you're washing upholstery, whether you're cleaning dishes, whether you're cleaning up a television set or whatever, you got to know how things are constructed. And look at these incredible ladies there in the Kashka'i tribe that are actually weaving a rug on the ground. These are nomadic tribes, much like you read about in the Old Testament. And these girls are all dressed up, ready to meet their husband should he come by. And it is, I mean, literally, that's the truth. And just look at what they're doing on the ground, for crying out loud. Wow. If this doesn't want to make you want to preserve the investment, we're, as Ron Toney says, who's the IICRC #1 certification, by the way, Ron Toney says we are able to preserve time spent. Oh, what other job can you do that can preserve time that's already been spent? I've got 2 daughters, and a lot of these people who are making rugs, and you'll see in the videos, they're all women. Men are out there smoking cigars and drinking tea and trying to sell something. But no, these ladies are the ones working. And while washing a rug properly, we're preserving the time that they spend on it. Just look at the incredible dexterity that these ladies have got in their hands. They're taking 2 or 3 of these yarns together, and this lady is cutting this yarn off as she goes. Those knives are unbelievably sharp, but her fingers, no slices whatsoever. Just a beautiful, beautiful context of why we do what we do. And if you don't know why you do what you do, it becomes a game of gossip, somebody has said. No, you've got to know why you do what you do. This is why we do it. And once the rug is, it's got to be finished. So let's see what's going on here. If you've ever felt a wool rug on the back of the rug, it can feel kind of scratchy and kind of rough. Well, in order for that not to happen, they actually set fire to the bottom of a rug. Wool, on the other hand, wool rugs do not catch a fire. That's why they are used exclusively in the airplane business. You look at the airplane that you fly on, the Delta, Pan Am, whatever you got. There's not Pan Am anymore, is it? No. Okay. But any other airline you fly, they all have wool carpets. Why? Because they don't catch a fire and burn.
What does the burning actually do?
The burning actually removes the scratchy stuff that's on the back of the rug. And there's an aesthetic value to having an Oriental rug. And one of them is it feels so soft and so plush under your hands. You can pick it up and look at the back side of it. But now, after all those rugs are dealt with so many times, they got to be cleaned somehow. Let's watch and see how these folks are washing the rug. There's 6 elements to any cleaning process. There's chemical action, mechanical action. This is where you're brushing your teeth or your hair or your dishes or whatever. Chemical action, mechanical action, dwell time, temperature, rinse, or dry. Those 6 elements. You can see that they're wetting this thing down. They're actually using laundry detergent to wash these rugs out on. And they want to wash them and get them as clean as possible before they. But you just look. Are they rinsing them out completely? Are they really getting those things completely clean and rinsed out? There's the question about that. Let's continue. Now, once you wash something, you got to dry it up. This is Mr. Reza Zolanvari, one of the most brilliant and compassionate men you'll ever meet. He has Zolanvari rugs. You can look them up. And these are, you see the rocks out in Iran, that sun is beating on those rocks all the time. And they've taken these rugs, they've turned them face up, and the rugs, the bottom of it, what Mr. Zolanvari is explaining is that these rugs are drying from the bottom and from the top with the sunshine and a little bit of air. There's not very much air movement. Temperature, air movement, and dehumidification are the 3 factors that influence drying anything, whether you have a flood in your house or you're drying wet rugs. Temperature, air movement, and dehumidification. You're seeing that process. Plus, they're being exposed to the UV light, which is helping to deepen the colors in these yarns. They thought of everything over the thousands and thousands of years that they've been doing this. It's in the book of Judges. You can read it. But when you make a rug, you got to sell it. So here they are, flipping rugs. It's called flipping rugs to the public. Here's what that looks like. And this was taken in Iran or Persia, whatever you want to call it, by some of the most careful, beautiful human beings. Just look at these textiles. Look at how beautiful they are. Oh, my stars.
So many hands are involved in the production of the rug before a brand new rug gets to a showroom or gets to your home, where it's new and presumed to be clean and ready to use. And the concept of clean, the definitive clean, it's kind of vague because, hold on just 1 second, you'll see in this video, it's about 2 seconds away. You're going to see
Oops.
that has just potentially touched a brand new item that you're going to bring into your home and your child's going to crawl across, or you're going to drop a little crumb and you're going to pick it up and eat it because that was a really good blueberry muffin and you just bought the rug so it's clean. So
this is actually the very first rug I ever bought. It's actually a grain bag. I bought this at the Grand Bazaar in Istanbul, Turkey. And to be able to, and what happened was the folks used to put the grain in these bags and put the bags on top of, on the back of the horse and take them back and forth to wherever they needed to go. So this is now, fortunately, this has been cleaned. And that man that you saw in there has got a huge, huge heart, but he is unfortunately no longer with us. A dear friend of our rug industry, and he's no longer with us. So, but this is understanding where these come from and how they get around and how they make it into people's houses. There's a story behind every one of these rugs. There may not be a story behind a carpet, but there's almost always a story behind an Oriental rug. We bought this rug in Ephesus on our honeymoon when we were on the Mediterranean Sea. We bought this, the very first purchase we bought, we went downtown and bought it at the rug shop. And now this is the first thing we ever bought as a married couple, somebody would say. Or I don't want to start crying or nothing, but my granddaddy taught me how to dance on this rug. Or this is when my brother and I used to play the Hot Wheels around the outside edges of the guard border on these rugs. All kind of stories behind them. And you just mentioned one about your mama a while ago. There's stories behind them all. And these are very, very real. A lady brought a rug into us the other day, about 6 or 8, 9 years ago, something like that. And it was a polypropylene, tore up and all that. And I said, ma'am, if you'd prefer, we could just go ahead and put it up back there. And I was pointing to the dumpster. She said, oh, no. This is the only thing my mother ever gave me. I can point to you in our shop right now where the two of us were crying, and we cleaned it just like we cleaned the governor's rugs, even better. This was a big deal to me. We made this just like it was. It belonged to Jesus himself. So that's just.
You know, when you're talking about how the rugs were made, the care that goes into them and everything else, I mean, just like with anything that you would want to clean or repair or fix, you have to know what it's made of. You have to know how it's constructed. Otherwise, you're blindly going in there and possibly doing something to damage it, throwing bleach on it to get the dirt out. Well, that's going to take out the color, or using the wrong type of equipment to disassemble something. So it's really important to understand how things are constructed, which is what you just showed us. So thank you very much for that.
Whether it's a rug or whether it's your hardwood floors or anything, I know that you and I have had water damages in our home. As a matter of fact, today I'm getting all the CPVC plumbing removed from my deadgum house, so I don't want to come home to a flood. They're replacing all that stuff. Well, I've had floods in my house when we came home and it was wet, and you've had floods in your house too. And to know for the restoration contractor or the remediation contractor to know what it's made of before he starts just sawing into something is just really huge. You made an excellent point, Lance. That's a beautiful point. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Well, let me ask you a question. If you were able to talk to homeowners and business owners, what would you tell them to do to protect their rugs or floor coverings, whether it's carpet or a throw rug type of a thing, Oriental rug?
Oh, that is a great question. You should know the answer to some of that, Katie.
How to protect your rugs? Well, I like to kind of refer to the American healthcare standard on this one, and you can kind of go one of two ways. You can go preventative or you can go corrective. A lot of people find it easier to just go corrective. I'm going to eat this now, and if my pants don't fit, I'm either going to buy new pants, or if the doctor tells me to lose weight, I will. It's almost always easier and to your advantage to be preventative
and cheaper.
And cheaper, maybe a little more expensive in the short term, always cheaper in the long term to go preventative. That means taking your vitamins, get your butt out of bed in the morning and exercise, or do some sort of meditation or something and get yourself right for the day. Also, preventative is imagining in the future what's going to happen. Somebody's going to spill something. Somebody's going to find something you said so funny that their soda spews out of their nose. They're laughing so hard. Then you've got to deal with cleaning up. That's happened. That's why I said that.
Well, and you're exactly right. We have the ability to think and to project ourselves into the future is really, really huge.
Well, one of the components here that's so important is by showing people the reality of how things are done, how things are made, and how things should be. And now talking about the preventative compared to reactionary, that is a major issue with most people today. Nobody, and I say nobody, the governments particularly don't want to spend money preventatively. They don't budget for prevention. They budget only for reactionary. Unfortunately, a lot of people are exposed to that too. A lot of people are short on funds, so they're not going to spend money to fix something that isn't a problem as yet. What you're demonstrating to us is the risk to that and how much more it costs down the road. I guess the easiest example for most people to understand would be driving your car for 10 years and never changing the oil. Well, it seems to be running fine. I'll leave it alone. Well, one day the engine seizes and that, $10 can of oil just cost you $5,000 for a new engine. So, it's taking care of it now before it becomes a problem is so important.
Sure. I 100% agree. I highly recommend putting a protective coating on your textiles when they're new or freshly cleaned, because of the simple, buy yourself some time in case of a spill. Make your vacuuming more effective. You're going to vacuum anyway. You floss your teeth regularly, and your dentist knows when you don't. Your rug cleaner knows when you're not vacuuming regularly. So put the protective coating on there. It makes it almost extends to the point where it can save relationships in your life.
Oh gosh, yes.
Because at some point, your child might spill a chocolate milkshake on your dad's rug. And
Is that what your child did?
I think so.
I think so too.
And even though the rug was protected, there was a very brief moment that was captured. You could feel it, the tension in the air. Had that rug not been protected, I know what it's like to spot clean a protected rug and know what it's like to spot clean an unprotected rug. It's just a lot more difficult. And I don't know what the result's going to look like. But it was a timeout. Everybody stay calm. I need a paper towel. I need a spoon. I need a little bit of water on a towel. And the milkshake scooped right up into the towel. And within, honestly, about 2 minutes worth of work, we had that rug back to pre-loss condition. And there were no hard feelings other than the milkshake, the effort put into the milkshake, which you can't help.
But stuff is going to happen. But you bring up a good point. A lot of times, people who are visiting with you in your home, they'll spill something and they'll never tell you. They'll just overlook it and hope you don't notice it or something. And now you've got some funky mess somewhere down the road that you got to deal with. Had that rug been protected properly, like you said, or at least have the knowledge of somebody that knows what they're doing in order to clean that rug or that piece of upholstery or whatever the case, those things are very, very expensive. And being able to take care of that. And that is also one of the components of indoor air quality, which is odors. And some of these odors don't show up until the humidity maybe get high in the air or something. Now it gets kind of funky. So these are real life situations that we come across with all the time.
So to bring one of your previous questions back full circle, what is the carpet cleaner? What does the rug cleaner even have to do with indoor air quality? I have a video. I will share my screen again. A video that's going to kind of walk us through, now that we know what a rug is made of, how it's constructed, we can look at the entire rug cleaning process and see what is important about the rug cleaning process and how it is critical to the indoor environment. I can pause this as needed if we get chatty about something. So this in our shop here's another war rug. Clearly we have a theme in my household because my husband was in the military. And this is not a true Afghan war rug. It was made in Pakistan. And I do hate that. Let's go back. The first thing we do is inspect it just to be sure that we're all on the same page with the client, because no matter what kind of service you're providing, setting the expectation with your client on the front end always makes it easier to do your job right.
That's the same way it is with mold remediation or anything we're doing at any company, whether we're doing mold remediation or carpet cleaning or upholstery cleaning, whatever.
House painting, whatever it is.
By the way, that's Andrew right there.
That is my husband.
By the way, this guy in this video is an Iraqi war veteran, a Purple Heart recipient, a man's man. He's not scared of nothing. And he happens to be my son-in-law, and I'm very, very thankful that he's part of the family.
So the last little portion was the tumble duster, and this is compressed air, 125 CFM, 125, what else?
PSI.
PSI, man things, that's okay. And this is the dry soil removal that is critical to the first step of the cleaning process.
Because can you pause it just a second?
Yep.
Procter and Gamble back in the 70s did a study of what was in dirty carpets, and they did a dirty upholstery because they wanted to sell a product over the counter. And they discovered that about 78% of the soil that's in carpet is dry particle soil that can be vacuumed in and taken away. The other 20% is a roughly 10% water soluble soil, and solvent soluble soil, the other 10. So knowing that, we got a rug or your carpet care professional, whatever, gets 80% of it clean by simply vacuuming or dusting it correctly and properly. Amazing how much of that. And hence, what are we doing? We're improving indoor air quality. Because if that's all we did to that rug right there, it goes back in as a much more healthy part of that customer's indoor air quality. Look at all that dry particle soil, and these are big chunks. We're not seeing the little stuff.
So you see the dusty, the skin cells, the things that come in off your shoes. And I think you've said in the past, if you were to only do this, you'd still get an 80 on the test, which I'd like to point out as a child was not acceptable. And as a rug cleaner, I still don't think it's acceptable. So we'll continue on. I am slightly embarrassed that's how much came out of a rug from my house. That's okay. So here is 1,200 gallons of naturally softened rainwater that we harvest from our roof. And we will put a rug, depending on structural integrity, condition of the rug, and soiling. Will go into the wash tub. A couple different factors will play a part into it. So swimming around with a little cleaning agent, the rug will release the water-soluble soils and things that can be addressed by the cleaning agent. And if there's urine in the rug, it'll spend a little more time there. This is one of the elements of the cleaning process.
There's 6 elements to any cleaning process. Chemical action, like you saw some detergents inside that wash tub. Chemical action, mechanical action. This is mechanical action. You brush your teeth, for instance. This is brushing your rug's teeth. Chemical action, mechanical action, dwell time. You don't stick a rug into that wash tub and then pull it right back out. Give it 30, 45 minutes of dwell time. Chemical action, mechanical action, dwell time, temperature. That rug is at a certain temperature. Then rinse and dry. Those 6 elements. If you wash your hair, you rinse it. You don't just walk out of the shower. No, you rinse yourself off. The same thing happens in a rug. You rinse it off. And now this goes into the wringer rinser to where it's rinsing a rug off. If you could stick yourself in there, it would be really good.
That would hurt.
No, it hurt, wouldn't
Okay.
it?
So we have a little bit of warmth to the water, not hot water, a little bit of warmth because we know that does a little better job of rinsing out the cleaning agents. It's going to slowly creep through this process. And on the other side of those jets are those little rubber guys right there that kind of squeegee out a lot of the loose water. So
That's just like Granny had it in her wash thing in the back on her back porch.
Yes.
She kept all the National Enquirers in there though, instead of washing rugs in it.
Oh my
Didn't
goodness.
she?
I don't know.
Okay.
And then the rest of the water is spun out in the centrifuge, which is going to spin at about 960 RPM. And it's a little faster than the Gravitron at the fair. It would literally liquefy you if you got into it. And
That's 10,000 PSI is what it is. That's the RPM.
Yep. And then the final grooming. When you wash your hair, you comb it when you're done so that it doesn't dry out and knotted and tangly. and then you dry it. So then our rug is going to go into the dry room where we duct in hot, dry air, and recirculate that heat, duct out the humidity, use air movement and temperature and dehumidification to get this rug dry. Most rugs are going to be dry in that 4 to 8 hour window because we're able to really seal it in and get it nice and warm, and a very effective drying system. And then the next day we'll detail any little spots that maybe didn't come out because they're solvent soluble, detail the fringe is needed, roll it up, put it on the wall and say, come get me. So that is our rug cleaning process. And that is how you pull particulate out of a rug to make it a clean, healthy filter again.
And we do the same thing with upholstery too. We blow it off to get the dry particles out of there. By the way, we've had extremely good success, even with moldy upholstery, to be able to blow it off, to put a disinfectant on there first, blow it off completely with 125 PSI, 125 CFM, and then wash it again thoroughly, and then blow it off again, and then test it and send it off to the lab, and it comes back food grade clean. We've taken rugs that we put 15 gallons of raw, untreated sewage, doo-doo, on those rugs, rolled them up for 4 days, and taken them off and cleaned them and got them washed and clean. Send them to the lab up in Grand Rapids, Michigan, where they test all the cereal boxes and all that, and it comes back food grade clean. That's a huge, huge deal for people that have mold in their homes, or they have any kind of an illness or something that's causing them to have bad indoor air quality. Well, we can now, my goodness, we can save the roads, and there's people all over across the country who can do the same thing. One of the things that Katie was talking about is preventive maintenance. One of the preventive maintenance ways that you can do this is to research your area and find somebody who is a certified rug specialist with the Association of Rug Care Specialists, ARCS, or look up Normie, NORMI, and look for a Normie professional. That guy should have done his homework enough to know who the rug professionals are in his area, who the textile professionals are in his area, because none of us is good. Well, almost none of us is good at everything.
Speak for yourself.
Well, before you kids start arguing, let me jump in here and say that obviously the passion is there for what you do and how you care about your customers and their property and how you take care of it. So kudos for that. Absolutely. We only have
only the way we were raised. It's only the way we were raised, Lance. Mr. and Miss Chapman ingrained that into Karen, and my mom and daddy surely did the same thing for us.
Well, they did a good job, but we have a few minutes left. So is there anything you'd like to wrap up with or say to anybody watching this?
I just want to reiterate the fact that cleaning your textiles in your house impacts the indoor air quality of what you're breathing. Mr. Hoffman says that these cleaning techniques and all that are for people who like to breathe, and we enjoy breathing, and our customers enjoy breathing. And these rugs. Oh, I'm glad you put this up. This is from Shaw Industries, by the way.
I'm not screen sharing
Okay,
right now.
can you screen share it?
I can.
All right.
I sure can.
This is important. It was said of the parson in Chaucer's Canterbury Tales, but first he wrought her, and then he taught her. Well, if I'm gonna sit there and tell you stuff to do, I ought to at least do it in my own dadgum house. So let's go to the next one too.
Okay, so let's talk about this though.
Okay.
The first lines of defense. We always say vacuuming is one of the best ways of maintenance, but before vacuuming, what can you do to reduce or prevent the load of soiling that's going to be on your floor covering? And the 3 zones, as Shaw calls it, zone 1, 2, and 3, is get the moisture off of your feet first, and then something to collect the bulk of like a scrubby, bristly kind of
Floor mat.
format,
Yep.
and then something to get whatever might be left on it. So why does it keep going the same direction?
That's okay.
I'm sorry. Here.
This is my front porch, and you see that I've got some rug pad that was cut wrong, so we use it out there. That's absorbing the moisture off from the bottom of my shoes. And you see that little scratchy little green rug mat. That's an AstroTurf mat. I want to scratch the stuff off the bottom of my dadgum shoes. Studies have shown it takes 15 steps to remove the soil from the bottom of your shoes. So let's accelerate that, please, and we can do that. And then another thing we do is we put a nylon walk-off mat there and put our shoes over to the side so that we're not traipsing that stuff all in our house. Why? Because my wife and I breathe about 3,000 gallons of air every day, just like you and Andrew and your babies don't drink quite that much, but everybody that's watching this video, you drink 3,000 gallons of air a day. And do you want to get it clean as possible for your healthy indoor environment? And fortunately, we're starting them off young at Petty John's. But she needs to put the phone up and not talk to her friends while she's doing some work, though.
You know, Katie, you had spoken earlier about that whole child labor thing when you were growing up. And
Oh, gosh, no,
I see this isn't really skipping a generation.
Okay, just handcuff me now. You can go ahead.
Brendan's family, all of the little ones have been obsessed with vacuum cleaners, which is funny. Is it funny? I think it's in our DNA.
But it goes back to these things here we're talking about here, Lance. These cleaning for health. Research has shown that if you can identify where the reservoirs or the sinks are in your house, or in your office, or in your car, or anywhere, then you can identify the pathways that reservoir takes to get into your lungs or into your body, that a germ or a virus or a mold spore or something would get into there. Then you can interrupt that pathway and stop that from getting into your body. This is one of the beautiful things that Dr. Gavin McGregor Skinner is teaching people to become essential cleaning professionals. And by the way, during the corona, you remember we called some politician's office and told him that we cleaned the governor's rugs. And he said, okay, you're an assistant cleaning professional. So we got that designation early on. And how many times have we taken a rug and taken the ATP meter and before and after and seen the reduction in organic load almost non-existent?
We had fun playing with that during COVID when everyone was hyper aware of ATP meters and organic load. And we tested a random rug out in our shop. I think it had urine in it, so we knew it was going to have a decent organic load to begin with. And when we were done cleaning it, literally right out of the centrifuge, we groomed it, we put it on the poles like you saw in the video, did another ATP swab on it, and did one of those cartoon eye rub things, did another swipe with another test, and it said 0. We were like, did you do it right?
Unbelievable. No.
Well, I'll tell you what, I want to interrupt you here because I think you're giving away all the secrets to part 2 of Petty John Cleaning here. So we're just about out of time for this segment. So if we can wrap this up, maybe we'll do another segment in the near future and go into some more detail on that.
Well, fortunately, this business is in our blood. My granny lived at 25 Liley Street in Somerville, Georgia, right across from the Bigelow Sanford rug mill. And she babysitted all the children for the executives of that place. My uncle was a dolpher there. Both of my aunts worked in that rug plant. And my daddy's PhD is in organic chemistry, for crying out loud. And he worked at DuPont for 35 years as a senior research chemist with them, and developed a lot of different textiles that we use today, as a matter of fact. And fortunately, it's in our blood, but also a respect for the people who made this rug is in our blood, and respect for our precious customers is in our blood too. We're not here. John Donne says, no man is an island unto himself. We're not here by ourselves, and we're part of the whole. And what we do impacts people's lives. And that's the beautiful thing about Normie, is that Mr. Hoffman and you, Lance, and Roger, and all those guys, and David, and all those guys out there are just are preaching this sermon over and over and over again. And it's taking. I think our society and our culture is really beginning to develop a huge appreciation for proper indoor air quality. And thank you, Lance, for what you've done and for allowing us to look under the sheets to see what's going on at Petty John's too.
Well, Katie, Robert, I thank you very much for spending this time with us. Very educational, and maybe we'll do this again with the part 2.
Well, that'd be fun. Thank you. Thank you so much, Lance.
Thank you, Lance.
Take care. I want to welcome Douglas Hoffman, the Executive Director of Normie, which is the National Organization of Remediators and Microbial Inspectors, to our episode today. And for those of you that have been following us, we've been doing interviews with influential people in the indoor air quality, outdoor air quality, and firefighting arena, all dealing with the wildfires coming out of Canada. So Doug, welcome.
Hey, thank you. Good to be here.
I'm glad to have you. You know, you have an extensive background in building science. And one of the things that came up with some of the interviews that we've been going through since the wildfires in Canada started affecting the central and middle part of the US is, what do people do? You know, you can't stop breathing. You know, that's just not an option. You know, people can go, we've talked about this earlier, you know, 20 to 40 days without food. They can go 3 to 7 days without water, 4 to 6 minutes without air. So no option there. So you have to be able to continue to breathe. So we normally have people that complain about indoor air quality without smoke, without all these other external things going on. What can people do to try to help themselves when they're in conditions like this, where you can't go outside, where the air is normally better than inside?
Yeah, I think that's a great question, Lance, because it's funny because it seems as though sometimes when these kinds of things happen, all of a sudden something that we actually should face and should deal with every single day, all of a sudden now becomes a real problem. We don't think a lot about the air that we're breathing inside because, frankly, we can't see it. And because we can't see it, because there's not a cloud or a haze in our indoor environment, we don't think much about what it is that we're actually breathing. I've talked about that sometimes with the bottled water. Do you know what's in the bottled water you drink? Well, if you can't see it, you're not terribly concerned. And so one of the things that then piques our interest is when we do identify something, either by an odor or by something that we see that's floating around in the air. Now, all of a sudden, it becomes an issue. You know, in our classes, we talk a lot about this shaft of light that you see in the morning. You don't typically see all that stuff floating around, and so you don't think about it. But in the shaft of light, when the light's beaming in and you see all these little submicron particles flying around, you're thinking, okay, what is this stuff that I'm actually breathing? And so now we're in a situation where all of a sudden I'm smelling inside of my house something that I shouldn't be smelling inside of my house, a forest fire. You know, where is that coming from? And why is it that I'm smelling it inside of my house? And I think it's interesting when you think about the way houses are constructed today, or buildings, even commercial buildings are constructed today. it really isn't surprising that we are beginning to smell inside the contaminants that we're seeing outside. And some people live close to paper mills, for instance, and they're going to notice that there's something going on outside. Now, all of a sudden, they smell it inside. Now it's an issue. Now, how do I deal with it?
Well, you know, to put it into context that everybody's going to understand, you gave the example of a bottle of water. Well, that water is filtered and processed. The indoor air quality isn't. And because of that, you're running into issues with people having to visualize a problem. If that bottle of water was brown or cloudy, nobody would drink it. If the air is cloudy or brown, they don't have a choice. You still have to breathe. So what do you do?
Yeah, I think that's exactly right. Well, of course, I think the main thing is trying to figure out where that's coming from inside of the house. How is it getting into the house? And are there things I can do that can actually mitigate that? And one of the big differences in the way I look at building construction from, I know some builders do, is they talk about a house being able to breathe. I'm not altogether sure that they know exactly what they're saying when they say that. Does a house need to breathe? Well, it certainly needs to have balanced pressure of some sort. But if the house is pulling in things from the outside, say it's under negative pressure, you're creating a vacuum inside the house. What is it that you're pulling in from the outside, and where are those contaminants coming from? You know, the smoke that we smell is not just a problem because we're smelling it. I'm sure you've already addressed through some of the people that you've talked with, there are some pretty strong contaminants in that smoke that we're breathing. And how do you mitigate that? How do you keep that from coming inside of your house? So I have a couple of suggestions that might help when you start thinking about things like air infiltration issues, the idea of fresh air makeup. Fresh air makeup, of course, is a great idea to bring air in from the outside through your air conditioning system. But the question is there a way to reduce that or to mitigate that? So I have some ideas that I might be able to share here that people could do pretty quickly to begin to seal off what's going on the outside. That's at least one step, and that's to begin to seal up that environment so that you're not bringing stuff in from the outside.
That was one of the questions and concerns that came up when I actually did an episode with Michael Pinto over sensitized individuals, that normally indoor air quality is up to 10 times worse than the outside air. So people that are sensitized, which is like 20% of the population, they go outside to feel better. When the outside is, you know, so choked with smoke from forest fires, thousands of miles away, you know, what do? Now you got to retreat back to the area that's a problem.
Yeah, that's exactly right. So for sensitized individuals, one of the methods that we use to determine how are those things getting inside the house is by doing what's called a blower door test. And essentially what they do is they take off the front door and they'll install a door that has a gigantic fan on it. And then they'll turn that fan on and put the house under negative pressure. Essentially, what you're doing is you're creating a vacuum inside of the home. And guess what happens when you do that? Now, all of a sudden, you're pulling air in through the cracks and crevices around the windows, cracks and crevices around the doors, places that you don't really even think about. A lot of people don't realize that wall cavities, exterior wall cavities, actually breathe. And what I mean by that is that moisture and vapor will actually move through those walls. And so now all of a sudden, when that house is set up under negative pressure, and you run a blower door test, created that vacuum, now what you're doing is you're even pulling it through the electrical outlets. And whatever is in that wall cavity is now coming into the air that you breathe. And that may sound really like, you know, that's a little too detailed for me. Do I really need to be that concerned? But that's the answer as to where are those things coming from. They're coming from the outside. Even if you kept your doors and windows closed, you're still going to smell that smoke that's from the outside. And whatever that smoke is carrying, you're actually going to be breathing.
I'm in New Jersey, and we were directly affected by the smoke coming out of Canada from the fires. And 4 o'clock in the afternoon, the sun's high in the sky. We went through 3 days of not a cloud in the sky, and it looked like sunset. I have some incredible pictures of that. But because of that, trying to close up your house and make it airtight doesn't seem to work either. There's got to be a balance. There's got to be some way that you can survive inside and out other than just running away from the entire part of the country.
Well, I wish there was an easier answer, but there really isn't. I think that you do have to do the best you can to seal up those cracks and crevices with weather stripping, with caulking. They make a little product called a door saddle that fits on the bottom of the door, where you can slide that down and tighten up the threshold so that there's not air coming in from underneath the door. I think once you do that, of course, as we've always said, it's got to be a holistic solution. That's at least part of the problem. But if you can take the time to seal off some of those entry points where the smoke is coming in from the outside, then you can address the indoor air quality with good filtration, good purification, those kinds of things that are more proactive in terms of oxidizing those contaminants that are in the air. So it definitely can be done. I think it's just maybe a little more effort than most people are willing to take. I think they'd almost rather go to the mall.
During those 4 days that we had the really bad smoke conditions here, I have monitors all over the place. I have outside monitors, inside monitors for my air quality and conditions. And I have one unit called a Fubot, which I know you're familiar with, in my office. I intentionally in my office did not run air purification, and I had a door open. I was keeping it open to the outside. The thing was glowing so bright orange. You probably saw it from Louisiana. It was just, the air quality was absolutely awful. In the house, where I kept doors, windows closed, and ran a lot of purification technologies, very proactive stuff, it was really fine. There was no odor inside the house. Whether I think we went a little bit on the positive pressure side, which would have helped with that also, keeping everything out. But there was a tremendous difference with that. I have graphical readings that I actually show in an interview with Dr. Gavin McGregor Skinner that shows in the morning, before the smoke hit the first day, everything was very low, almost not detectable on outdoor air quality. And as it hit, it spiked really high and stayed there for almost 4.5, 5 days. Slowly started to go away. But, it went away. And again, people go back to the out of sight, out of mind philosophy. I don't see this going away. There's a film all over everything that's out there, from the smoke, the ash that was out. What kind of concerns are there for long-lasting effects from the stuff that people have breathed in and what's still out there?
Well, I think that's a really good point. Of course, I'm not a medical doctor, but I do know that people who are breathing poor quality air over a long period of time typically are going to have some pretty negative health effects. I mean, you think about all the people that have suffered from their efforts to solve the problems during 9/11, all of the people that suffered after Hurricane Katrina, and they were in these contaminated environments working, and they weren't protecting themselves at all. That there's got to be some long-range concerns about those contaminants that are still hanging out. So I think the key is, for me, would be to do the best I can while it's going on right now, but do the best I can to keep the surfaces clean, to keep the air clean, to keep the air purified and filtered, to do the best I can now so that I can offset the potential for what might be a buildup of contamination over a long period of time. I remember reading several years ago in Reader's Digest about a single cigarette producing over 4,000 chemical gases, 43 of which are carcinogenic. And the article went on to say, interestingly enough, that secondhand smoke that a person would be breathing who's not smoking was in some cases more dangerous than the person who was smoking. that it was affecting the person who was breathing that smoke worse than it was affecting the person who was actually doing the smoking. So I think there's a lot for us to learn long term, but at least to begin with, I think the answer is what can I do right now to make sure that I'm creating the cleanest environment that I possibly can? Because one of the things that I do have control over, may not have any control over what's going on outside, but I certainly have control over what's going on inside. And you know as well as I do that there are ways that we can do that will make sure that we're breathing the best air that we can breathe in spite of what's going on outside.
I just want to change directions real quick because I did another episode with Dan Reese. He's let me get his title. He is a wildfire strategist and an aviation advisor dealing with wildfires. And we spoke at length about some of the things that are going on out there, the lack of education, what people don't understand and know. And I said, what are you concerned about? And he talked about the two different types of wildfires. One is where it's burning a forest, putting smoke in the air from the trees, the brush and stuff like that. The other type is when it's burning a forest and starts burning homes and businesses and factories and putting all of these other unknown chemistries in the air.
Right.
It takes it to a whole nother level. Now, in my area, they were talking about every news channel wearing your N95 mask or your N100 mask. Well, that's fine for larger particulates, but it's not going to do anything for the gases or the chemicals that are in the air. They go right through it like you're not wearing a mask whatsoever. Where's the concern on that?
Yeah, I think we know that, don't we? I mean, we all went through COVID where we were wearing masks, and yet we could still smell a lot of what was going on around us and the heavy perfume that somebody was wearing. So I think we got a pretty good education on the ineffectiveness of masking for smallest particles, the smaller submicron particles, and for the gases that are in the air. So again, I don't know that there's an actual solution. I mean, I'm not the kind of guy that's going to walk around outside in a hazmat outfit, But the truth is that I think the recommendation that they made about staying inside is really not a bad one. If you can stay inside and you can control the air that you're breathing inside, if you don't have to go outside, then there's not a reason to, because you're exactly right. I think the thing that concerns me about these kinds of fires are all of the other contaminants that are in the air besides just the wood burning particulate.
Absolutely. And, one final comment on the masks. Wearing a mask is going to help, but you can't get that full sense of security saying, oh, I'm wearing a mask, I'm protected, because you're only protected from some of the larger particulate, not the gases, the chemicals, and everything else. Just like viruses would go right through a mask. So that's a definite concern. So without rebuilding your house, preparing for the next time the wind shifts and blows the fire smoke this way, which it's going to happen again. Just because of weather conditions and everything else, what can people do?
Well, so several years ago, you probably remember the Colorado fires, and we had a lot of contact with some folks that actually lived there. In fact, one of our real good friends lost their family cabin from the Colorado fires. They lived in Colorado, but they also had a separate place, which was their cabin, and it just burned to the ground. And as soon as those fires started, we sent them some proactive air purification technologies. And I don't know how much you want to talk about that, or if you've got other people you want to talk about those technologies, but I'll tell you that I'm convinced that that's one of the first things that somebody could do to deal with the particulates and the chemicals and the odors, something holistically, proactively that could be put in the environment to actually purify the air. So I think those two things kind of go hand in hand. One is do the best you can to seal up the environment with, again, weather stripping, caulking, saddles on the doors, exterior doors to close up the thresholds and keep those tighter. Put on insulators on the electrical outlets to make sure you're not pulling air in from the wall cavities. those kinds of things to me is absolutely a first step. And then the second step would be make sure that I've got really, really good air purification technology, something that's got a good HEPA filter, got a good PCO technology or ionization technology that's going to get rid of those chemicals and those odors and those particulates. Something holistically, proactively dealing with the air quality. That's where I would be.
I agree with you completely. Actually, I did an interview for one of the segments with Michael Pinto. I think I may have mentioned that. And besides just talking about the sensitized individuals, we talked about, and I don't want to talk too much about the episode, but a safe room. You know, just like you would have for a tornado or a hurricane or a severe event going on, one smaller area that you can protect even more than the other areas. And that's something else you can do depending on your situation.
You know, the interesting thing about this is just from every kind of, like I said, I'm not a health professional, but I do know that one of the reasons why we do so well when we sleep well is because when we sleep well, it builds up our immune system. It strengthens us when we get a really good night's sleep. And I feel the same way about our indoor environments. If I can create a safe environment in which I can breathe good quality, clean air, at least as good as I can, compared to what might be going on outside, or just like drinking purified water over a long period of time, when I'm exposed to that bad water at the restaurant or somewhere else, one time, it's not going to affect me because my immune system is strong enough to be able to deal with those periodic times that I'm having to deal with contamination. So I think in the long run, it's creating a lifestyle in which I'm creating the cleanest, healthiest, safest indoor environment I can for myself in every way that I can, so that when those times come where I can't control the environment, at least my defenses are up to a point and my immune system is strong enough that I can deal with those issues. And I think that's the idea of the safe room. I'm big on creating a safe house.
And I agree. You know, it's like layers of an onion. You just keep putting more layers of protection out there to help and keep you in the best possible situation that you can be in.
That's right.
So Mayor, I believe it was Adams from New York City, talked about good filters or putting a filter in their house. Again, it's a step, it's a layer, but does it really deal with all of it?
No, and I think that's sometimes the wrong impression is left. I remember back during COVID, you probably remember too, Dr. Fauci talked about going and getting a filter. Nothing wrong with getting a filter. I mean, a HEPA filter is a HEPA grade filter is a great product to use to take larger particulate out of the air. In some cases, smaller particulate, depending on how effective it is. But in terms of indoor air quality, there's got to be something in addition to that will actually oxidize a lot of the smaller chemicals and viruses and those sorts of things. So I think you've got to take it to the next level, and that's the idea of having more holistic solution than just having a filter. I kind of laughed the other day, Lance. I was looking at somebody that had actually built an air purifier. This was their concept of an air purifier. They took 4 filters and taped them together, large filters like you would have in your air conditioning system. They took 4 of them, taped them together in a box, like a cube, and then put a box fan on top of it. And they said, see, we're sucking the air through the filters and now everything's great.
You know, it's that dual track or partial logic that people fall into. You know, the people that were wearing the paper towel masks when COVID came out. See, I have a mask on.
Exactly.
Yes, you do. Is it doing anything for you? No. And that's kind of where we're at with this. People have to be very cautious as to their information sources. I mean, the internet's out there for everybody, but somebody says, here's a widget that'll take care of this for you. Well, it takes care of a part of it, but is that enough? Is that enough for you to now say, I'm wearing my paper mask and I'm going to go out into the smoke-filled environment because I'm wearing my mask?
Yeah.
It does nothing for your eyes or even filter anything. So it's a concern that, you know, people look for reliable sources of information, you know, and and think through the process. Again, the dirty glass of water, the cloudy water, you're not going to drink that. But if I filter it, the chemicals are still going to be in there. You're
Right.
just not going to see
Yeah.
the sediment that makes it look bad. Same thing with the smoke. The statistics as of now on the fires in the United States and in Canada separately, they both burn between 6.5 and 7.5 million acres of forest a year. It's a massive amount. To date, not even 6 full months through the year, Canada's burned almost 9.5 million acres. So it's 1.5 times in 6 months instead of 12 what they've burned so far.
Incredible.
California right now has had a shift in weather. I was just talking, like I said, with Dan from California, and he says that the weather out there is gorgeous. It's cooler, it's not that hot, but that's going to change. And this is just what's happening. In the Northeast, we haven't had rain here in 3.5, almost 4 weeks. It is bone dry out. A small brush fire right now could become a very large concern. And again, the air quality, the ash that's already out there, the film on the cars, the film that people keep stirring up when they walk out there, we're still breathing that, even though it looks nice out. So keep that in mind.
Well, I wish people would talk more about indoor air quality and as much as they talk about outdoor air quality, because again, indoor air quality is something that you can control. Outdoor air quality, a little more difficult.
Well, what the biggest problem that we've always talked about with indoor air quality is people become nose blind. 5 minutes in your environment, you don't smell the odor that somebody coming over would say, "Oh, what is that smell?" You go, "What smell? What are you talking about?" And outdoors is completely different because it's so large. It's not where you feel closed in and you're breathing, which is fine. The only time people complain is when they see the yellow forming on their cars from the pollen, when those pollen seasons hit. But other than that, people take it for granted that it's always going to be there for them.
Yeah.
That's the false sense of security of the paper mask, or it's always going to be good until it isn't.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Well, I think we've got an opportunity to address this in a very positive way. And the truth is that if people would take the time to create cleaner, safer, healthier indoor environments, that's going to be long lasting. And that's going to help them in a lot of different ways when the next issue comes our way.
Absolutely. Doug, I appreciate you spending the time with us here today. And
Great to talk to you.
And we will chat again in the future.
All right, man. Thank you. Have a great day.
You too. Today we have 2 special guests with us from R&R Magazine. And I'm going to introduce them separately just because their backgrounds are so large and different at the same time. I'd like them each to speak and let you know a little bit about them as we get started. So the first person is Mildred Ingram, who is the chief editor from R&R Magazine. So Mildred, welcome.
I'm happy to be here. Thank you for having me.
Hey, we appreciate you being here. So can you kind of tell us a little bit about yourself and your background to now become the chief editor for R&R Magazine?
So my background is pretty interesting, but I do have a background generally in journalism. I was a reporter for a couple of years, and then I was a news producer for many years, morning shows, evening shows, overnight shows. And I've even been a technical writer. So that's pretty much the gist of my background. I have edited, especially being a technical writer, I've written ebooks, and in television, you edit all the time, especially as a producer.
So it sounds like you did just about everything from the mailroom right up to chief editor and everything in between.
Yes.
Well, that definitely gives you some experience. I mean, it's wonderful when you have somebody that wants to get to that top position, has done the other jobs and actually knows what's required. So I applaud you for that. We do have another guest on here, and it's Michael Balzano. And Mike, I'm going to let you talk about who you really are, because I tried to keep everything in line here, and it was a little confusing as to what you actually don't do.
If I had a nickel for every time you ask, what do you do? Who are you? So you're another one, Lance, but thank you very much. It's good to be here. I am a group publisher with BNP Media, and I am I'm the manager of several properties, the driller, a few others, but most importantly for this topic, R&R, restoration, remediation, and we now, of course, own the experience, and we've merged to run that event as well.
Okay, well, I guess we could like tag team this conversation, and Mildred, I'm gonna talk with you, and Mike, please feel free to jump in here. So you're new to the industry as far as the restoration industry.
Yes.
So what do you see with a new pair of eyes looking into this funnel, if you want to call it that, of niche marketing and everything from people breathing down to cleaning rugs down to basic maintenance?
So I will say just the past couple of trade shows that I've gotten to go to, I've learned so much and seen so much. They're all completely different and they attract different people that potentially do the same things. But I will say, bridging the gap, there's so many different generations within this great industry, those who are the historians and who are, you know, the teachers that are mentoring a lot of these younger people, and just bridging the gap, and being able to bring both to the forefront is something that I see that I would love to see the industry just kind of move forward to.
So you're talking about more or less generational education.
Yes.
So being that Mike and myself are so much younger than you,
yes,
I'm sure you see a difference in the philosophies that you've been dealing with since you're in this industry, the mindset of, I've been doing this for 20 years, nothing new is going to change. I mean, how do you approach that mindset of the older people compared to the ones just coming in with a new set of eyes and want to try everything new and technology enhanced?
So you have to show them. So it's definitely of the generation, the younger generation, as you said, is you have to show them because they are used to physical work and physical proof of things. So you have to do it and show them like a markup or something of the sort and walk them through the actual steps as to how it would work for within this new product, within this new way, within technology. You can't just spew it to them and say, hey, this is what we're thinking of doing, because they need the proof, the physical proof. And so that's how I approach doing it. Like, let's just have this physical proof so that we can just give a walkthrough of how we plan to do this on the technology side, so that then they can understand, and then you could get their expertise as well to make things even better, because you definitely need both to succeed and to be innovative and actually move forward.
Lance, can I jump in for a second here? I started, thank you. I started in 1997 in B2B media, and I got a lot of mileage out of this when my advertisers or my customers would say to me, they'd call me up and say, Mike, I have great news. We have a website. That was a big deal. That'd be the mic drop moment, as you'd say. I've been around, as have you, since the start of the internet in what we do, and not just in the media side of things, but what our customers are doing as well. And you always adapt and you always move on. And our industry is no different. We talk to people about, our BNP Media in 2020 made the decision to stop print advertising across the board. So it was rough to make the transition. I'm glad we did it now. But as I look at our people, they know what they're doing. The people our readers all have iPhones. They all have technology and they adapt. And I think that this industry, better than other industries I've seen, they compete, they want to defeat their competitors, but they're kind of frenemies. There's a lot of frenemies in this industry, and it's definitely a rising tide lifts all boats mentality. I found that as far as technology goes, they're learning the new game, they're adapting, and we just have to keep moving on and we'll be okay. Mildred, we talk about bridging the gap to the next generation. That's one way to do it. And I want to make sure people understand it's not forgetting about the leaders that we have. We always have to look at the bedrock leaders, many of which are speaking at the experience, which we'll talk about later. Keeping them on board, learning from them, but cultivating the next generation has to happen.
You know, it's funny because in the classes that we teach, we deal with the brand new people that are being sent there by the owners and bosses that they work for to get a remediation background. And we also get the people that want to go for licensing that are coming in and they have to take these classes. And we see such a tremendous change where you have the people that are new, they want to be the sponges and absorb everything that we're saying. And the old timers, if you want to call it, that have been doing this for years, they always start off on the first day with not a chip on the shoulder, but that attitude of, I've been doing this forever, I've seen everything. And by the end of the first day, what we hear from them is, I have learned, there's so much I need to learn.
Right.
And it just changes everything, perspective wise. So with that being said, in this industry, we're going to call it the umbrella of indoor air quality. And truthfully, we've been talking indoor air quality for 15, 20 years, some people much longer than that. But until COVID hit, I guess people didn't realize breathing was a thing. You kind of need to do that. So now everybody's aware. And in your industry of marketing, how do you see that playing out? That there's such an awareness now of indoor health.
Yeah, so I know we have, I know that Mike said we get to it a bit later, but I would say with the experience, they have a new initiative called Why Clean. And it really lends towards that topic because during COVID, of course, cleaning was everything. It was the most important thing ever. You had your mask, you hand sanitize yourself every 5 seconds, wash your hands every 2 seconds, whatever. And now that we're kind of towards the end of that, or it's gone, we've kind of forgotten it. And as we kind of touched on earlier, I mean, there's the outdoor air quality, but like indoor air quality, it's everything. It's what your chemicals you're using to clean. And you're thinking like, oh, cool, I'm spraying this stuff, cleaning it, and you're sometimes accidentally contaminating your air. It's just something that really does need to have more awareness brought to it, because I feel like sometimes people are contaminating things and are completely unaware that they are doing that.
That's absolutely what we're finding in our assessments that we're doing now. People are calling up for, quote, mold problems or sick building syndrome when it's an office environment. And when we get in there and actually start doing assessments of the environment, we're not finding mold and yeast and things like that. We are finding that the environment from VOCs, or volatile organic compounds, the chemistry in the air, it's toxic. It's really affecting people's health. Asthma is up. A lot of particulate issues now are affecting people, especially with the smoke coming out of the Canadian wildfires. Now, California has their smoke conditions anyways, and it's not new to them. But in the middle part of the country and the East Coast, this is something very new to us. And we're seeing a dramatic rise in asthma, eye infections, ear infections, just from people that were never affected before, because now they're being exposed to new, quote, toxins and things in the air, which is what we're dealing with indoor air quality, to your point. So yeah, that's something that has to absolutely be brought out in front of everybody. I do want to jump back though, and I'm sorry for jumping around here real quick. 1 second, Mike, I'll get right to you. When we were talking about the older knowledge compared to the new people coming in the industry, I've seen trainings that we do where we have the new people that are very energetic. They want to get in there and do things. And I've seen a group run into a problem that all the new training that they got didn't address. And one of the older guys in the class said, I can fix this. And instead of getting all the new technology and fancy things, he took the box that a roll of plastic came in and made a tube out of it and joined the two pieces that weren't working and fixed the problem. Because it's what he did 20 years ago.
Right.
That's all they had. So that old time experience is invaluable.
Yep.
But you can't disregard the new stuff either. So I applaud you again for trying to bridge that gap.
That's exactly right. I think that's a great point. Just because we have new technology doesn't mean, what we used to do doesn't work either. I think that looking back, gosh, so many times. Let me ask you, Lance, your internet goes out or something's wrong with your TV. What's the first thing you do? Well, unplug it and plug it back in, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, and generally that works. Sometimes it's not the most, let's call somebody, have analytical
Power
synopsis
shoot.
TV. Yeah, it's sometimes it's something that's just the common sense thing. And
Low
that's what
tech.
we talk about. We
Low
want to hold
tech.
on to the legends of this industry. It's not just their, they know things. They know things that they've forgotten more than I'll ever know. And we got to keep in touch with them as well.
It's funny. I actually saw somebody recently had a TV screen go out, but it was an older style screen. It wasn't tubes or anything, but it was just the older, thicker ones. And, tech support was saying, do this, do this, do this, check your computer. And they finally went and just pounded on the top of it real quick, and it came back on.
That's it.
You don't do that with the newer technology, but the older stuff, I mean, whether you remember or not, the TV antennas with aluminum foil wrapped around them because it made them better.
Yeah, well, it's the interesting thing is, and this is somewhat off topic, but still within it, is I saw something the other day that just talked about refrigerators, older refrigerators, like ones that I would say maybe my great grandmother might have had, that still runs, that just no issues, still keeps things cold, everything. And the thing was, or the topic was that things were made to last back then. They were built to last for a long time versus now. It's just not the case. So there's no way you would ever bang on a TV now. It would just completely mutter and stutter and die, Yeah. So it's interesting. It's from the generation of people who are used to working with things that are built to last. So they have different tactics in fixing things that you really do need to know, because again, like you were saying, bridging that gap, those are things that are still necessary even in today's technology society, because again, these are from the people that created the people who created technology, who had the ideas, and a lot of the ideas comes from a lot of the older tactics, is building upon it. And that's what we have to continue to build upon it, not forget things, but build upon it.
And it's a shame that you can't teach older skills any longer like they used to teach, because the need isn't there volume wise.
Mm-hmm.
The need to know it, to know why things work, you have to go back in time to figure out how we got to this point. But nobody does that. And that's something that shows up all the time in all these different industries that we're talking about. When something goes wrong, or if there's something that isn't specifically a video on YouTube that you can watch, that becomes an issue. I can tell you that I recently had to look at some videos about replacing a piece of technology, and I'm watching it, and I'm on the computer on a separate screen following along. And since they made the video, all the software has changed. So you can't follow along any longer. The pages aren't there. The links don't go to the same place. And if you don't have a basic knowledge, you're completely lost. The videos that are designed to help you don't. It becomes frustrating.
I want to touch on one part of this, this looking at the next generation briefly as I can. We've had an award for the last 3 or 4 years called the Ladder Award, which basically stands for climbing the ladder. 35 or under, people are nominated. We awarded at the Experience, ironically, coming up in September. And we're very proud of that award. Another brand I work for called The Driller started kind of a cousin award this year called the Emerging Drillers Series. This is drillers, groundwater drilling in the ground. That's what it's about, the salt of the earth drillers. And we started this Emerging Driller Series, and one of our competitors called us up kind of snotty, if I use the word, just said, "Why don't you consider this age discrimination?" And we're like, "No, what are you talking about? It's not age discrimination at all. We're trying to not lose another generation to our great industry." And that goes the same with our, that's what we mean with R&R. It's not, yeah, technology is one thing and you always need to grow, but we just want to make sure we keep this going. So it's a great industry, and we don't want to have a lag. And that's kind of what this all is in a nutshell.
Well, I mean, I can say personally that I'm kind of upset that I just missed the 35 year cutoff.
That close.
Just that close, yeah.
That close.
I find that upsetting, but I'll get over it.
We could be on you and I could be on the other side of the ladder award. Coming down, just me and you.
You know what? My mother, she passed away a few years ago, but when she reached 80 years old, she figured it was time to start every birthday going backwards 5 years at a time.
She went back 5 years.
Yeah, 5 years at a time. So at 81, she became 76. You know, that kind of a thing.
Nice.
You know, it's kind of that logic, but no,
Very good.
we all face it. And even the newer generation now that's getting into this market in 10 years, 15 years from now, are going to be faced by people coming out with newer technology saying, hey, you're the old timer.
Mhm.
Hopefully they'll remember that you need to have an open mind, just like the older generation needs to try to have an open mind and work with the newer technology. So without beating up on the generational gap anymore, can I ask you, Mildred, what kind of personal goals or drive do you have with R&R that's going to make our industry so much better?
So I want to continue to serve the industry, but I want to do it in an innovative way with still keeping our core audience and then broadening our spectrum, the spectrum of R&R. So again, just, still allowing people to be able to read on their tablets and on their phones and just being able to reach. Again, like Mike mentioned, we do not do a lot of the print anymore. We do special edition ones. So like in September for the experience, we will have a special edition physical print one, but then it's kind of like a thing that people can look forward to who do like to have a physical magazine, just present, just like in their hands. So each year, I believe each year at the experience and at maybe the RIA, since we do present awards at both, we do try to have a physical something physical for people to have in their arms, in their hands. So yeah, that's pretty much my goal. I want us to continue to grow and be innovative, keeping up with the times, again, keeping that core audience.
Mike, you got a similar answer?
Yeah, well, Mildred was brought on because of her extensive background in TV, as we mentioned before, and she has done a wonderful job. Our research has shown our readers know how they want to engulf the content and how to bring the content. I told our team we have our motto is simple: serve the industry. And Mildred's mentioned that a couple of times. I said we will partner with our competitors. We will do what we have to do just to make sure all the information gets out there for a better industry, which is a better world. I think that what I'd like to do, jumping in, we had it's funny, my wife was the national sales manager for this magazine for 8 years, a while ago, and she left. So I know our former editor is now a competitor for about 8 years as well. So I feel like with my wife here, I feel like I have an unpaid consultant working with me. And so we're learning the industry nicely and just finding out the best ways and simplest ways to get the information to them. That's all we could do. We're a media brand. And we're not any widgets. We're not making any products. We're just providing you with an outlet to get the best information out there. That's what we want to do. Mildred mentioned the Why Clean initiative a few minutes ago. I mean, we have some heavy, if I can put my reading glasses on for a second, we have some heavy hitters doing this. I mean, Mr. Cooper himself, of course, Dr. Gavin McGregor Skinner, the microbial warrior, Jeff Jones. There's going to be a lot of people talking about what an important thing that is in Las Vegas. And of course, Normie has a big role there too. And I'm dragging us over into the promotional side. We'll get back to Mildred in a second.
Can't help yourself, can you?
We can't. We love it. And while we're there, I'd say I'll take 20 more seconds and I'll back off. And Les Cunningham, Doug Hoffman from Normie, Jim Manis from Shaw, Jeff Jones, Ed Cross, Michael Pinto, Howard Partridge. The list goes on and on. This is the bedrock of our industry. So when we talk about the next generation, I really want to make sure this stays where it's supposed to. We know who the leaders are. We just want to make sure this goes on. And that, I think, is my number one goal, continuing what was started by people 15, 20 years ago.
Well, just to follow up with what you just said, Doug Hoffman, our executive director from Normie, whenever he talks about the experience, which we do constantly, he always puts the line in there: if you can only go to one trade show a year, this is the one you need to go to. And it's different. It's not walking in where people are just trying to sell you stuff. It's here's stuff, but you get to play with it.
Yes.
Try it, learn about it. And that it's a tactile industry. You need to touch and learn this stuff.
Hands-on demonstrations has been hammered into me by Larry and all the people we now work with. And until we went to I went to a couple experiences myself just briefly, but until we actually were part of the event last in Fort Lauderdale, I didn't get it. But people do love it, and it's super valuable. Hands-on experience, hands-on demonstrations. The flood house, the famous flood house. We're building 2 this time, by the way. We just found out at the last meeting. It's breaking news. That's going to be in Vegas, and just things like that are why. And that's really nice that he said that. Another advertiser of ours, their exhibitor, said to me very passionately, "You're the biggest event in this industry, and you got to stop being wimpy about that." And I said, "Of course. Well, let's make 100% sure we are before we get into trouble." But I think we are, and I was really thank you so much for you saying what you just did, because we're very proud to have it on our team now too.
Yeah, the experience appeals to every learning style. And that is why I would say it's one of the best trade shows for sure. Just like you said, people get to play with it. You see it, it's not just lectures, but it's every single learning style. So if you want to lecture and you learn more that way, and you want to just ingest information, we have that. If you want to kind of touch things and play with it, we have that. If you're kind of more visual, just kind of like the flood house, we have that. So it appeals to every learning style. So it's something that everybody can just enjoy.
You know, if you look at it as down and dirty as it can be, just plain and simple, if you take the newer generation entering this industry and the older generation that's still in this industry and working, and you talk about media, and I know you said that you're going to do print media now every other month, I think it was, every 2-3 months, something like that.
No, we're gonna have 2 print issues distributed one at the RIA convention, normally in April, and one at the Las Vegas experience in September.
Oh, okay. I misunderstood. Sorry. But the big difference there is you get the older generation that looks at a cell phone and goes, "But how do I find the article? I don't know where this is." And then you get the younger generation that looks at the magazine and go, "Where's the power source? How does this work? I can put it in night mode. It's not working right. It's too bright." So there's such a big difference, and trying to bring it all together, I think is an exciting thing just on its own.
My father's 87. He has an iPhone. I mean, we talk about that all the time with our advertisers too. I love magazines too. I love holding them. I got a million of them back in the other room, but the people who complained about us not having print, do it through Facebook or some social media or text me. And I want to say, I respect you, but do you see the irony in this? What you're doing? You're doing all this technology stuff to complain about.
You didn't write a letter and mail it into the office.
Yeah.
Having said that, I miss it too. But I mean, we think that this is the best way to get the content out there, and people have proven that they're reading it that way more than we thought. So I get it.
Okay. So now let's get into the super secret stuff.
Yeah.
Any kind of surprises coming up from R&R?
Well,
slips first.
Yes, I will say we do have some really exciting video series coming very soon. I would say as soon as next month, and just to explore some of the topics, cleaning, which is something we are trying to grow more at R&R, that audience. We have like microbial ecology, drying, and large loss support. So that's just to name a few. So I would be on the lookout for that. Really exciting stuff. So yes, that's what we have so far.
We have several, and I don't know. I don't think Mildred is allowed to announce who yet, apparently, or she would have. But I think that we have about 4 or 5 new video series coming out with some speaking generations all across the board. We have some really young people. We have some great leaders. I've already mentioned his name. A few times. I can't say it yet. He's involved in microbial things though, and he's a warrior. But really that way, he's going to do some great stuff with us, and also. But I mean, I think that, and we talked about this offline, Lance. I think looking at what Normie TV is about and what you've done is a great inspiration for us. I'm thinking that they know they have got their finger on the pulse of what needs to happen, and we're not going to copy what you're doing, but that's more along the lines of that. Let's keep some consistent content and video out there. And as Mildred touched on, that's what's coming up new pretty soon. Probably by the end of this month, we'll have some new stuff going.
See, that's one of the things that I just kind of want to briefly touch on. Just like you were saying, we won't copy them, but as we all say, our competitors, and really we all do the same thing. We all strive to just serve the industry. And more than anything, instead of looking at someone as a competitor, I look at you and I get inspired.
Mhm.
So taking what you're doing or seeing what you're doing, and I know, again, we did talk about this offline earlier. It's like, that's, you know, some of the really amazing ideas, like, wow, how can we incorporate it? And, you know, in a way that isn't butting heads. And again, people choose who they want to ingest their information through. Even if it is the exact same thing, they have their reasons. So you just keep doing what you're doing and just try to be the best in your own way.
Well, there aren't really competitors in this space right now for what we're talking about, because people do have their preferences.
Right.
That's why we're on 11 different podcast channels. Because some people like Chevy, some like Ford, some like Mercedes.
But they're all cars.
They all cars. They all get you to the grocery store to buy whatever you need and come home.
Mhm.
Some a little more comfortable than others, but that's personal preference. It really is not a competition. I mean, we're really trying to serve an industry and the public. That's one of the things that we address a lot, is a lot of our consumption is for the public. We know there's a need out there, but does the public want it? And unless they're exposed to it, unless they learn about it, they're not going to have an interest. It won't be on their radar. And that's really what we're doing.
I couldn't agree more. I spent some time in an industry before this, which also dealt in IAQ. And boy, they wanted to they didn't want to be in the same room with each other, all these people. And I go, you guys are missing a great opportunity to unify this industry, which I find in this industry. And as we mentioned before, we keep talking about serving the industry. That's kind of again our motto. We over and over, and it's inspiring to see so many other people have that same thought process. Get the information out there. We're all going to be helped. We're all going to be helped if we work together and make this work. And on the business side, everyone will be fine.
Yep.
We're in a very niche market in this indoor air quality. And like Doug always likes to say, the only people that need our services are people that breathe.
Yeah.
So it's probably right around 8 billion right now across the planet. And it's just a matter of education. And, you talk about the generational gap again. You talk to some of the old timers that are out there and you talk about mold. It's mold. It hasn't killed me yet. And then you have the younger generation that are walking around their inhalers because they're so sensitized to it. They can't breathe in an environment that has mold or any kind of yeast or contamination. So you got to get past that physical barrier.
Yep.
I live down right now, mostly in South Florida with my wife. The heartbeat of the hurricanes and mold and things like this. Everybody's got a little mold problem. And this winds back to about 20 minutes we were talking about, but kind of what you just said also. Our neighbor, the building next to it, they had a horrible mold issue last year, and they had a lot of walls. It was bad. But we're talking to them, and they said, "What do you look past? Did you do this? Well, I had to clean the duct. Did you have any fans on for air circulation?" Like, well, no, we weren't here all summer. Why would we do that?
Ooh.
Education.
Right, education, exactly. And that's why it's so important. And education in all the forms we have, it can help save houses, can help save lives. And it's not, I'm not overstating that. And that's the industry we're in.
Yep.
Part of the problem is we're trying to reach the public, we're trying to reach the contractors in this industry and give them tools and information that is legitimate and what makes sense. Unfortunately, the bigger platforms that are out there, the government entities, these people come out for different reasons, political or not. They make statements that people get behind and charge forward with. Like recently when COVID was hitting, it was made known that you should all have HEPA filters in your air conditioning systems.
Mm-hmm.
Well, there was no follow-up to that comment saying, unless your system's designed for it, you're going to burn out your motors. They can't handle it. So that partial information is an issue.
Yep.
So enough of beating that drum. So what else about the experience coming up? Any more surprises or big events or rock shows or anything like that in the
I
near
think
future?
you know what, the people who've been to the experience know it's a family fun atmosphere dealing with hands-on stuff, and it's not going to be different this time. We're going to be in Las Vegas again. We have the big party, like we said, the flood houses and everything. I have to say, so they don't kill me back at the office, September 6th through the 8th, Caesars Forum, not Caesars Palace, Caesars Forum, as it was last year, which is about a 2-year-old building. It was beautiful. It was a nice building.
It's very beautiful.
You could book, you get your attendee badge today at rnrmagonline.com. We could maybe put the full URL after this up on the screen. Harrah's will once again be where the hotel is going to be. Caesars Palace is also going to be a hotel for us. It's about a 20-minute walk, but still you could do that. You're going to see the 6th through the 8th is when the event is, but on the 5th, as you know, we're going to have the workshops. And we have some great, this year, Shaw Flooring, Howard Partridge, Restoration Crosscheck, Ed Cross's new venture, of course, and our friends, the Coys and Firehouse Education will be having a full workshop too. So make your plans to come out right after Labor Day, get out here and have fun with us. We're really excited to get this one going.
But you left out Normie. We're going to have training tracks and all kinds of stuff going on.
Well, I mentioned Normie earlier, to be fair, I don't get fully red marked, but no, Normie's a big part of this. You're one of our main partners and sponsors. You're going to be up near the front of the hall with a nice 2x20 booth. And I think we're both going to be filming a lot of educational videos throughout the event too, Normie and R&R, which is great.
Yes, we are. Well, I want to thank both of you guys for being here. I really appreciate it. Generation gaps aside, because we keep talking about it.
Absolutely. Thank you for having us.
No, I really do appreciate it. And I look forward to seeing you both, hopefully at the experience.
Absolutely.
It was a real pleasure, Lance, and thank you so much. I can't wait to see you in Las Vegas.
All right.
Cannot wait to meet you.
Take care.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
I want to welcome Rachel Rabelais from Air Answers to our stream today. And I've talked with her before. It's always interesting when we meet up with the people from Air Answers. They're always coming up with something new and more high tech into the industry of indoor air quality, allergens, and some really cool scientific stuff. So Rachel, how about a quick hello and we'll start chatting.
Hi. Well, thanks for having me, Lance. Really happy to be here. And hello to everyone out there in the Normie universe.
Well, it's funny you say that. We're broadcasting this on all kinds of channels through social media, and it's going to be out there in a lot of places.
Well, that's exciting.
You know, again, it's technology, and it's there to be used, just like the stuff you guys are coming out with. So with that, I got a few questions for you. So first of all, I heard that you guys have some kind of newsletter coming out. What's that all about?
Yes, we're going to have a quarterly newsletter we send out with all of our updates, update on our testing that we're offering, information about partnerships or conferences that we're going to. And there'll be a link on there to set up a consultation with us. It'll be a short 15-minute free consultation to learn more about the technology.
Can anybody sign up for that newsletter?
The newsletter goes out to all of our customers, all Normie members. So yeah, I mean, anyone who's interested in it, go to our website and fill out the contact us for more information link, and we'll provide you with a newsletter.
That's what I was looking for. So yes. Okay. Because I know a lot of our members, even if they're not using your services as yet, may still want to get that newsletter.
Oh yeah. Great. Sure.
Okay. I'm just curious, what prompted that? I mean, because you haven't done that in the past.
Well, we thought it would just be, we always have so much going on, and we don't feel sometimes that we're getting that information out there. And this time around, we've decided we really wanted people to know what we're doing, new things that we're adding, things that would be potentially more interesting to different businesses. And, we just want people to know what's going on.
Okay, very good. Well, I'll be signing up for that because I don't think I'm getting it yet. And I just found out that you're doing that. So,
Oh, no. Oh, you'll get one.
okay. It's important to stay up to date. And just so you know, I just want to segue into this really quick. I am using the official Airmasters coffee mug that I got at the last convention with you guys. It's an amazing coffee cup. I'll talk about that later.
It's the best coffee cup.
Yes, it is. All right. So as far as technology, and the coffee cup is a lot of technology because it keeps stuff warm for hours.
Exactly.
I know you have new tests coming up. I mean, we've talked quite a bit recently, and you keep describing new processes that are coming. Can you talk about some of the newer ones and the old ones too, but definitely the newer ones?
Okay. Well, one of the things that we have coming out this week for anyone who's working with cannabis grow facilities, we're adding botrytis onto our menu. We have powdery mildew, and then we're going to be adding botrytis to that. That is going to come out by the end of this week. It's going to be available for purchase.
I know from what we've done in the IAQ industry, the grow houses are really concerned about the different powdery funguses and stuff.
Oh yeah.
And I'm assuming that's what you're talking about here. I didn't know the specific name before, but I know that they have to submit samples to different government entities for testing purposes, and that's one of the things they're really concerned about, because they could lose an entire crop if that's out of control.
Oh yeah, the whole crop can go because of botrytis or bud rot and powdery mildew issues. But also for people who are working with those cannabis growers, one of the state requirements for a lot of different places is aspergillus. So we do have that aspergillus option as part of our mold genera testing as well, which could be helpful. And then we have one of our other panels, opportunistic fungal pathogen panel. There's two species of aspergillus on that one as well that could be helpful in this area: Aspergillus niger and Aspergillus fumigatus, which are two of the four aspergillus species that are problematic for people who want to pass their state requirements.
Are those the specific species that affect people with aspergillosis, I believe it's called?
Yes. It's people who are immunocompromised, or it makes perfect sense. I mean, if you're going to be inhaling something, or you're going to be using something for human consumption, you don't want them to inhale a bunch of different spores or kinds of molds that could potentially cause serious respiratory problems.
Well, I know you've been expanding out all the different types of testing, and I know we've talked over the last 2 or 3 years about this, especially when COVID came out, because you do testing for COVID also.
Oh, yeah.
What else are you testing for, or can you let us know that you'll be testing for in the coming future?
All right. Well, this is all new information, so I'll give you just like a little sneak peek, but we are going to be expanding our viral panel. And so we will be adding more viruses to that, and viruses that would be potentially interesting to, people in schools and people in buildings and everything else. So we're working to expand that. So we're going to be adding not just COVID, we're going to be having other viruses as well.
I mean, it sounds specifically the way you're talking, like it's also targeting a little bit more into the medical industry. I mean, we obviously know the indoor air quality is desperate need for all of this testing, but it sounds like the medical industry may have a bigger interest in this.
Could be. I could see the medical industry being interested in this as well.
Yeah, I know that, we've run into issues over the years with the medical industry has been resistant to deal with more of the environmental issues affecting people, but I think that's changing now. And I think stuff like your technology is making a big difference where it's accessible and understandable to the lay person and the doctors.
Mm-hmm. I completely agree.
All right, cool. All right. Well, if you think of anything else while we're chatting here that's coming out that you can share with us, please do.
That's what I have right now.
All right, well, let's see.
Coming soon.
I know we were at, I believe it was the ISSA convention. Was the last time. And I think you guys are going to be at the IAQA convention also.
That's correct. We will have a booth at the IAQA, and I will be participating in a panel conversation moderated by Michael Pinto on mycotoxins. So there'll be a group of us in that panel discussion, and that'll take place at the I think it's I forget what night of the I think it's like 4:30 or 5 o'clock on Tuesday, but it's during the IAQA. So keep an eye out for that panel discussion, and it should be really interesting.
I know Doug Hoffman is going to be at the IAQA show. I'm not sure if I am or not yet. I have a few things coming up, so I may not be able to get there, but I know Doug is going to be there, so you'll be probably chatting with him.
Oh, yeah.
Michael Pinto, is one of our senior instructors. I mean, he runs some classes for us that are really specific to sensitized individuals. And one of the important things in his teachings is also your technology, because the people that are sensitized, which I believe now is they're considering between 20 and 25% of the population out there. It's like 1 in 4 people are considered sensitized.
Oh, yeah.
And it's not that it's really been that different over the last several years. It's just become an awareness now. And now people want to know what's going on in their environment. And that's really where your type of technology really comes in.
Oh, yeah.
I keep calling it technology, and I don't want it to sound science fiction like, but
you don't want to say electrokinetic capture technology?
no, it's too early in the day for that.
Haven't had enough coffee yet?
Yeah, pretty much. No, I don't want to do that, but I do want to say that, we had talked, a few months back about the teaching of your technology to like our members and the public. And you would come up with some specific short videos that really went into detail, but quickly, so people could understand it, how to use the technology, what it could be used for, and actually how to just to turn it on. We found with a lot of the technology that's out there that people don't want to read instructions any longer.
Yeah.
I'm guilty of it myself. You open up that furniture you want to put together, no, we don't need these. And some of the companies now have been putting out just pictures, no more words, instructions. But you went to the next step and actually did videos showing people how to manipulate the cartridges, how to turn things on and off and reset, which was extremely helpful. And
if there's anyone else who needs, if there's any other videos you can think of, we're gladly put those together as well, if they will help to provide more information.
Be careful what you offer to do. Because we never know. We're dealing with several different generations of assessors, inspectors, remediators, and the general public, and they all learn differently. Some people have to read directions. Other people have to look at pictures. Other people need to just have a video explaining it to them. Yeah. And having all these different ways out there really makes a difference. So yeah, we may be asking you to do a few more of those things.
Great. I understand. I'm very visual myself. So, I put together I got a table from Amazon the other day, and everything it went right to YouTube, and it had a whole video on how to put it together. So, I completely understand.
Can you talk a little bit more about the types of allergens that you guys can test for? I get a lot of questions from people about, I know I have allergies, but I don't know what I'm allergic to. Or I went to a doctor and he said I'm allergic to these 4 things, but I don't know. I don't think I have, anything in the house related to a cat, but they say I'm allergic to cats. That type of testing.
Yeah. Yep. I completely understand. We've had quite a few people who moved into places and they don't know, everyone automatically goes to mold. It's like, well, my eyes are itchy and I'm having these problems directly because of mold. And then you find out that, we find cat allergen in the home. So what we specifically test for is we have a cat allergen, dog allergen, dust mite, cockroach, mouse, and 3 different types of pollens. So we do tree pollen, grass pollen, and ragweed pollen.
Got to go back to the dogs and cats for a moment.
Okay.
Is it testing, because this is a question I get all the time about the allergen portion of it. Is it testing basically the saliva aspect of it, or the dander, or what is it looking at?
It's actually testing for a particular protein, and that protein is what the allergen is. And that allergen can be found in saliva, it can be found in urine, and it can be found on the animal dander. So it can be in any of those things. So we're specifically targeting the actual allergen.
That's interesting, because when I've talked with people that have dog allergies, cat allergies, they're always worried about the fur and the dander that's all over the place. That's what they think they're allergic to, but it's basically the proteins.
It's the
that
proteins
exist on that,
Mhm.
you know, from licking themselves or whatever.
And that's what we found with, people think, oh, I got a hypoallergenic dog or hypoallergenic pet. And they say, well, it doesn't have any allergens. Oh, yes, it does. It still has allergens. It's not going to lose its fur as much. But I mean, there's still allergens in its saliva. There's still allergens in the urine. There's still allergens coming from that are, on the skin. So, I mean, it still has allergens. They just don't shed as much. So when we do testing in homes where people have hypoallergenic animals, we're still going to find those allergens because they're still going to be there.
Let's change the subject here for a minute. We're in the process of working with several entities in different parts of the world, and they're very interested in using the technology from Air Answers. Is there a time limit on shipping? Because it does take a little bit longer to send stuff into the lab here in the US if they were overseas. Is there any concerns there?
With time of shipping, or the stability of the sample is fine. So there's no concern if you're sending it into the laboratory and it takes a week or so that there's going to be any kind of issue with stability. So that's really not a concern. So
okay, very good. Because that was one of the discussions I was involved with about using the Air Answers lab, was concerned about it taking several extra days to get in, and if it was a concern, just like a regular swab sample of mold. It could incubate and stuff like that. So very good.
Yeah.
So let's see. Could we ask you to run through a list, if you can, of all the different things that you test for, and then maybe summarize it by how long these tests take? Because I know there's different time periods. There's a day, 3 days, 5 days. I mean, there's all different time periods for different types of testing.
Great. And I'll go through this list and I'll actually provide you with that information as well. So if any Normie member has questions about that, you'll have that information to help them with as well. Okay, well, I will start with our beta-glucan testing. Our beta-glucan testing is our marker for actively growing mold. So, for anyone who wants to know if mold is actually growing in the environment that you're assessing, then, beta-glucan would be the test to do. Beta-glucan, you would run beta-glucan for either 24 hours or a 5-day run. And the turnaround time for beta-glucan in the laboratory is a 24-hour turnaround time. So once we receive the cartridge in the laboratory, it's going to be 24 hours, to get that sample, to get the results, sorry. The next one, I will go through the mold genera. The mold genera is 8 different types of molds. I'll try to name them all.
Didn't want to put you on the spot, but
oh, you're fine.
Yes, I did.
Aspergillus, Penicillium, Stachybotrys, Fusarium, Catonium, Fusarium, Cladosporium, Trichoderma, Memnunella, and I think that was 8. Was it 8? I don't know. Oh,
you definitely hit our 5 no tolerance molds.
Exactly. I hit your 0 tolerance molds there. So those are indicative of severe water damage, correct?
Correct.
Great. So that test, you could run it again for either 24 hours or 5 days. And then the turnaround time in the laboratory is 24 hours for that one as well. We have,
Before you
Go
go
ahead.
on, just real quick, on those tests where you said between 24 hours and 5 days, can it be run for shorter periods in there? Like 3 days, if that was only the accessible time? Or does
Well,
that cause a
the
problem?
reason why we tell people either 24 hours or 5 days is because part of the calculation that we provide the results, part of that calculation has to do with time and volume. And all of that is kind of worked into our laboratory information management system. So it's to provide people with information. And then also what we're doing is building out a database so that we're able to develop our own levels of these different things in the air, since there's really nothing to compare it to. So part of that is why we recommend just 24 hours or 5 days so that we can provide people with accurate concentrations and then track those. So.
Okay, that's why I was curious, because I was asked that by somebody and I didn't have the real answer, but now I do.
Now you do. Now you have a bunch of information I just provided. Hopefully you can sort through my my ramblings.
Not a problem.
All right. And what next? Mycotoxin testing. Mycotoxin, we test for 4 different mycotoxins: trichotillocin, aflatoxin, ochratoxin, fumonisin, and that is again 1 or 5 days, and it is a 5-day turnaround time for the mycotoxin testing. We have the opportunistic fungal pathogen panel, which is Aspergillus fumigatus, Aspergillus fumigatus, Aspergillus niger, Mucor, and Candida albicans. And again, 1 or 5 days, and that is a 2-day turnaround time in the laboratory. We have the allergen testing. Now, the allergen testing is only 5 days. That's only been validated for 5 days. That was based on case studies or testing that we'd done before, and running on different lengths of time. So 5 days was the best amount of time to get the whole vicinity or the whole type, all the different types of allergens. So 5 days, allergens only, 5 days. And that is a 5-day turnaround time. Now, we do have multi-panels as well. We have a total mold panel, and that is beta-glucan, mycotoxins, and genera. That is you run it 1 to 5 days. It's a 5-day turnaround time. We have the beta-glucan and the allergens together. That's a 5-day run. It's a 5-day turnaround time. We have the comprehensive panel, which is beta-glucan, genera, mycotoxins, and allergens, 5-day run, 5-day turnaround time. We have the cannabis panel, which is the powdery mildew and the botrytis. That can be run 24 hours or 5 days. That is a 2-day turnaround time. We have the COVID testing. The COVID testing is a 3-day run, a 2-day turnaround time. Now, what also is interesting is you don't have to use a different cartridge for each test. If you want to do beta-glucan and genera, you don't have to do 1 for genera and 1 for beta-glucan. You have 1 cartridge, we can run a whole plethora of tests on them. So you want to start with beta-glucan first to see if there's mold growing in the environment. You can do that. And then we keep the sample for 60 days. You can add on other types of tests onto the sample. The only time where you're going to have to run 2 cartridges separately is if you're wanting to run viruses and, the molds and allergens and everything else. You're going to have to run 2. And that's just because our laboratory process to remove those samples from the cartridges are different. So viruses, different sample, but if you have the, 1 sample, you can run everything else on it. You can have beta-glucan, you can do all the genera, you can do the mycotoxins, you can do the allergens, you can all do that off 1 cartridge. So there's
as long as it meets the minimum time requirement.
Exactly. Yep.
So running a 5-day sample, you could basically test for any and all except for viruses.
Yep. If you're doing just the one day, you can run all the molds, the allergens. We'd recommend that you run it, another sample for 5 days. But if you want to run it 24 hours and do, beta glucan, mycotoxins, all the mold genus assays, the opportunistic fungal pathogens, powdery mildew, you can run all that off of one cartridge.
I mean, there's a lot of options there, and it sounds like you can mix and match and do everything. But, for the people watching, it's really about testing for what your specific concerns are, or what the assessor or remediator considers the concerns.
Yep.
And it's getting you data. It's getting you information to help you come up with a plan.
Yep, definitely is. So we do provide a lot of different options. One of the other things is we love to hear what customers want to test for, because with the molecular type testing we do in our laboratory, we can build out our menu quite a bit. So if there's anything that we aren't offering right now that we could potentially offer in the future, please just let us know.
Well, you know that we use the Air Answers device in the training for our NCEAA program, which is the Normie certified environmental allergen testing and assessment program. And it's one of the pieces that we teach about using just for that reason, because of all the allergens that you do. And we just encourage people to do that. I do want to stress, and I talk about this in all the trainings that we do, if you have the technology, if you have the Air Answers device or any other piece of equipment, use it in your home or office first. Don't go out to a customer's location and use it for the first time. Any piece of equipment, sitting there reading the instructions is not the place to do that. Or calling me and saying, how do I do this? Because that does happen. So please, I always say, please use it in your own home. Find out what's in your environment. Become a believer in the technology.
Or sit in your office, watch those short videos, and those are just, how to put the cartridge in, take it out, where to send it, just some information. So it is really helpful to try it first before you take it in somewhere.
Absolutely. Good advice. Well, is there anything else that we haven't chatted about that you would like to talk about? I always put it out there like, do you have questions for me? If not, that's okay. I'm good with that.
Well, what's new with Normie?
Well, we're busy. We're going to be at the different conventions. We're going to see you guys hopefully there. I might even have to get another coffee mug. Again, amazing coffee mugs. If you guys have them again, I encourage everybody to go to your booth and try to get one, because they keep things hot forever.
Oh, well, great. We'll make sure that we have those at the next conference then.
Well, I'm just putting it out there. I'd like to use another one. Well, I do want to thank you for your time. It's greatly appreciated. I know you guys are busy.
Oh, well, thank you so much for having me. I really appreciate it.
No, it's our pleasure. We enjoy getting the information from you guys and working closely with you. I look forward to seeing you at one of the next conventions.
Yeah, definitely. Looking
All right.
forward to seeing
Until
you
then,
too. All right.
thank you very much.
Thank you.
Welcome everybody to today's episode, Fire More Than Flames and Smoke. And this is a multi-part series being offered by Normie.tv. It's also available on numerous other platforms, and you can find that at normie.org. I want to welcome today's guest, Dr. Gavin McGregor Skinner, who is the Senior Director from ISSA, and he is also a senior leader in the GBAC organization, which is the Global Biorisk Advisory Council. Gavin, say hello.
Yeah, hi, Lance. How are you today?
Good. And if I missed on the actual titles, please correct me and fill us in a little bit more about your background.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, no, Lance, I work for ISSA, the Worldwide Cleaning Industry Association, and I manage the team with the Global Biorisk Advisory Council, which is a division of ISSA. I'm also an associate professor, Lance, at the Penn State College of Medicine. I've been working with Penn State since 2011. I teach 3 graduate courses, 3 15-week courses on biological risk management.
Well, that is exactly what we need to be talking about today. And with that, I want to bring up an image real quick. So I want to talk about short-term health effects for people exposed to the wildfires that have drifted down here into the U.S. and central and the eastern coast. And these images I want to show you are what took place over a 3 to 4 day period. Now, this was, I can tell you, here in New Jersey, because I took the pictures myself, but this was mid-afternoon, and it looks like sunset. So give me a moment, and I'll bring this up on the screen so everybody can see what we're actually talking about, especially if you didn't get the opportunity to experience this. Are you able to see the images?
Yes, I can, Lance.
Well, as you can see, these are sunset looking type of images in the middle of the day with no clouds. Extremely thick smoke conditions. And this smoke was coming from probably up to 1,000 miles away up in Canada, all the way down to the coastal area of New Jersey. Now, from the reports and everything we got, it was even worse through the state of New York, Pennsylvania, which is closer to the Canadian border. So as far as health effects go, and I do want to mention one other thing. You've seen these images. I want to show you something graphical that we can then talk about. This was graphical data that I captured outside my home, actually, over a week period. You can see leading up to where the spiking started on the graph that the outside levels of particulates and volatile organic compounds, VOCs, or the chemistries in the air, are very low. And then you can see it all of a sudden started to spike on the first day, and then it was kind of an up and down to where it got really bad by the 3rd day. And then after that, it started to settle out and move on. So the images that you saw before this is graphical data talking about particulates at 2.5 microns, 10 microns, and 1 or sub-micron size particulates, which really can affect people's health. So as far as short-term effects, how do you see that?
Well, what's really interesting, Lance, is that if you go back to that period of time, I think when I woke up on the Wednesday here in Washington, D.C., and your photos actually captured that very clearly, there was a lot of smoke in the air. And we knew the fires were in Canada. Who would have thought that I would wake up in Washington, D.C., and suddenly I realized the air that I breathe or am breathing today came from Canada? And you don't think at a local level, at the neighborhood level, where does the air come from that I breathe? We think it all is generated locally, but it wasn't there. This air that I was breathing here in Washington, D.C. on that Wednesday was coming from Canada. Why? Because the smoke showed that to me. It visualized it. It showed me that the fires in Canada were sending smoke down the east coast of the US. And I think everyone needs to understand smoke anywhere is just bad for the human body. It also affects animals, no matter how healthy a person is or how long they're exposed to. Smoke exposure is just bad. And we need to understand, what does that bad mean? So if I look at, what were the messages going out from when the photos that you took, Lance, showing the sun blocked out, showing all that smoke in the air, what were the key messages being delivered to the public, the community? And we're very fortunate because, here's my phone. On my phone here, I have a number of apps. There's a lot of apps that are available that can make you aware of outdoor air quality. Not very many, I think very few people would have apps on their phone for indoor air quality, but we have a lot of apps. for outdoor air quality. And on my phone, I use the weather app. It's free. And if I click on the weather app for Washington, D.C., I can see what the air quality is, and it's monitored, and it's called the Air Quality Index, or AQI. So again, the weather app has it. It's online. Many other apps use the Air Quality Index. And we know that the Air Quality Index around about 50 or less is considered healthy. We also know that sensitive and vulnerable people might notice ill effects to their health at levels as low as 51. And we know that from that air quality index, levels at 150 or greater are considered unhealthy for everyone. So what we saw, this air quality index uses 6 different color schemes. But you know, Lance, when I do my hazards identification, my risk assessments, I usually stick to the traffic light system, red, yellow, green, because that's universal. Everyone understands what red, yellow, green means. When you bring in other colors, it can be confusing. What is orange? What is purple? What is violet? Yeah, that sort of thing. So there's 6 colors in the air quality index, and we started seeing maps on the news, on TV, on the websites, in newspapers, in the general media and social media. And a lot of people didn't understand what those 6 colors meant. But again, what we want to be really clear here, a level at 150 or above on the air quality index is considered unhealthy for everyone. And what we saw for the smoke from Canada, you know, places like New York, Washington, D.C., other locations went up into the 300s, even the 400s. And this air quality index, Lance, only goes to 500. It stops at 500. So when we saw the numbers up into 400s, that's never happened before. That's setting new records for many of those locations.
I guess the way you could equate that is when we actually deal with indoor air quality and we get particulate counts and mold in the environment and extremely high, it's almost like breathing soup.
Yep.
It's that thick. And the particulate size of this smoke is extremely concerning because it goes deep into your lungs and is a direct access point into your blood system.
This is really important, Lance. So if you look at, when you see smoke, like in the photos that you showed, we're concerned, and we saw this being talked about you know, the hazards, the risks. It's about particles. And so smoke, even wildfire smoke, is harmful primarily because it contains airport particulate matter, these particles. And you saw on your graph that you showed, Lance, you know, these particles can be measured in microns, 10 microns, 2.5 microns, 1 micron down to 0.3 microns. Understand that the smallest grain of sand is still 40 times larger than a PM 2.5, a particulate matter 2.5 particle. The width of a human hair is about 50 microns. So as soon as you get down to 10, we can't see those with the human eye until we see lots and lots of particles together. So when you see particles at 2.5, 10, like you showed in your graph, all coming together, that's what causes the smoke. That's what gives us the visualization. Now, we have wildfires, forest fires, grass fires have been around for years, for centuries, and we have a lot of data. If we go back to, say, the 2020 California fires that turned the sky just like in your photo, Lance, an apocalyptic shade of orange is what I would call. It was emitted by more than 1 million metric tons of PM 2.5. In California in 2020, in those fires, that was a 2,360% increase above normal air, according to the California Air Resources Board. And so it's really important to understand there are particles in the air. So if we focus on the short-term exposure to particulate matter, so let's focus on particulate matter 2.5, PM 2.5, which is we saw in the media. We saw everyone talking about PM 2.5. We know that short-term exposure can trigger lots of health problems, including but not limited to coughing, stinging eyes, a scratchy throat, a runny nose, chest pain, headaches, asthma attacks, fatigue, wheezing, breathing difficulties. And again, all this information is freely available through the US government on the US Center for Disease Control Prevention site, the CDC. But also, Lance, there's more serious impacts to the lungs and heart when you see particulate matter like PM2.5 in the air, you can have reduction in lung function, even in really healthy people. And we know that the exposure to like the photos you showed can affect on heart health. So these particles can enter the bloodstream. They can trigger inflammation, leading to either heart attacks and stroke. They can worsen the health of people who have conditions like diabetes. And we also know from research that Harvard University has studies, and there's other studies out there that have shown that wildfire smoke increases the risk from infectious diseases. So that in one Harvard University study that I'm familiar with, it estimated that the PM2.5, the particulate matter 2.5 emissions from the 2020 wildfires in the states of California, Oregon, and Washington state were associated with about a 12% increase in COVID cases and over an 8% increase in COVID deaths in 2020.
You know, you mentioned about all the particulate, the information being released to the public and stuff, and everybody's focusing on particulates. I spoke with, in one of the other episodes that we did, a gentleman who is works on the federal side of the firefighting wildfire teams. He's actually a consultant now with all the jets that are out there dropping water and flame retardant materials. But I asked him the difference in the types of smoke coming out of Canada and from wildfires, and he says there's two different types. One is the type burning the forest, just like a campfire. You're burning logs and vegetation, stuff like that. The second type is when that forest fire creeps into industrial and residential areas and starts burning homes and factories and all the materials and chemistries there, that changes the smoke and the contamination to not just particulate, but VOCs, volatile organic compounds, all the chemistries that are now airborne and being burned and converted to other things entering our lungs.
That's really important, Lance, because the messages that were being delivered about the fire, the wildfire smoke in the air just recently focused on particles. It didn't focus on chemicals. It didn't focus on volatile organic compounds. We didn't see them being measured or reported in real time. Yes, we know the measurements were taken, but that information wasn't made available. And I think it would have been much more responsible, because we saw the smoke in the air. You took the photos of the smoke in the air, it turned the sun orange, it turned the sky dark gray, and I saw it here in Washington, D.C., where I live. A few measurements to say, yes, we've got particles, but do we have other chemicals? I didn't see that data available. We know from studies, there's a good 2022 review in the Journal of Climate Change and Health. And the problem with these studies in these journals, that a lot of the community, a lot of just the public can't access these journals because you've got to be a subscriber, you've got to pay money. So it's really important that we do think videos like this, Lance, to take those studies and sort of translate and synthesize the information so that everyone understands what's being done. And that's not done enough. But so if we go back to a 2020 review in the Journal of Climate Change and Health that probably most people haven't seen, they found that there were long-term effects of wildfire with PM2.5 exposure. And those long-term effects included higher risks of respiratory disease, but also cancer. And so it's really interesting that we now look at, okay, so again, the air where I am now in Washington, D.C., Lance, today is pretty clear. I don't know what the measurements are. I haven't measured it, but I don't see any smoke in the air. And what we've seen from, wildfires in Canada, Australia, California, we've seen the week after that smoke, like in your photos, we've seen an increase in emergency room visits. We've seen an increase in people visiting the physician or the doctor. We've seen an increase in prescription of medications for, say, respiratory complications or respiratory problems, difficulties. And we've also seen studies, Lance, say, I think through the, what was one study that I know of through the California Air Resources Board, they estimated that PM2.5, particulate matter 2.5 from all sources, is responsible for 5,400 premature deaths and 2,800 hospitalizations for cardiovascular, heart, and respiratory diseases in California every year. And they also, in the same studies reports, said that PM2.5, particulate matter 2.5, was also associated with 6,700 asthma-related hospital emergency room visits in California every year. So it's going to be really interesting. A week after what your photos show, the week after the smoke coming from Canada, how many visits were made by people, we haven't got that data yet, to emergency rooms, how many people went to see the physician or the doctor, and what was the number of prescriptions and medications given to people that are now reporting with maybe breathing difficulties and asthma and other problems.
You know, it's interesting because we recently also did an episode on sensitized individuals with Michael Pinto, and he talks about a lot of that. But the question I have for you is, we've talked about short-term effects, and I think we're starting to teeter on, now that we're a week and a half plus out, what are the long-term effects? But before we get to that specific question, what's the difference of the group that we're not talking about with babies, children, pregnant women, and we can't forget the group of the elderly?
Oh, yeah. So the elderly will have a lot of underlying conditions, that again make them prone to particulate matter PM2.5 and less particles, smaller particles, which do exist in smoke in general. But if you focus on that real critical, you've identified that critical cohort, that critical group, Lance, of pregnant people, babies, young children, they really need to avoid smoke exposure as much as possible. And so it's really important that we get those warnings out in time. A lot of us will stay indoors, recirculate, or some of us don't, but we need to ensure that our air conditioning is recirculating and not bringing in that outdoor air, because a lot of the filters that we have will not pull out the particles in our home or even places where we work. So it's really important to understand babies, young kids are at high risk because their bodies aren't fully developed. And if you look at pregnant people, their bodies have been fully developed, but when they're pregnant, you're in overdrive. This really has a big effect on your immune system. So there are studies that have shown us that wildfire smoke exposure can lead to preterm birth. So that's preterm birth, Lance, is birth before 37 weeks of gestation. It also leads to babies with low birth weight, leads to babies with impaired lung functions and other health risks. And there was a study, in 2022 in the Journal of Environmental Research. Again, many people probably haven't seen this one, but in this environmental research study, it looked at birth outcomes in California between 2006 and 2012. And what they found was each additional day of exposure to wildfire smoke during pregnancy, so people that are pregnant, increase the risk of preterm birth. That's preterm birth. That's less than what we say, 37 weeks. Now, the same study that I'm aware of estimates that as many as 7,000 additional preterm births occurred in California that were attributable to exposure to wildfire smoke during that period of study, 6 years.
Sounds just like secondhand smoke exposure.
Exactly. Smoke is, exactly. So, and those preterm babies that were born, before 37 weeks of gestation had greater risk of experiencing respiratory complications, developmental issues, and death. And so it's so important. We talk about children now, Lance, developmental issues. We know that wildfire exposure hurts, it impairs, decreases children's performance in school. And we know that researchers and studies have looked at that possible link between wildfire smoke exposure and school performance. We've seen those studies done in the US and also Australia. And so a study that I'm aware of in the US used standardized test scores from 2009 and 2016 for nearly 12,000 school districts. And they compared to a school year with no smoke to a school year with wildfire smoke. And they found that the cumulative smoke exposure may have reduced student test scores by roughly 0.1 0.15% of a standard deviation. That may not mean much to people, but that's a lot. And that information was published in the Journal of Nature in 2022. That is a significant decrease in people's ability to learn, to understand, to think. Again, that information does exist.
There's so many effects, and we're starting to touch on the long-term effects. I've noticed from people within the circle that I travel starting to report eye infections, earaches, ear infections, sinus infections. And this is all a week after. I was kind of predicting out 2 weeks for people to start to have issues. But as far as the long-term effects, because the smoke cleared out, didn't do anything with all the debris left behind, all the ash that's dropped out of the air. I know the cars here had a grayish color to them, for days. And we haven't had rain for almost 4 weeks. We finally got some rain to wash some of it out of the atmosphere. But this is just something that is continual, and these particulates don't just vanish.
Oh, no, you're right, Lance. And so we always say, dirty air leads to dirty surfaces. That those particles in the air will eventually come down and land on surfaces. So if I look at my car parked in the street over that course of the smoke in Washington, D.C. last week, I can see the particles on my car. It's a black car, and I can see how dirty the windscreen got and how dirty the surface of the car became just from that smoke. It's really interesting that when we start to talk about, it wasn't that bad, or it didn't really affect me, I only had the short-term effects of, particulate matter 2.5 or less could be, a coughing, stinging eye, scratchy throat, runny nose, chest pain, headaches, fatigue, wheezing. I run with a running group here in DC, and the people that ran last week told me on the weekend, we just don't feel good enough. We don't feel well enough. We've still got a scratchy throat. We still are wheezing. We've got some breathing difficulties. We can't run with you, Gavin, on the weekend. And would they make official data, official statistics? No, they wouldn't. So that's the information that I've collected just through the group of friends that I have here in DC. So a lot of that information would never be recorded anywhere. And it takes then a lot of effort, like we talked about the Harvard study, Harvard University study, and the California Air Resources Board studies, to then study the long-term effect. And a lot of people then will say, well, that happened years ago, and they don't relate or see the link between the time they were exposed, that week of being exposed to smoke, versus they might have respiratory disease, cancer, or cardiovascular inflammatory problems with heart attacks and strokes. Those correlations really aren't made because it's happened so much longer or over time since the actual acute event of being exposed to wildfire smoke. That's always a challenge for us, Lance. It's hard to tell people you've got to, there's a hazard, there's a risk, you've got to take precautions, you've got to do this, when they don't initially feel the really significant bad effects either that day or the next day.
You're right. And, you had said that, which is what everybody else is saying, the news media, all officials, about staying indoors. But it's the same agencies like the EPA that are saying that in normal conditions, your indoor air quality is 5 to 10 times more polluted than the outside air. So they're telling people, especially sensitized individuals, children, things like that, to be outside, especially if you're having a positive reaction to your normal home. But now we're telling people to stay inside in the polluted area that is an issue, which is still less polluted than the outside.
Well, Lance, this is so important. So you actually showed real data. I think, was that data outside or inside data that you showed on
that
your
was
graph?
outside.
That was outside. So I have 6 indoor air quality monitors in my house, and I know the alarms went off. I know that I have friends who also have indoor air quality monitors, and we know these are affordable. So these are affordable. So it's important that you see the baseline of where your indoor air quality is, because that's what my indoor air quality monitors measure. But then you can see how the outside air coming in can influence that, and whether and we've heard this a lot of discussions, Lance. Well, maybe you can't protect all of the inside of your house or all of the inside where you work. Maybe you have to identify a room that has an air quality monitor with maybe an air quality device that cleans the air, and people should stay in there while there is a risk. And I think it's really important that we emphasize to everyone, Lance, those indoor air quality monitors as well as air quality purifiers right now they're affordable. You know, it used to be it was cost was an issue. Not anymore. You can buy those, you can use those, and I would highly recommend that if you reach out to us, and we'll provide you, with a list of those that we have done our research on, we've done our due diligence, we know that they're backed by evidence and science, and it really will change people's behavior and improve their quality of life if they start measuring more. You know, we see measurements for outdoor air through the air quality index, but wouldn't it be great if at the same time more people could have indoor air quality monitors in their home, even their cars, for example, and be able to then see the numbers, react appropriately, change their behaviors, and actually come up with solutions that improve their air quality without waiting till they get the symptoms we just talked about.
In one of the other episodes, I was in a discussion and I used the glass of drinking water as an example. You know, people want to take a nice, clear, crystal type of look of water and drink that. If you were to make that water cloudy or brownish, people say, I'm not drinking that. Well, air is the same thing. The difference is it's not in a small container. So you don't see the pollution. You don't see anything other than if you see like a lot of pollen on your car during spring, something like that. Oh, it's the allergies are bad. That's why I'm coughing. But other than that, people can't see particulate because it's microscopic. So they take breathing for granted. And that's one of the most critical things that we do. I also use the example in another one where a person can go 20 to 40 days without eating. They can go 3 to 7 days without drinking. You can go 4 to 6 minutes without breathing. So we can't stop doing that. So like you said, a safe room, an environment where if they are struggling, they can go into that for a few hours, give their system a break, feel better, and then go back out and do what you have to do. Especially since the indoor air quality is normally so much worse than the outside air, which unfortunately, because of this pollution problem from the smoke, made the outside air so much worse.
Yeah, and that's how we all work together, Lance, through NORMI, GBAC, the Global Biorisk Advisory Council, a division of ICE, say, our subject matter experts, we sit there, we know that there's a way of making the unseen seen, be visible. We know how to identify those hazards and then calculate the risk, likelihood of something happening and the consequence if it happens. And, we all know that we use that definition of consequences, how bad can it get? And so much of our air, as you correctly said, Lance, water is unseen. There can be contaminants, pollutants in the air, contaminants, pollutants in water, and it still appears, it looks, or even smells safe and healthy. But unless we measure more, we will never be able to improve. And that's why I think we all talk about that, it's so important. The tools are available, the equipment's there, the expertise is there, the science is there to start measuring more and then working with subject matter experts to interpret properly, appropriately what those measurements mean so that people can act, change their behavior, develop, implement solutions. And I think last week was a really good example with the smoke in the air, colors on a map, 6 different colors with the air quality index. And in my own personal opinion, maybe 6 colors is too much. Maybe it's confusing. Maybe people didn't understand what the colors. And then when we had the colors, we also got numbers. Here's 425 in New York City. Here's 350 in Philadelphia. Here's 308. All these different numbers came out for different locations. I don't think people realized what the number means. So if you give a color, if you give a number, then you must give an interpretation, a so what, and you must tell the public what to do.
Well, there are other things that are also affected besides what we're talking about now. We've talked about, the young, the elderly. We've talked about pregnant individuals. We've talked about sensitized individuals. There's a few other things we need to talk about. Number one, and I know and I mentioned this in another episode, that it sounds a little bit on the dramatic side, but from this heavy smoke condition, we actually got a glimpse into what a nuclear winter would look like. The temperatures that are normally 80, 85 degrees in New Jersey this time of the year were barely able to get out of the 60s. It dropped the ambient temperature almost 20 degrees every day while there was smoke. Once the smoke cleared out, the temperature went back up to normal. Now that affects plant growth. It affects our food source. And speaking of food sources, it affects livestock with breathing. They're outside creatures. And we can't forget our pets, especially the ones that either have, like doggy doors that go in and out, or outside pets. So how does it affect them?
Yeah, really important, Lance. We knew in Washington, D.C., the National Zoo was closed to all people, closed to visitors, because they had brought the animals indoors away from the smoke. Now, are all the enclosures at the National Zoo on air conditioning that recirculates? No, it's not, but at least that would decrease to some level, some degree, their exposure to the smoke that was outside. Again, in horses, equine asthma is real. And we know from fires in Australia, information and data from fires in California, horses can suffer inflammatory diseases. We see equine asthma increase after forest fires or wildfire fires. That data is available. That's known. That's been studied. Less so in companion animals like dogs and cats. But yes, we do know that, again, those animals are breathing the same air that we're seeing, that we would breathe. Really interesting, just a couple of anecdotal reports that I've received from colleagues and friends here in DC. They had to let their cat or their dog out to go to the bathroom, the toilet, or just get some exposure outside so they wouldn't go mad inside when they run around. Opening and closing that door very briefly to let us say a dog out. And the people that had indoor air quality monitors saw that by just opening that door very briefly to let their pet out, changed their indoor air quality on their monitors significantly. And what I mean by that, if they were sitting at like a 95 to 98%, it dropped down in some of the photos that I received down to 70, 73% in that very brief period. So it's not like it takes a long time for the smoke to rush into the house. When you open the door, that smoke came in, and that indoor air quality monitor then measured it, and you saw in real time, right there and then, a change in your indoor air quality, by a number. The challenge we have, though, is how to interpret those numbers. So yeah, again, Lance, many animals can't go indoors. They were exposed. And again, a lot of this data won't be measured, but we do know from studies that we do see inflammation problems as well as respiratory problems in animals exposed to wildfire smoke.
One of the things, just like with very young children, animals can't really tell you what's bothering them. You might see the animal acting up or different or lethargic, but you won't know what's really going on, just like with children. So it's something you need to pay attention to. Don't forget about the pet that was outside all day during that smoke. They may start to have issues going forward. Yes, I'm a pet lover, can't help it.
Oh, but very important, Lance, my dog Buddy did not want to go outside last week when we had all the smoke in the air. Now he has to.
He's going to go out in the rain either, so
Well, yeah, but he loves the snow. But you could see it was really interesting that to be at the door, trying to let him out. They get some exercise, to go to the bathroom. He really had to be just pushed through it. He knew what was out there. I don't want to go out in that. And I think you look at animal behavior. Animals will tell us lots of stories about the quality of outdoor air.
Well, if I look for a positive for this whole thing coming out of Canada, I think it was an awareness that's brought to the public that this could happen at any time. The fires are still going on. The smoke could change direction with the wind. We could have another repeat of this. And it gives us a glimpse as to what could happen again. It could be longer lasting. And how do we deal with that going forward? I mean, it's just like the people in Florida and the Gulf Coast that live in a hurricane-prone area, but they don't go and buy plywood till 24 hours before the storm's going to hit. The storms are going to be there. Prepare ahead of time. Like you had said, you can get monitors to know what's going on in your home. You can get air purification. You can get better filters. I mean, the term we use is you either have a good filter or you are one.
Yep. Really important, Lance. Again, I'm going to go back to my cell phone, my mobile phone. In times of tornadoes, hurricanes, I'll get messages on my phone, take cover now. So, a government agency has interpreted the risk of the tornado, the storm, the hurricane, and I need to take cover, seek shelter. What I found in the messages that were given out on my phone, it wasn't that clear. Yes, your photos show clearly there was lots of smoke, lots of particles, and maybe other substances in the air during when you took those photos. But the messages I got on my phone, in the media, on TV, social media, in the newspaper wasn't clear enough to say, and then it wasn't just some groups that were going to be affected, it was going to be everyone. And it wasn't really, I think, this is very weird. Summer is just starting here in the US on the East Coast, West Coast, in the Northern Hemisphere, it's just starting. We're very early in the wildfire season. And I think we've got the air quality index with numbers and colors. We've got messages that went out, warnings, but I think this is the time to be clear on what actions, what do you need to really, really do to protect the health of you, your family, your loved ones, and your pets and your animals. And I think this is a good opportunity. What happened last week, learn from that and say, right, how do we do better in giving very clear, actionable advice? Tell people what to do and how to do it using what everyone's carrying right now, Lance, one of these, the cell phone.
Well, I think education is the important part, and the public education is really important, whether it's through PSAs, public service announcements, or just making it available for people to call, reach out to the ISSA group, to Normie or Normie.tv. We can help guide people, to where to get more information that's factual, not just somebody selling a widget and, here's the best thing. I mean, I saw people walking around with paper towel masks, because they knew wearing a mask was going to help with particulate. The paper towel mask was useless, but somebody said, well, use a paper towel, it'll help. Well, does it help? Yes. It's like emptying a swimming pool using a tablespoon. Yeah, you are emptying it, but your effect is really, really limited.
And that's a good point, Lance, because we've gone through the 3 years or so of a COVID-19 pandemic. People have masks. Or they know where to buy masks or have accessibility to masks. The challenge we have, Lance, is there's so many people in our neighborhoods, our community, in our cities, our towns where we work, that they have to work outdoors. We saw when the photos you took, the smoke in the air, we saw the schools cancel all outdoor activities. We saw professional sporting bodies like the Major League Baseball cancel games. But again, that's for the population that was going to go watch a game. That's for the kids at school that wanted to play outside. What about the people that have to work outside? Where was the actionable solutions, the information there to say, you work outside, we need you to work outside, this is what you do. I really professionally and honestly believe, Lance, a lot of that information was missing, and a lot of people in our towns, in our communities, our neighborhoods have to work outside. They have no choice.
I just read an article of the lawsuits that came out of 9/11, and Christy Whitman was one of the named individuals in that, I think director of EPA at the time, or one of those large organizations, where she came out and said that the air quality a week later was okay for people to go and work there and return to New York City. And 15 years later, she was found guilty of all this misleading information and stuff, because the data showed it was unhealthy. I mean, we're 20 plus years out. There's still debris from them in the walls, in drop ceilings, in buildings all around New York. So this isn't a short-term effect. Oh, it was there, it's gone, the air looks clear, it's nice out today. All of this affects us going forward.
Oh, it's so important that everyone understands dirty air leads to dirty surfaces. Lance, I did 12 years in the military. When all the deployments I did around the world, we don't want to leave waste in a footprint in a foreign country, so we burn it. And so you can easily see, there's books written about, there's movies about the exposure of soldiers and the military to smoke pits. the fire from fire pits, the smoke that comes from fire pits, and the increase in cancer in those military personnel. And again, look at the numbers that came out from 9/11 in 2001, when so many of our colleagues, Lance, went there with the best intentions to help, to do what they have been trained to do. And look at the number of friends and colleagues that we know of, that have been diagnosed with cancer since that deployment back in 2001. And I know the number of again, friends I have in the military that were exposed to smoke pits over the years and have cancer. It's real. What it means, we have to do better when we go to respond to those important acute events, to try to mitigate them, respond to them, and then go into recovery. We've got to do better in our training as well as our equipment to protect what we know in the long term causes inflammatory disease, heart disease, lung disease, cancer.
Absolutely. But Gavin, I want to thank you for spending time with us today. I mean, it's always informative listening to you. I think this was information that we needed to get out in this series with the actual data, a lot of the study information, short and long-term effects, which is what we've covered. And just give people a place to go if they have questions or concerns, how to reach out and get help. The Normie organization at normie.org, ISSA organization, GBAC. There's a lot of credible sources out there that are out there doing this for the right reason and trying to educate the public. So I want to thank you for being part of that. I want to thank you for being part of this series that we're doing on fire and smoke. And we'll do this again.
You're more than welcome, Lance. Again, we're even at Normie and ISSA and GBAC now, we are still working right now. How can we do better in translating the information we know, the research we know, into helping people understand this is what you need to do when you see that apocalyptic look in the sky. The sun is blocked out. It turns bright hot orange based on smoke or particles in the air. And it's something we're still working on, Lance, and hopefully we'll be able to do better and get better information out to everyone.
You're absolutely right. And I think closing out, I just want to leave the images up there on the screen. Let's see if I can bring this up real quick. You have the sun up there now and the smoke?
Yes, can see it, Lance. And as we know, we saw it, we lived through it, we breathed it, we kept doing the work we should do. But again, did we decrease the hazard, the risk? Did we wear the appropriate equipment to protect ourselves? No, we didn't do a good job at that.
Well, I think this is a good start. I think we're getting the information out there. Hopefully this is helping people, answering some of their questions. So thank you again. I appreciate the time, and we'll do more series down the road.
You're more than welcome, Lance.
The Perfect Fit Filter by Best Living Systems, another innovative product by Best Living Systems that will change the way you breathe indoors. Older style filters use cardboard frames which become quickly filled up with mold and dead skin cells, causing them to flex inward and allow air to go right past the filter. With the Perfect Fit Filter, there is no blow-by. Because there is no cardboard for the mold to eat, this Perfect Fit Filter is designed with a sturdy internal frame and sized to fit virtually any size opening. It allows the edges of the filter media to enclose the frame of your return air grills, so every cubic inch of air is filtered. No reason to go searching for your specific size in your local big box store. The Perfect Fit Filter is shipped directly to you when you need them. In a home or office environment, this incredible 1-inch filter provides MERV 7 protection to serve as a 90-day filter. How can you leave this filter in for 90 days?
Hurricanes. If you didn't know any differently, they'd seem at the beginning like any other storm. And that's the deceptive part, the devastation, the flooding, the loss of life, the imprint of the loss of heartfelt memories, all occur after the storm has passed.
The latest technology gives us the opportunity to be prepared way in advance of impending danger, and yet we wait. Or worse yet, we decide to stay. We risk so much when the effects of these devastating events could be so easily diminished if we had only listened. As the storm approaches, it very quickly becomes too late to gather the important possessions and memories, too late to batten down the hatches, too late to protect our property or sometimes our very lives. With the aftermath of Katrina, I can assure you I have changed my game plan for the next Katrina, and I hope you have or will change yours. My name is Doug Hoffman, the Executive Director of NORMI, the National Organization of Remediators and Mold Inspectors. We train mold professionals to assess, evaluate, and solve the problems associated with water events, both major and minor, as those events result in mold damage to property, and in conjunction with the NORMI Pro Environmental Task Force are ready to help when disaster hits. Check our resources at normi.org and normiproetf.org for current ways you can help yourself and others when disaster hits. Sometimes an event is so horrific that it results in massive flooding and wind damage. We lived through Hurricane Katrina right here in Louisiana and have been privileged to help hundreds, maybe thousands of Katrina victims rebuild their lives after one of the most devastating natural events ever to hit the Gulf coasts of Texas, Louisiana, Mississippi, Alabama, and Florida. We learned some very important lessons, and we're hoping this short video will help you prepare for the next major event that may hit your community. With thermal imaging and from a satellite, the images are staggeringly beautiful, but closer to Earth, in the midst of the rampage, frightening doesn't begin to tell the story. Being prepared for what might be coming and then managing the recovery will help you keep your mind on the important task ahead. The unpredictable nature of the season simply requires it. The dates of the North American hurricane season span from June 1st to November 30th. By no means will these dates prevent the forming or sustaining of a tropical event in the Gulf of Mexico, the Atlantic Ocean, the Caribbean Sea, or the Pacific, but these dates are a guide or a timeline based on previous storms over the last century. Dropping your guard or dismissing weather events outside of these dates could result in being caught off guard for an approaching storm. But these dates, in particular, are a time to be specially aware of the news and weather reports. 26 named storms churned in the Atlantic in 2005, and many of them hit land. Following their paths shows the unpredictable nature of nature. Because of the fickle nature and path of many tropical storms, a large part of the general population hesitates or fails to take precautions until the last minute. In the year 2005, an unprecedented number of named storms developed in the eastern and Gulf Coast, exceeding even the English alphabet, and many of those storms made landfall. And when that occurs, especially in densely populated areas, the results are mass evacuations, highway gridlock, and supply shortages. In simple terms, everyone that waited until the last minute is scrambling to prepare or leave. The following information is provided as part of the Community Awareness Program, CAP, from NORMI, the National Organization of Remediators and Mold Inspectors. Additional CAP programs can be found at normi.org or at flood.normi.org and include realtors awareness, first responders awareness, and other information targeted to specific groups. These are presented in an effort to fulfill our mission and fill a void in accurate and timely trainings. How often have you seen news reports about the long lines at hardware stores where residents of areas prone to tropical events are waiting in lines for hours to purchase plywood or other needed supplies? The general rule of thumb is if you find yourself in this situation, waiting in line to take your turn, you may have waited too long. Our goal at Normie is to provide you with general preparation and safety information for your time before, during, and after the event. Let's get started, and please feel free to take notes or revisit this video often. Sometimes a reminder can be very timely. So let's get started. Plan to be prepared before the event. Know how and where to get emergency information from your local emergency management offices. Follow instructions for evacuations if you are advised to leave, and leave. Understand that if you do not evacuate or find yourself in a situation where you need emergency assistance during the event, you may be on your own until the event has passed. Emergency services will also be stretched beyond normal capacity, and assistance may be days or weeks away. Remember that people that choose not to evacuate when instructed to do so are either victims or survivors. Neither title is as a result of good planning. When you do evacuate, if you have carefully planned your evacuation route well in advance of the evacuation and you know where you will be staying, life will be much easier while you are displaced. So if you are not prepared to fend for yourself for an extended period of time, consider relocating prior to the event. If you have the time, tidy up the house, wash and put away the dishes, clean the coffee pot. When you return, you'll feel better about this kind of detailed planning in advance and appreciate the preparation you've made for your return. And of course, traveling during the event is not advisable in most cases. Some of the following information are recommendations from FEMA, the Federal Emergency Management Agency. And they suggest, before the storm, make plans to secure your property. Permanent storm shutters offer the best protection for windows. A second option is to board up those windows with 5/8 marine plywood, cut to fit and ready to install. Tape does not prevent windows from breaking. Install straps or additional clips to securely fasten your roof to the frame structure. This will reduce roof damage. Be sure trees and shrubs around your home are well trimmed. Charge your cellular phone and refill your meds. Clear the gutters and downspouts of any extra debris that could become airborne. Secure your boat. Consider a safe room, a place where you will not be hurt by broken glass or structural damage. Take your outdoor furniture and put it indoors. Get evacuation information, which is readily available, and get a local shelters list. Where can you go if you need to? If you can't get out quickly enough or you get stranded because of traffic, where can you go? In regards to evacuation guidelines, there are really just two categories: what you should always do and what you could do if time permits. As my dad used to say, if you prepare for time to permit, it will. This list gives you these two priorities to consider. Always keep a full tank of gas in your car if an evacuation seems likely. Gas stations may be closed during emergencies and unable to pump gas during power outages. Plan to take one car per family to reduce congestion and delay. If time permits, gather disaster supplies and put them in a kit stored in your home. Always make transportation arrangements with friends or local government if you do not own a car. If time permits, make sure you've got sturdy shoes and clothing that provide some protection, such as long pants, long-sleeved shirts, and a cap. Always listen to battery-operated radio and follow local evacuation instructions. And if time permits, let others know where you're going. Always gather your family and go if you are instructed to evacuate immediately. Knowing your family is safe will give you a great peace of mind during the uncertainty of the events that might follow the storm. If time permits, secure your home. Close and lock the doors and windows. Unplug electrical equipment such as radios and televisions and small appliances such as toasters, microwaves. Leave freezers and refrigerators plugged in, or if time permits, empty them so that there'll be no risk of damage being done to those freezers or refrigerators. You should take some precautions on your way out. Leave early enough to avoid being trapped by severe weather. Plan to then follow recommended evacuation routes. Do not take shortcuts. They may be blocked. Be alert for washed out roads and bridges. Do not drive into flooded areas. And stay away from downed power lines. And of course the question always arises, when should we evacuate? Well, you should evacuate under the following conditions. First, if you are directed by local authorities to do so, be sure to follow their instructions. If you live in a mobile home or temporary structure, such shelters are particularly hazardous during hurricanes, no matter how well fastened they may be to the ground. A Cat 4 hurricane can remove the entire roof of a commercial structure, so what do you think it could do to something as light as a mobile home? And of course, you've always got the added concern of tornadoes. If you live in a high-rise building, you should evacuate. Hurricane winds are stronger at higher elevations, so your safety might be jeopardized if you decide to stay. If you live on the coast or on a floodplain near a river or on an inland waterway, flooding might be the biggest concern because a storm surge of some kind always precedes a hurricane. The Gulf Coast of Louisiana and Mississippi experienced anywhere from 15 to 40-foot surges, enough to totally wipe out the coastline for several miles back into the non-water frontland. If you feel you're in danger, you should leave. And if you have health issues that might need emergency or regular attention, you should go to a place where your concerns can be addressed readily. So what if you decide to stay? Well, you definitely want to listen to the radio or TV for information, so be sure to have plenty of batteries for both. Secure your home. Close the storm shutters, secure outdoor objects, and bring them indoors. Turn off the utilities, if instructed to do so. Otherwise, turn the refrigerator thermostat to the coldest setting and keep the doors closed. This will ensure the preservation of frozen foods for some time following the storm should power not be restored for a long period of time. Well, frozen foods could last for a couple of days in the freezer even without power. Turn off propane tanks. Avoid using the phone except for serious emergencies. Moor your boat if time permits. And store a supply of water for sanitary purposes such as cleaning and flushing toilets. Did you know that a toilet will flush simply by filling it with a gallon of water? After thoroughly cleaning it out, fill the bathtub and other large containers with water. If you're unable to evacuate, have you considered the possibility of creating a safe room? If you don't have one, follow these simple guidelines. Make sure that you stay indoors during the hurricane and away from windows and glass doors. Close all the interior doors besides securing and bracing exterior doors. Keep curtains and blinds closed. Don't be fooled if there is a lull. It could be the eye of the storm, and the high winds could pick up again. If necessary for your own safety or that of your family, take refuge in a small interior room, closet, or hallway on the lowest level, but where flooding won't be a concern. And if you sense tornadic activity, which often accompanies a hurricane, lie on the floor under a table or another sturdy object. We have incredible technologies that give us advanced warning, tell us the intensity of what we might be facing, and track the storm from its inception to its end. What makes us think we can weather the storm? But we often try. The following are the basic emergency kits and supplies recommended by FEMA. Basic disaster supplies should be stocked in preparation for what may occur during and after a flood, hurricane, or other water event. Let's take a moment to simply list the 6 basic items, and then we'll talk about each one of them in a little bit of detail. This checklist will serve as a great starting place to be sure you are prepared. There are 6 basics you should stock in your home: water, food, first aid supplies, clothing, bedding, and sanitation supplies, tools, and specialty items. And keep the items that you would most likely need during an evacuation in an easy-to-carry container. Possible containers could include a large covered trash container, or a camping backpack, or even a duffel bag. First, water. How much water do I need? You should have at least a 3-day supply of water, and you should store at least 1 gallon of water per person per day. A normally active person needs at least 1/2 gallon of water daily just for drinking. Additionally, in determining adequate quantities, take the following into account. Individual needs vary depending on age, physical condition, activity, diet, and climate. Children, nursing mothers, and ill people need more water. Very hot temperatures can double the amount of water needed, and a medical emergency might require additional water. How should I store water? Well, to prepare safest and the most reliable emergency supply of water, it's recommended that you purchase commercially bottled water. Keep that bottled water in its original container and don't open it unless you need to use it. Observe any expiration or use by date. If you're preparing your own containers of water, it's recommended that you purchase food-grade water storage containers from surplus or camping supply stores to use for water storage. Before filling with water, thoroughly clean the containers with dishwashing soap and water and rinse completely so there is no residual soap. Follow the directions below on filling the container with water. If you choose to use your storage containers, choose 2-liter plastic soft drink bottles. Not plastic jugs or cardboard containers that have had milk or fruit juice in them. Milk protein and fruit sugars cannot be adequately removed from these containers and provide an environment for bacterial growth when water is stored in them. Cardboard containers also leak easily and are not designed for long-term storage of liquids. Also, don't use glass containers because they can break and they're heavy. If you're storing water in plastic soda bottles, follow these steps. Thoroughly clean the bottles with dishwashing soap and water. Rinse completely so there's no residual soap. Then sanitize those bottles by adding a solution of 1 teaspoon of non-scented liquid household chlorine bleach to a quart of water. Swish the sanitizing solution in the bottle so that it touches all surfaces, and then after sanitizing the bottle, thoroughly rinse out the sanitizing solution with clean water. Then you're ready to fill the bottles with water and seal them. Food. However you do it, you need a checklist. Put it in a magnetic clipboard attached to the side of your refrigerator, a post-it note on the inside of a kitchen cabinet, on your PDA or your phone app. But make a list now while you're calm and in your right mind. And remember these important points. Store at least a 3-day supply of non-perishable food. Select foods that require no refrigeration, preparation, or cooking, and little or no water. If you must heat food, pack a can of Sterno and matches. Select food items that are compact and lightweight. Avoid foods that will make you thirsty. Choose salt-free crackers, whole grain cereals, and canned foods with high liquid content. Be sure to include a manual can opener. That might come in very handy. And include a selection of the following foods in your disaster supply kit and put them in a waterproof container. Foods like ready-to-eat meats, fruits, and vegetables, canned fruits, juices, milk, soup, staples like sugar, salt, and pepper, high-energy foods like peanut butter, jelly, crackers, granola bars, trail mix, vitamins and minerals, foods for infants, the elderly, or special dietary needs. And don't forget comfort stress foods like cookies, hard candy, sweetened cereals, instant tea, or coffee. First aid supplies. First aid kits can be purchased but some people prefer to make their own. So we've listed here 18 things that should be included so you could supplement a pre-packaged kit or develop your own. You'll need to decide which items you would want to include or exclude based on budget restraints, but even the seemingly least needed item could become extremely important in a life or death situation. Take the time to study this list, and we've provided a printable copy of this list as a resource at hurricane.normie.org website for your review. And a medical kit, again stored for safekeeping, could include the following items: aspirin or non-aspirin pain relievers, anti-diarrhea medication, an antacid for upset stomach, syrup of ipecac to induce vomiting if advised by the Poison Control Center, possibly a laxative, and maybe an activated charcoal, again for use if advised by the Poison Control Center. Emergency and safety items might also include these items, which would be safely stored but probably not in the same box with the first aid kit. Gas cans, ice chest or two, disposable cups, plates, eating utensils, and paper towels, black trash bags, vinyl gloves, maybe moistened cleaning towelettes. Again, having these items far in advance of an impending storm is simply the best way to avoid having to find them in an emergency and when you might be in panic mode. And by all means, take the time to contact your local American Red Cross chapter to obtain a free basic first aid manual. Clothing, bedding, and sanitation supplies are extremely important, and especially if you live in a cold climate, you've got to think about warmth because it's possible that you would not have heat. So include at least one complete change of clothing and footwear per person. A light jacket or coat, long pants, a long sleeve shirt, sturdy shoes or work boots, and of course waterproof would be preferred. Hat, gloves, and scarf, rain gear, thermal underwear, blankets or sleeping bags, and sunglasses. And on the sanitation side, don't forget the toilet paper, soap, liquid detergent, feminine supplies, personal hygiene items, plastic garbage bags with ties for personal sanitization use, plastic bucket with a tight lid, and disinfectant. Maybe even a little bit of household bleach for sanitization. Next on our list is tools, and there are a lot of tools that people don't think about needing until they need them. Mess kits or paper cups, plates, and plastic utensils. An emergency preparedness manual, there's some good ones out there. Portable battery-operated radio or television and extra batteries. Flashlights and extra batteries. Cash or traveler's checks and some change. Non-electric can opener, a utility knife. Fire extinguisher, small canister, ABC type. A tube tent. Pliers. Tape. Compass. Matches in a waterproof container, aluminum foil, plastic storage containers, rabbit ears for your TV, signal flare, paper, pencil, needles, thread, a medicine dropper, a shut-off wrench to turn off household gas and water, a whistle, an axe, plastic sheeting, and a map of the area for locating shelters. And finally, specialty items. Remember family members with special needs such as infants and elderly or disabled persons. For baby, formula, diapers and wipes, baby food, bottles, powdered milk, pacifiers, and maybe medications. And don't forget the adults. Heart and high blood pressure medication, insulin, prescription drugs, denture needs, contact lenses and supplies, extra eyeglasses, hearing aid batteries. That's a lot of stuff to remember. And you can make this a special project, taking the important family documents and putting them together in a place where they're safe, photocopies of credit and identification cards, maybe in a Ziploc bag, plastic container. But you want to keep these records in a waterproof, portable container. Your will and insurance policies, contracts, deeds, stocks, and bonds. Photo IDs, passports, social security cards, immunization records, bank account numbers, credit card account numbers and companies, inventory of valuable household goods or important telephone numbers, family records like birth and marriage and death certificates, your checkbook, cash and coins, and then of course some entertainment, games, and books that you might need while you're away. So, what's the target? The goal? The goal during a tropical event is to not need the items and procedures that we discussed in this presentation. However, being prepared is a good alternative and may make the difference between being a victim and being a survivor. On a personal note, from those who have been there, during the aftermath of Katrina, many suffered intense wind damage with trees through their roof and rain pouring through. Your prized possessions, though not as important as your very life, of course, should be taken with you. If you evacuate, and you can do so without compromising the essentials, take the things that are important with you. I want to personally thank you for taking the time to watch this video. It's our hope that you will never be in a situation where you will have to consider all the things we've discussed, but if you are, now you're prepared to be prepared and survive. For more information, go to normie.org or normieproetf.org or email us at support@normie.org. We're here to serve you. Thank you very much.
Hi, everyone. I'd like to welcome you all here to an interview that we're going to be doing tonight. And my guest speaker is somebody that most of you all know. It's Mo Zuluaga. He's one of our senior trainers, a good friend of mine, and we have him here in the room. I will let him do a little bit of an intro of his own background because it's too diverse for me to try to explain. So Mo, a little bit about yourself before we get started.
Well, first of all, thank you. Well, for those of you that don't know me, I've been in the restoration industry now for a good bit over 20 years. And before that, I was an engineer for General Electric, for that in the military. And keep going back, I guess, been all over the country and spent some time outside of the country as well, working in Central America, lived in the Caribbean. And as you can tell by my name, my parents are from South America, from Colombia. So I've had a chance to be kind of all over the place and work all over the place. And now I'm happy to be here in Florida and call myself a Florida boy. And I plan on staying here. And I don't think anybody can get me out. So, and happy to be here with Normie as well. So life has brought me here, and I'm in a happy place.
Well, since you're so happy, let's talk about some serious stuff. Because we get a lot of questions during and after our CMA CMR class, which is one of the ones that where you specialize in teaching, and actually you do it in English and in Spanish, depending on the class that we're running. But I know that we're always getting these questions about technology and what does somebody need to start and what kind of equipment should I buy, and is there differences in moisture meters and air pumps and on and on and on. I think the moisture meter side of it is something that we get the most questions about for people in both the remediation and the assessor side because of the type of work that they do. So I'm going to put you on the spot and see if you want to talk a little bit about moisture meters and some of the differences between them and what you do with them.
Sure. Actually, that's a great question, Lance. One of the interesting things about the class is we talk about in several sections of the class, we talk about one of the most important decisions that we need to make as remediators is we need to make a decision as to what equipment we're going to purchase, what we're going to use. And, I always push hard on the concept that you need to make the decisions based on the application and exactly what the specifications of the equipment are, because for an equipment or technology to function properly, the most important thing is that the operator must know how it works. and must understand its capabilities and most importantly its limitations. And a lot of the times we are, we kind of just go right into using the equipment, and because somebody shows us how to use it, and we might use a small bit of the capabilities, but one of the things that is rarely taught from person to person is really what the limitations are. So I tend to talk about quite a bit about that in class. When we get into the whole moisture mapping section of the class, and I do explain a little bit about how moisture meters work and how they don't work and the things that you need to know. And that's one of the questions that I get repeatedly thrown at me time after time after class, where somebody will call me, listen, I know that you spoke about this in class, and it is it's a little complicated for me to just grasp in the 5 minutes that you were able to talk about it. Could you give me a little bit more? As a matter of fact, I've pulled I do have a file here that I can pull up with some pictures of moisture meters, and I'm going to open up here while I talk to you over the next minute, which has some pictures that I've done just to have this sort of conversation with some of the students. So as I pull this up, one of the things I am going to say is that when we go through the process of selecting equipment, it is incredibly important to know what exactly is it that we're trying to accomplish. What is the end goal of what we're going to do with that equipment? So in moisture meters, that is, we're going to measure moisture somehow, or at least that's the concept. And one of the things that the first question we need to ask is, where are we going to measure it? You know, what kind of material are we going to measure? How accurate do we need to be? How thick is that material? Those are all things that we need to take into consideration, because not all meters are made the same.
And Mo, with that, there was a discussion that I was involved with recently where somebody was talking about moisture meters, and they all have different scales. And that was confusing to say, well, it's this percentage. Well, that's a different way of grading on this device compared to another device. So I don't know if you're prepared to talk about that, but if you get a chance as you go through them, you might want to toss some of that in.
Absolutely, will do. All right, so I have this little file open as a Word document that I have with the images. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and share it, if that's okay.
Sure.
So I can show some of these pictures and try to get the concepts across a little bit better. So let me go ahead and do that. All right, toss this over to the center screen. All right, so can you see the moisture meters right now, Lance?
Absolutely, you're good.
All right, wonderful. So here's some, I'm going to start here with non-penetrating meters, which actually goes right into questions you just asked, Lance, which is scales. So not all non-penetrating meters are made the same. Not all meters are made the same. And when it comes to these sort of meters, the first thing you do need to understand is that scale. What are those scales telling you? So I'm going to go ahead and zoom in on this particular meter right here. This is a Tramex ME5. I use this meter quite often during assessments. It is one of my favorite non-penetrating meters. I mean, I have numerous ones, as you'll see and understand why by the end of this. But one of the things that you can see right here on this meter is right up at the very top, you'll see it says wood percentage moisture content. And then at the bottom, it says comparative. And the wood moisture content is a scale that's right up here at the top, and it goes from 5 all the way to 30. While the comparative goes all the way to 100. So let's talk just in this meter alone. There are two completely different scales. So the top scale where we have the wood, it'll actually tell you the percentage moisture content of the wood, and there are, if you look at the manual, depending on the wood, you'd actually have to use some variances if it's a hardwood versus a softwood, and they'll actually go by names, like if it's a fir or it's an oak or something like that. There'll be some percentages that you would need to adjust that reading. But in general terms, this is a wood moisture content scale. Down here, it's a complete relative term. So what does that mean? What does relative mean? It means that for it to have any meaning whatsoever, it needs to be attached to some other value. And so what we learned in class is that before we can go take any readings where we believe the area to be wet, we need to go to a dry section of the home and take up a reading of the same material. So if it's wood, it's going to be of the same type of wood. If it's drywall, it'll be drywall. flooring, etc. So we can get what's called a baseline or a dry standard, and then that's what we're going to use to compare. That's the relative number we're going to use. So on those different scales that you were mentioning, for example, this meter right here, as you guys can see, goes up to 100. If I was using, for example, a Delmhorst Navigator, the new one, it has a scale up to 300. So as you can see, 300 is not a percentage. 300 is just a number, and that's because the sensitivity of that particular scale, you need a wider range to be able to get the numbers that you want. It's a different different system that it uses. And so the most important thing is that you understand as a user which is the best, which is the form that the way that your meter works, right? What are the scales in your meter? What do they mean, and what do they represent, and how do you properly read them? How do you work with your meter during different materials? As you can see in this particular meter, you have different materials, wood and timber. Do you have one that's a shallow depth? And that's because sometimes you have layered materials and you want to just grab the top layer, or you want to stay away from a metallic background, because that's one of the things we'll be talking about, some limitations of these meters. And a metallic background might cause a limitation. Drywall, plaster, masonry. So this particular meter definitely has different scales. The important thing to understand is, except for the wood meter, those are all relative scales. Okay, those are all something you have to compare to. As you can see, this meter will tell you over here just how deep it goes, and you'll see in the wood that it does show percentage moisture content. And that's what I would say. This is a great example of saying we need to grab the most simple tools that we have, which are wonderful technology, because a lot of the times we don't see these simple tools as technology because they've been around for a while, and we need to understand those.
You know, one of the things that you just mentioned real quick was the manual. And so many people that I talk to don't even know there is a manual. Sometimes you have to go online to get it or download it. And that's one of the most important things you could have for these types of tools. You really need to understand it. I've gotten calls from numerous people that were either en route to a job or on a job site that have called me and said, how do I do this? How do I use this machine to do this? You got to know this stuff before you go out. I mean, use it in your own home, learn it, use the manual.
Absolutely. Habits that we now have in the industry or the people that have gotten used to understanding these concepts is the having these manuals right on your phone, right? So we have them on cloud storage. So anytime, and I actually reference manuals all the time when I'm in the field, and there's a particular function of the meter that I might not have used in a long time, and I might know, but I might want to refresh her just to make sure that I don't miss anything, because as you'll see, there are definitely different types of meters, but having those manuals available to you at a moment's notice is incredibly important, and it's a good practice that everybody should actually take on in their business and their daily use. So I want to show you. So this is meter number one. Let me show you something else. So here's some of the things that I discuss with students when they call me with these questions. And one is that comparative range, as you mentioned. And that comparative range can change from meter to meters. So we need to understand it. Understanding how far those ranges go, right? So as you can see, the wood moisture content go up to 40%, and this particular meter up here went up to 30. You need to understand those because questions can come up. If you think about it, if somebody's looking and somebody's analyzing a project that you're doing, and they're used to seeing one particular type of meter where their scale is considerably higher. So for example, on a non-penetrating meter, you can have wet be pretty high, pretty 68, 98. Other meters might be lower. So if they're used to seeing their meter and they think that your number is too low and that does not mean that it's wet, then you need to be able to explain that and say, well, my meter works in this form, and here's the scale that it works, and here's what the numbers mean. And if you don't do that, if you don't understand that, it might be a difficult conversation to have with somebody else that also doesn't understand your meter because they've never used it before. As you can see, the same company can have another completely different meter. This is also by Tramix. This one is really designed for concrete. And this one will have concrete moisture content, okay, and also for drywall. So this is a very specific meter, and these meters are excellent meters to use for very specific times in different projects. So if you really want to know what's going on with certain type of materials, you might need a very specific meter to do that. Just so, like I said, having a set of meters to be able to tackle different problems that come on is very important. Just like you can see for concrete as well, I might actually want to know the actual concrete slab, how much the relative humidity is in it, how much moisture content is in it. I might need to tap into it and use a different type of meter with a different type of plug that allows me to be able to determine this. Because, for example, once we remove floors in some of these projects, before we can reinstall the floors, we need to make sure that we've actually correctly dried that concrete slab. Because if we don't, then we're going to have issues with the new flooring when it's installed. So once again, understanding our meters, our limitations, our capabilities is important. And I think limitations is one of those things that we definitely need to focus with each one of our meters.
Hey Mo, you mentioned a bunch of different types of meters, and I know over the years I've used combo meters. What I mean by that is a meter that will also do relative humidity, temperature, moisture on surface as a pinned or pinless. How do you feel about those? I've gotten mixed, opinions from people over the years.
Well, I have a picture of one of those here. I'll jump a couple of pictures just to show you. Whoop, here we go. So this one is by Protimeter. Everybody pronounces that a little bit different. That's how I pronounce it. So if I pronounce it differently, forgive me. So Protimeter is a multi-use meter. So it doesn't have a thermal hygrometer. It has a pin moisture meter. It has a non-penetrating moisture meter included as well. And it's a really good meter. It really is. There are some drawbacks. There are some drawbacks to having a multi-use meter. One of them is obviously your meter is done and you've now lost all your meters. That's one. In the past, some of these meters that had all the functions did not have each function wasn't top notch. You'd have two of the functions that were top notch and the third one was okay. And I'm a big believer in having really good meters for certain type of projects for each one of those functions, whether it be a hygrometer. So you need to understand what application you're doing. But obviously times change, technology improves. Some of these meters are really good. This particular meter is really good. The kit comes with all kinds of accessories to measure different things, to be able to tap into wood, to be able to go past these little pins over here to go past the drywall and be able to measure and see if insulation is wet. You have multiple meters that do this, like that Delmhorst Navigator that I mentioned also is a good combo meter. My biggest drawback with combo meters personally is that, a lot of the times they have a lot more functions that I need on my projects. Number one, and number two is if I lose that meter, I've now lost all my meters, and it's not something that I really want to face on a project.
Well, that was one of the things that I had seen over the years that you had just mentioned about the sensitivity of the meters, that you give up some sensitivity when you have all these different devices combined together. It's really good with one or two things, but a few of the other ones aren't as good. And of course, the other thing is if something happens, you drop the meter, you break it, you've lost everything,
Absolutely. And the other one is they are pricey. They are pricey to have a combo meter. They're less pricey than buying really good meters of each one, mind you, but nonetheless, as to have one meter that can go bad or get dropped or now you're talking anywhere between $1,200 to $1,500 for top end meters, in the hands of a technician can be a problem. It's if it's your personal hands and you're very good with your equipment, you take care of it like I do, they'll probably last you for a lifetime. But we know that as it goes from hand to hand, that level of care might change. So that also comes into play. How rugged are your meters? And that's one of the things that I look for. I like rugged equipment. I like equipment that I can take on a construction job, and it's going to make it to the end of the day. So that's important to me. Absolutely.
One of the questions that comes up a lot is, what should I buy, a pinned or a pinless? And I always talk to them about, well, the pinless doesn't do any damage. You got to go to a different level of dealing with the consumer that you're working with about having pinholes all over the place. And depending on what you're doing, if you're testing carpeting, you're not going to see, like you're testing sheetrock, all these little pinholes all over the place, you know, so you got to be prepared to build back. But, you know, you have a favorite either way, pinned or pinless?
Well, my particular answer to that is always I have both. And because it also depends on application, right? You do a lot of assessments. You've done a lot of assessments in your time, and during an assessment, you know, in an assessment, a lot of the times you're not really looking to poke holes into a drywall, because like you're saying, you're creating damage to the drywall. On another type of project, for example, a drying project, that becomes a little bit less important. You're in an emergency situation and you need documentation that's going to be easy to explain down the road, either to maybe it's an insurance claim to an adjuster, maybe you go to court, something like that. And in that case, a pin moisture meter is definitely going to be a lot easier to explain, because it's showing you some moisture content versus a relative reading. And relative readings can be one of those things that's difficult to explain or people to grasp in a short amount of time. On the other hand, both are great. So one of the things that I tend to do is I start with non-penetrating, and then I'll document the edges, the far corners. So once I get to the far corners, I'll document them with a pin moisture meter. I've gotten really good at taking those pin moisture meters in areas where you're not going to be able to see those little holes. You know, there's ways to do that. And then I'll take one in the center, so I have some serious documentation with my pin moisture meter, and then I have a little bit more documentation with my non-penetrating. But both are incredibly important. Some of the stuff that you are going to be measuring, you're not going to be able to poke holes in either. Stuff like tile, you know, really nice wood. You're not going to start poking holes all over the place. Really nice wood. So they both have a place in it, and sometimes I use them both because, as I mentioned in class, I never trust any piece of equipment or any measurement by itself. I want to be able to compare it to other things and be able to say that makes sense. What I'm seeing makes sense, because, like I said, they both have limitations. And one of the limitations of the non-penetrating meter is that it's not really measuring moisture. It's using RF signals. Most of these are using RF signals, and depending on what's behind that drywall or in front of the drywall, you can have readings that are incorrect. For example, if you have a pipe, if you have wood, if you have actually some wallpapers actually have metal in them, and you'll detect it higher. Pin moisture meters give you a little bit a little bit more of I guess an accurate reading in those type of situations, but they can also have issues where they don't go as deep, because the pins on those moisture meters tend to be really, really short. As a matter of fact, one of the tips that we talk about in class is if you have like a thick piece of wood, like a 4x4, the proper way to measure that is to drill 2 stainless steel screws right into the middle of the wood, 2 inches, and then you measure with your moisture meter to those screws. So now you have an accurate measurement into that wood, because the pins are too small. So like I said, all this equipment has limitations and it has capabilities, and we just need to understand each one in each application that we use.
You know, it's funny, one of the classes I was watching as we were doing in our water class, they talked about drilling screws into a wood floor from underneath and taking samples like that with the big caution, don't drill through the floor.
Yes.
You know, come up on the other side. You know,
Absolutely.
a little too far there.
Yeah, and by the way, we've all done that where we got a little too far. So it's just be very, very careful.
So I would say, from what you've described here and the types of technology that's used, I guess the next level to go to would be moisture mapping, you know, and how that's done and how this equipment plays into moisture mapping an area, you know, and different ways of doing it.
Right, and there are different ways of doing it, and that's where, you know, once again, selection of equipment depends on what you're doing. You know, depends on the level of equipment that you need. One of the meters that we see here is a very economical meter. You know, this is one of the things that we'll find at Home Depot for $30, $40, $60. You know, and we're putting it next to another meter that's $500, $600. For certain things like moisture mapping, they could be excellent tools. That, you know, your meter does not have to cost, you know, $1,200 for it to be functional for your operation. One thing is very different when you're doing an assessment and when you're actually doing a drying job. They both require a moisture map, but the level of of accuracy in that reading is not the same for each project. That's not the same. During an assessment, we're really looking that it's hitting that threshold, that it is wet. In drawing, we're going to want to measure every day the actual progress, and we want to be very exact with those numbers. And we want to have equipment that can read really fast readings in between each reading, so it can adjust quickly to its environment. So that's one of the things that is probably different from economic meters to others. Expensive meters tend to have electronics in there that react a lot quicker. So in moisture mapping, let me I guess I could use the same page here to talk a little bit about moisture map. I'll scroll down to the bottom, and then I'll get back to some of these little other tools if we get a chance to that we use in moisture mapping. So I'm going to explain the way that I like to do moisture mapping. This is the most common way that I'll do moisture mapping. And what I'll do is I'll use a little bit of drawing. So forgive me, I'm not an artist, and I'll just try to explain to you graphically exactly the way that I would do it. So if I had, for example, this. So if I had a wall that kind of looked like this, and we'll call this wall right here wall A, wall B, and wall C, and I would actually label them. So let's go ahead and do that. I'll do this really quick so it won't take too much time. I'll do a top bottom view, so you can actually see it from the top, and you can see the three walls. And then for each one of these walls, what I'll end up doing is I'll draw a separate wall. So this would be wall A. Wall B. Move the filter base. Okay. Let's make it look like this.
For those of you watching, I think he is having fun doing this.
I am having fun doing this. I love doing this kind of stuff. So this would be the areas that, for example, we would, in wall A, I'm a wall B, and if this continued all the way to wall C, I would do it, but I'm just doing it so we don't spend too much time drawing here. And the other thing that I would do to make it a little bit easier for everybody that comes down the road is I would do something like this. I would actually have a piece of blue tape across that wall. And about every 16 inches, I would put a vertical line. And so that would be the first section would be A1, A2, A3 across that blue tape on that wall. So, and I hope I'm explaining myself correctly. If for some reason I lose you, please let me know. And below each one of those sections, every 16 to 20 inches, I would take a moisture measurement as to exactly moisture content on that wall, or the reading, depending what type of meter I'm using, and the height that it went to, and I would document it around that blue tape. So on A1, I would put day one, it would be the moisture content and the actual reading, and I would do the same thing on day two. And what this does, it actually shows the sketch of the property. So if I had a whole property that was wet, I would probably, it wouldn't be these three lines, it would be the actual sketch of the whole property. And for each wall would have a front facing picture, which shows me exactly how it was wet as I found it and as I measured it. And you could write right here and take pictures as well. And on my sketchbook, I would actually write on the picture what the moisture content was at that time. So that's one of the ways that I would do a moisture mapping. You can simplify this. You don't have to go as in depth as I go sometimes. And sometimes I keep it very simple. One of the things that you can do is, depending on your application, as an assessor, you can actually use the blue tape to go ahead and outline your moisture map area. And I do this quite a bit, for example, on ceilings. When I have a patch of a ceiling that is wet, I will go ahead and outline it, and I will lay in, and sometimes I'll mark it right on the blue tape exactly what I saw. And what that does is, for anybody that comes after me, whether it's a mediator, it's an adjuster, it's anybody, they can really quickly see the areas that I found to be wet. So I'll actually moisture map it with my tape, document it with pictures. If I'm able to, I'll do what you see here, which is a graph or a sketch of exactly the area from 2 different angles. And the whole concept, everything that I do regarding this, and the reason I take a little bit extra time is, I always ask myself is, if I was in court in front of a judge and the judge had nothing to do with the restoration industry, how can I easily explain to him or show him exactly what was going on here? And that's always the basis that I take on my approach of either writing a report or doing a sketch or trying to explain something, because the reality is that we're not always going to be talking to people who completely understand restoration, who completely understand mold assessment, indoor air quality, any of these issues. And so it all ties together, from understanding how your equipment works, selecting that equipment, using it properly, being able to explain it, and then documenting the results into something like a moisture map. It all comes from basic thing is, we need to understand why we do the things that we do and how our equipment works. Very simple things.
Looking at what you're doing here, I mean, to me, it makes a lot of sense, and hopefully everybody that's watching understands this too, but it also looks like a very labor-intensive process. I know there's other devices out there. I mean, I've used thermal imaging and stuff like that work hand in hand with moisture meters. So how would you draw the differences or comparisons to using that additional device in conjunction to a moisture meter?
Okay, that's a great question. Well, one of those devices, I actually have a picture of it right here, which is this hydro sensor. And this is what this is. It's not a moisture meter, it's a moisture sensor. So right over here in the tip, you'll actually get two little spikes. And once you put it into a something that is wet, it's going to beep. So it's going to let you know, hey, this is wet. Obviously, once I find something wet, I'm going to confirm it with a moisture meter. But this is a really easy way to be able to do a moisture map, for example, on a large area that has carpet and all the carpet is wet. So you don't have to bend over. This is the original intention of this product, was to be able to do that, to be able to walk around and be able to then do your moisture map on carpet. But it has great other options. For example, when we find cabinets, and the toe kick is removed on that cabinet, how do we reach all the way in the back behind that cabinet to see if that drywall or whatever material is back there is dry? And my hand, I can tell you right for now, my hand won't fit. So this tool allows me to just go right under there, reach all the way to the back, and do moisture testing across the back wall and see if any of those areas appear to be wet. Also, they're great for HVAC closets and little spaces in between the air handler and the drywall. Normally, you have 3 to 4 inches, and once again, I can't reach, but many times I find the moisture with this tool allows me to reach high places as well, ceilings and anything like that, without really having to get up on a ladder. Or if it's a high ceiling, I don't have to get up on a really high ladder because I have a little bit of more reach due to this tool. So it's a wonderful tool that I think everybody should use. Saves my back, and it saves me a lot of time. I use it quite often. The other one that you mentioned is thermal imaging. So thermal imaging is a wonderful tool, probably one of the best tools that we have for efficiency in our industry and for breaking the ice with the customer. But once again, for you to be able to use it properly, you need to really understand how it works. So one of the first things I always say is get certified, understand what it does and what it doesn't do, and always question what it's showing you. So a thermal imaging camera, we all know, can give us false positives, and any dark area is going to be dark because it's cold, not necessarily because it's wet. It's definitely going to be colder than its surrounding areas, okay, but it does not mean that it's wet. But you can also get false negatives, and that's one of my biggest concerns all the time with infrared imaging, you can get false negatives because for you to be able to see anything on that camera, there needs to be temperature differentials within the material that you're observing through the lens, and that's not always the case. For that material to be able to show a differential, wherever it's wet, that liquid needs to be evaporating. That's actually how thermal cameras capture that something is colder because it's wet, is because when you have a surface and that surface is wet, I'm going to pretend I have a wall here. As those water molecules evaporate, they're taking energy with them into the air. That means they're leaving the surface of the material cooler because energy cannot be created or destroyed. It can only be transferred. And that water molecule, as it leaves the surface and it goes floating into the air, means that all that energy is up here. You have less energy here. And less energy means less heat, less temperature. So that's what the infrared camera is capturing. But if that's not happening because environmental conditions, because you have some sort of material or paint that does not allow that wall to evaporate, it's not going to show you anything. And that whole entire wall might be soaked. It's happened to everybody. It's happened to me, where I've said, well, this is dry. And I said, well, let me go check, with my other meters anyway. And sure enough, and then you learn, I always have to check with moisture meters. I cannot trust the infrared camera by itself. I rarely trust any single piece of equipment by itself. I always want it back up to give me confirmation and saying, hey, yeah, what you're seeing is truly what you think it is.
Well, part of every certification course I've ever taken or seen for thermal imaging always goes back to document it with another device, usually a moisture meter. And that's your confirmation. You're not seeing moisture, you're seeing an anomaly or an exception to what's normal. And the other electronic device is what confirms what you're seeing.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Now, having said that, if the area that you're scanning with your thermal imaging camera does show up on your thermal imaging camera, it is a great way to moisture map, right? Because now you can see the entire wall. You can document it with pictures. It's showing you the area that's wet. You can do you can do follow-up moisture meter readings that you can document, which I also, by the way, not only do I document it with my regular camera, I document it with my infrared camera, because I like to show that meter was exactly where the dark area was. So there's no question or doubt as to exactly where we took that measurement. And so it is a wonderful, wonderful tool. I don't leave home without it. Absolutely.
Some of the newer equipment now, thermal imaging, even the lesser expensive ones, do image over image photography, which is they're showing you an infrared image with the regular digital image over on top of it. So you get to see the outline or the structure of what you're looking at, plus the thermal patterns on the wall. So it really creates a very good description for anybody looking at as to what's going on in that environment, after you've obviously also documented it with moisture meter.
Absolutely. Absolutely. As a matter of fact, nowadays, to me, it's the only way to go. Dual camera. So you're taking a regular picture and an infrared picture right next to it. So when your report comes out, that's exactly what you see. You see the regular picture, and right next to you see the infrared. It makes it a lot easier, once again, to explain to somebody that doesn't know anything about infrared cameras. So I'd rather spend a little bit extra on better resolution and be able to have that dual camera. And nowadays, like you said, even some of the economic cameras are coming up with or do have that function, and it's a function that to me it's absolute must.
So we've gone from the basic moisture meter to the advanced moisture meter to the hydro sensor to the thermal imaging cameras. For somebody new starting out in the business, a piece of equipment to start with. You don't go out and spend $50,000 on a thermal imaging camera. Right. Where do you start? Especially when you want to start dealing with moisture in your assessment or your remediation projects.
That's a wonderful question. On an assessment project, you have so much more flexibility per se on equipment. Because you're looking for different things that necessarily you would be on a drying project. You're still looking and want to make sure that stuff is wet or dry. You want to do a comparison. So you do have a wide range when it comes to non-penetrating and penetrating. So you can start with a less economical meter. The key, once again, is find out how it functions and read the reviews and watch the videos online for that manufacturer. And you should do that for a number of meters within your price range to find the one that is highly recommended and that actually does the job that you're looking to do. Some other ones it's a different story. For example, if you see on your screen right now, this is a hygrometer. So you have non-penetrating meters, you have penetrating meters, you have moisture sensors. Now another way to measure moisture is moisture in the air, which is where we'd use a hygrometer. And on hygrometers, once again, an assessment, it could be, a little bit more flexible, because what you're looking for is a couple of readings during your assessment project, and a lot of hygrometers out there will do that. If you're in a drying project, for example, there's very few hygrometers that can stack up to the requirements of a drying project. This is, for example, one that would. This is a one that I like quite a bit. It says Phoenix, but I believe now the manufacturer is Vaisala. And what the differences are, for example, this hygrometer I can put in front of a dehumidifier, which has extreme temperature and moisture readings and low moisture readings, and pull it away and get very accurate readings right away in another location. Other hygrometers, less expensive hygrometers, you're going to have to wait a number of minutes to be able to get an accurate reading per location. So hygrometers tend to be one of those things that the better you get, the better it's going to be for you for efficiency, because you don't have to wait all that time for the sensor to be able to adjust. Better sensors also tend to last longer before they become calibrated. So those are things. The newer hygrometers that are high end, you can also change the sensors. You can buy just a new sensor and put it in. So depending on the piece of equipment that we're talking about is dependent more on my guidance. So as to penetrating and non-penetrating meters for assessment and an infrared camera, I might say, listen, here's some baseline products that I think were great. I highly recommend. For example, FLIR makes I think it's the MR40, which is a penetrating moisture meter. It's a pen. It looks like a pen. It has a little flashlight on the other side. And I think it's $60, $70, $80. It's really inexpensive. And I think it's a wonderful moisture meter for assessments. Wonderful moisture meter, especially because it is so light that I can stick it pretty much anywhere, on a wall, on a ceiling, and it will stick and keep my reading, which means that I can document the picture with pictures a lot easier. I don't have to have my hand up, especially if I'm on a ladder or anything like that. It becomes dangerous. I don't have to hold it sticking to the wall and taking the picture. I can just stick it to the ceiling or to the wall, take a step back, take a picture up close, take a picture from far away, and it does a wonderful job. With a hygrometer, I would say definitely do your homework, get a little higher end, make your life a lot easier. And on a thermal imaging camera, one of the economic ones now is the C4 or C5 from FLIR. Those do a wonderful job. They do have their limitations. One of the things that I don't like about it is that the battery is not external, it's an internal battery. So once that battery starts degrading, basically your infrared camera starts degrading, because keeping it charged does become a headache. You have to have it connected all the time, but that happens over time. That doesn't happen immediately. The higher end cameras, like for example, the E series, the E6, E8, I really like those cameras. They have, batteries you can swap in and out, so it's a lot easier to always have a piece of equipment that's functioning. You can have multiple batteries. They do have the drawback of a higher cost. You're probably looking $2,000-$3,000 for those cameras versus $500-$600 for a C5 at this time.
Very cool. Well, we have a few minutes left. I don't even know where to start to say. Would you want to sum up what we've talked about, other than come take the CMA CMR class, or one of the advanced classes? But how would you sum up tonight, at least for the folks watching?
Actually, I have a pretty easy way to sum this up. Okay, which is what we talk exactly in our classes. Is when you make a decision to move forward into an application, to say assessment or drying, if that's what you do, know what your application is, know what you need, and then go study the equipment that's out there and choose your equipment based on that need, not on pricing. Okay, not on Bobby told me this is a really good piece of equipment. They have it on sale at John Don or Answer or wherever it is. Just do your homework. Read the manuals, understand what it is that you're doing, understand how your equipment works, and most importantly, understand why you're doing it. What's the purpose of you using each piece of equipment? So then you can properly document that purpose and properly express that purpose through your documentation to somebody that has absolutely no clue what it is that our industry is about. That is if you take the whole entire idea, that is the basic idea of what we do. Take really complicated things and make it less complicated, make them simple, so somebody that doesn't know what we're talking about can learn it in a quick and efficient manner. And the way to do that is you need to understand every step of the way, and most importantly, understand how to properly use your equipment.
Well, thank you, Mo. Actually, I'll ask you to stop sharing your screen for a moment so people can see who you
Yes,
really are.
absolutely. Go ahead and do that.
All right, there he is. Well, I want to thank you for your time. I think we're going to have to do this again and maybe pick another type of equipment, maybe air pumps or Matterport or some other equipment that I know that you use and you're familiar with, and do some more segments on this.
Absolutely. Sounds good.
So thank you for your time, and we look forward to possibly another segment in the near future.
Hey, thank you for having me. Have a wonderful night.
You too.
Good afternoon, or morning, I guess. Good morning. Yeah, so I'm sure that Mo told you when we created Normie in 2004, one of the interesting things was what we created it primarily for the Louisiana licensing law. And the Louisiana licensing law was the first law to go into effect for mold remediators in the country. So it was the first licensing law, and then what happened in 2005? Katrina. And so we were right there able to help, I think, a lot of people with some of the issues that were of a concern to us. I'm not sure if he talked about the difference between the IICRC and us, but they come from the business more from we're not competitors, by the way. As you know, if you're an IICRC person, you get continuing education credits off of this class. So we work together. We just look at the industry differently. They come from the water restoration side of the business. We come from the building side of the business. And one of the reasons why we do that is not just my background with my licensing, but the main reason we do that is because we try to look at the house and the problem that they're experiencing in terms of a mold issue as a holistic kind of problem, not just fix this problem and everything is great, but think in terms of how we can actually improve their indoor air quality. So when I was moved to New Orleans in 2002, I was actually doing some of the things that you guys are doing now and some of the things that we would recommend that you do in terms of ongoing IAQ management, which is what we call our sanitization protocol. How you create an environment in which mold won't grow. And that was really based on my book, Mold-Free Construction, which you have access to if you have the Normie app. We do have an audio version there, so you can just listen to it. Might put you to sleep, but you can listen to it if you like, because it's on iTunes and on Audible as an audio book. But the sanitization protocol really does improve people's indoor environments, so you have the ability to do that. And I just want to tell you about somebody that I met when I was in New Orleans. I was doing some trade shows, and a radio program, and I got a call from a lady. Her name was Laura DeRocher, and she had 4 children. And her youngest child, who was 8, had some very severe sinus issues. In fact, as she was talking to me, she had, of all 4 of her children, The other 3 had constantly been to the allergist every month. Now think about that for a second. Every month for years, they had been to this allergy doctor. And she had found some mold up in the kitchen area over one of the cabinets, and she was concerned about how that might be affecting their kids, because she heard me on the radio and she knew that mold was an indoor air quality problem. She'd never really thought about that before. It's mold, you know, how could it affect my children's health? But she was putting 2 and 2 together. She was saying, maybe there is a problem here with this mold that I'm seeing. So I went out there and I did the assessment. It took the sanitization protocol. It was not the amount of mold or the type of mold, or there wasn't a moisture problem that actually was causing the mold. It was actually a HVAC problem with the relative humidity. So we did the sanitization protocol, put it in place just like you see it today, exactly the same protocol. And she was really excited because in about a week she was feeling better. Her kids seemed to be feeling better. She wasn't sure. But the interesting thing that she told me when I was there visiting her was that her little child, the one that was just a few months old, they had scheduled that baby for surgery, sinus surgery. And she said, we've decided to kind of put it off because things seem to be going better. We'll see how this goes. Well, interesting story to kind of shorten everything up. About 1.5 years later, maybe 2 years later, I got a call from her and she said, I got to tell you an interesting story. She said, first of all, I got a phone call from my pediatric physician, the allergist. He was concerned that we had switched doctors because I haven't taken my kids to the allergist in almost a year. We decided not to do surgery for the baby, and the baby is doing great. Now, a couple of years old, doesn't seem to have any allergies to the environment and what's going on. She said, I think you really solved a bigger problem than you maybe think you solved. The reason I'm telling you that story is because we hear that story over and over and over and over again. Maybe not quite as dramatic, but we hear that story over and over and over again. You are in a very, very important industry. You may not realize it, but one of the reasons why it's regulated is because you're dealing with people's health. The health of your employees, the health of your clients. That's what you're dealing with. And rather than thinking about just being a mold assessor or just being a mold remediator, as Mo's probably told you, we want you to think in terms of being an indoor air quality professional, because that's really what you're doing. I'm sure Mo told you already that when you start cleaning up mold problems in an environment, it's almost like a surrogate of other things that are going on in the environment. If you're reducing the mold, you're also reducing some of the other contaminants, the bacteria, the viruses, the particulates, some of the other stuff that's going on in the environment. So you can make a gigantic change to the environment. So our goal is for you to really think in terms of becoming an indoor air quality professional. And this is really the first step. If you haven't thought about that before, this is really the first step in that direction. And I'll tell you the other thing it'll do for you. I've been in business a very long time. I used to tell people I was unemployed in the construction industry. Been in business a really long time. And what you want is you want an edge in the market that makes you different from everybody else. And it's not about price, let me tell you.
I want to welcome my guest speaker today, Marvelous Mark. And I'm going to leave it short just like that because Marvelous Mark is really not just a name, it's a description. And I really think that's the easiest way to describe him. He is a best-selling author. He's a motivational speaker. He's a team builder. He energizes teams. He energizes companies and people. I've seen him at some large trade shows speaking, and it just takes the entire level of activity higher. As you can see, or you won't see until he comes on the screen momentarily, he's just sitting there with drumsticks ready to go. So Mark, come on and say hi.
Hey, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, and in case I don't see you, good night.
Well, thank you. And just a reminder that the way that we do this is when someone is talking, they're the actual entire screen.
Okay.
So just kind of
Yeah, I saw that on the program. So
just jumping back and forth with that. So I kind of gave you the buildup of what you do, but it doesn't really explain what you do. I don't know if you can kind of get into that, and then we'll go from there.
well, that's interesting that you say that, because that's been a challenge most of my career, because I've tried to run my business by one of the groups that I speak about, which of course is KISS. And the KISS question in my presentation is, what are you willing to do that others are not? Well, KISS was willing to put on makeup, spandex, and get a tongue implant. So the rumor has it. And they just wanted to kind of create a disruption and set themselves apart. So what happened was they wound up setting themselves so far apart that you couldn't help but remember them. And they actually were in a league of their own for many, many years before people started seeing that, hey, the clown makeup rock stars really were scaling their business. They weren't just music giants, they were business giants. So that's really, in a nutshell, what I try to teach businesses, whether they're entrepreneurs, small or large, is, what's your disruptor, what's your KISS, how you can set yourself apart. Hence the name Marvel Less, because less can give you more when you start scaling back of all the business in your business.
Well, it's interesting that you describe their business model that way, because we've talked in the past about a book that we recommended called Blue Ocean Strategies. And it's a heavy read. There's no question about it. It's very detailed, but it basically teaches companies how to set themselves apart. Don't fight the competition. Don't get caught in that race to zero pricing. Be out there, be the individual like you're talking about.
No, you're right. And I love that book. I've read it a couple times, and it's so true. And you can use that comparison to anything. And I think, a lot of times, when we were talking in business today, how we're sometimes too busy being busy, we don't have time to go for the deep sea fishing. So many businesses chase each other's clients, or we're all going after the same piece of business. We're all bidding and, sending out RFPs a lot of times, unless we have our, loyal client base. But when we're trying to generate new business, what's going to set yourself apart? Are you fishing in the shallow water, or are you going to go for that one big fish, that one big account that will be loyal to for you for the next 5 to 10 years?
Well, we have a very niche market with what we do, and we deal with everything under the umbrella of indoor air quality. And basically, it's all about the market being just people that breathe. So it kind of narrows it down to everybody. And that's kind of what our membership base is, which consists of sole proprietors, mom and pop type operations, up to very large corporations and franchises and licensees, companies, and things like that. So for you to talk to this group, I don't know if you could find a common ground that fits across all of that span, or do you need to address it separately?
No, what I want to talk about today is some heavy duty psychology on using the 80-20 principle, or the 80-20 rule, in your business, because I've found, whether I'm talking to people like myself that's been an entrepreneur since about 1985 and a small business owner, usually anywhere from 2 to 8 employees, to the people that I speak to that are large corporations that have thousands of employees and their sales teams or their business development teams. We really need to spend more time in that blue ocean where the big fish are on that 20%, and we have to strip back that 80% to find that 20%. And that's a couple of things that I want to share with today.
Well, why don't we get started? And I'll turn it over to you. I think you wanted to share your screen there for a moment or two.
Yeah, I will in just a second. The first thing, I just want to make sure that everybody is aware of the basic principle of the 80-20 rule, which is 80% of your results come from 20% of what you do. So many of us are working in that 80% area, which I'll show a little graph a little bit earlier on what that means. But what does it look like, and how do we get to a position where we have that confidence and courage to get to that 20%? Because really getting to that 20% is letting go, or as I call it, since I'm from Las Vegas, how to be a stripper in your business without taking your clothes off. And that's really taking away, stripping away everything that's not, really going to drive what your business is. But the first thing that you want to do in your business for yourself, and this is going to take some time. So it's going to, whenever you have planning time, you're going to have to actually go a little deep with yourself. And that is clarifying what I call your future rock star self is. Who do you want to be in the next 3 to 5 years, or where do you want your business to be in the next 3 to 5 years? Because so many of us have a hard time looking, especially in today's world with labor shortage and all of those challenges and supply chain shortages, we have a hard time looking 10 days or 10 weeks into the future without, going 10 months or 3 to 5 years into the future. So I call it the stage. The first stage that I challenge your audience to do is to take a few minutes sometime, turn off the phone, turn off your dings, find a private place, and really write out who you are in the future. Who's your future rock star self? Where do you want to be in the next 3 to 5 years? And that's going to take sometimes looking back of where you were and how you reframe your past and defining your future rock star self, if that makes sense.
Oh, it does. And I'm going to ask you as we go through this today to think about how you can help motivate some of our people, because we talk to the people that we train, our students, our members, all the time about planning for the future. And it gets as granular as somebody will have an assessment coming up and they'll order a dozen swabs to then go out and do the assessment. I mean, they cost $1 or $2 a piece. I mean, come on, guys, you're in this business. Have the tools that you need. Think down the road, you're going to get another job. And we have that extreme all the way up to people that just buy in tons of stuff and they're prepared. So it's everything in between that we're dealing with. So we need to motivate those people that don't think ahead like that.
Well, and one of the problems is, and this leads to my next statement, is that a lot of people really don't know how or why they need to look into the future, because we've been taught for years in the industrial age that, you set a goal and then you work towards that goal, or you set a goal that you think you can easily achieve, and then you work towards that goal. And then when you achieve it, you give yourself a pat on the back. But the real question is, if you remember the movie The Jerk and Steve Martin, he talked about his special purpose. My question for your audience is, what is your special purpose? What is the 1 or 2 things that you love to do and that you do best, better than anybody else? And I'll tag on to that by saying, don't confuse purpose with passion, because a lot of us are passionate about certain things. You may be passionate about, getting clean water to everyone in Africa, but is that going to scale your business? Is that going to pay your bills? Is that going to support your family? For me, my purpose is, getting on and rocking as many stages as possible. And that's pretty much what I've done my whole life. That's what I love to do. That's what I'm good at. I'm good at connecting and energizing audiences. And I recently put on my vision board, I will never retire. I will die on stage. Because people ask, all the time, why are the Rolling Stones still touring? They don't need the money. You're right. They don't need the money. But if they stopped, they would die. That's all they've ever done. That's what they love to do. They've been on planes. They've been in buses. They go from city to city. That's their special purpose. And the special purpose is that 1 or 2 things that you, as a business owner or as an employee, that you do really, really well. And if you focused on that, if you put like 80 to 100% on that 1 or 2 things, how would it take your business or yourself to a volume 11? I call it the V11 mindset. How can you raise the volume on your life?
So that's step 1. Where do they go from there?
All right. Step 2. is letting go. All right. And this is the hard part. This is the Disney part. I'm going to go ahead and share my screen because I got a nice visual on this. This is kind of the, there we go. So this is kind of my version or graph of the 80-20 rule, which I was talking about in the beginning. So most of us are in cover band, what I call cover band mindset. We keep doing what we've always done, or we keep 80% of what we've done most of the time. So you see that I've, put some ideas over there. So 80% of what you're doing is your current self or your past self. We're doing the same things. It's linear growth. It's more of what you're doing. When you play in the 80% area, it's non-transformational. It's lesser goals. It's easy to achieve goals. It's spreading yourself thin because 80%, you're busy being busy again. It's your comfort zone. It's where you feel safe and security. And then it's basically the same stage that you had 5 or 6 years ago. You can turn up your volume probably 2 times and by just keep doing what you're always doing. But the path to your big unreasonable dream or your special purpose, that's going to lie in that 20% area that you see on the screen. And that 80%, that's what you're going to have to learn to let go of, because I say what got you here won't get you there. The same level of action, the same level of knowledge, the same employees, the same skill levels, it's not going to take your business from here to here. Now, if you're happy with what you're doing and the volume and the business and the dollars and your level of service, if you're happy with that, that's great. There's nothing wrong with that. But for those that really want to scale their business because you're tapped out right now, your bandwidth is pretty much at its wit's end. So what are you going to be able to, as I said earlier, strip away of this 80%? What can you strip away and only leave the 20?
It sounds to me very much like what we refer to as growing pains.
Yeah, that's exactly right.
And people avoid the growing pains usually.
And the reason they do that is because they want to stay comfortable. One of my favorite quotes, I think it was from Jim Rohn or Jim Collins, you're the average of the 5 people that you hang out with the most, or that's your comfort zone. Well, to go to 20%, to scale your business and go to that 20%, you're probably going to have to find new band members. And what the cool thing is about it, if you're smart, is that you can take that 80% that you may not want to let go of, and you can hire new people to take care of that. A great example was back in the 90s. I was one of the highest paid wedding DJs back in South Florida, and in the mid 90s, I was making more than anybody else. And I got hooked up with an agent, and we decided to put together this big international touring show. Well, I was doing like anywhere from 20 to 25 gigs a month. And I loved it, but I was always tired and I was always tapped out. So my philosophy was, I can triple my price, do this national touring show. And if I lose half of my business, even if I lose 2/3 of my business, I'm still going to have the same amount of money coming in. Well, what happened was that when I let go of my old self and went to my new future rock star self, I went to a whole different level of clients and budgets. And I was almost as busy at triple the price as I was at my lower price. But what I did was I hired a local DJ guy and took him in as a partner, and he took care of all my old business and was just paying me 10%. So I was still getting residuals as I was exploding into a new growth, that new 20%. So I hope that makes sense to your audience. You got to strip away, you got to let go of that 80% and figure out where the 20% is. And then eventually, here's the cool part. Eventually that 20% will become your new 80. A couple of years down the road, you're going to master that 20%, and then you'll have to strip that away. And you can see over the next 3, 5, 10 years, who knows where your business will be.
But you know, we use another term, we call it verge. We're always on the verge of moving into the next level, you know, and you get to where you anticipated being, and now you're pushing beyond that. And you look in the rearview mirror and see the verges behind you, and now you're into all of this new territory again, and you're relearning all this new stuff again, but you're getting bigger.
Right. And I think that's brilliant. I love that term. I'm actually going to research that a little bit and see if I can put a little rock star spin on that. But here's another area where a lot of us as entrepreneurs and business owners fall short. We're not really 100% committed. You know, if you're really going to try to scale your business, you really have to go all in. 98% is not 100%. 100% commitment is actually easier than 98%, because there's a great quote from Robert DeBraw who says, "We are kept from our goals not by obstacles, but a clear path to a lesser goal." So if that makes sense, like when we're 100% committed to, you know, whatever our future rock star self is, or whatever our future rock star business is, then that means that there are less ways to get there. It's called pathways thinking. There are less pathways for you to get there. And it actually becomes easier, and you actually start saving time or gaining at rapid growth, because 80% doing 80% of what you've already done, you already know how to do that. You're doing maybe 5, 10, 15 different things. But when you commit to that 20% or a high level, that kicks in the pathway thinking, and there's less things that are going to make you scale or make your business scale to that area. And then it actually becomes easier.
Well, I don't want to derail you from what you're talking about now, but just what you're talking about and looking at the 80-20% brings up something that I've experienced from being in the government arena for so many years. And I see a lot of it in private industry, where you're seeing 80% of the work being done by 20% of your workers. How do you change that? How do you motivate that percentage that is not doing the workload like the other top performers?
Well, there's a couple of different ways. And that's funny that you say that, because that's something that comes up a lot. You know, personally, my opinion is you take that 20% and you invest more training and pay them more and give them better benefits than the 80%, because that's going to fuel them and give them more incentive to stick around. It's going to make them think better. It's going to make them scale what they're doing, because that 20% has a way, you know, they have an ethic and they have a vision on how they're doing things. And now they can take that 20%, turn it into the 80%, and then strip that away. And then you would probably promote them. There's a phrase called, are you a manager or a maker? You know, a lot of your 80% people are going to be managers. And as business owners, you know, you don't want to be a manager. Hire someone to be a manager. You want to be the maker. You're the one that has that special purpose. You know the vision, you know the goal. You know, when you're working towards that 20%, the question is, what is the most important thing that you could accomplish right now that would give you a clear path to that goal or to that future self? If you had to take the time to figure out, what is one thing that if I put all of my energy, or if I took the 20% of my rock stars and we all focused on that one thing, how would that explode our business? And what would that one thing be? So I think once the other 80% of the employees see how the rock stars are being treated, some of them are probably going to get disgruntled and quit. Good, bye-bye. You know, we don't want you in our band anyway. And some of them, I think, are going to maybe, how can I get some of that action? How can I get that raise? How can I get in the elite group, or the, you know, you're going from garage band to name act or Lollapalooza band, main stage band. And I think you'll be able to nurture and train some of those lesser gold employees and get them into the 20% with the rock stars. And I would even set up a mentor program. have them take someone that they feel will be, you know, the more 20%ers you have, the faster and exponential growth your business is going to have.
You know, that 20% is really, I would classify as your people. And one of the biggest things I've seen is to motivate them is to take care of your people, exactly what you're saying. And then you'll see the other people come along. I want to be part of that. I want to be on that team. And you do team building. You talk all about that. And that's really, people want to belong. They want to be on the team. They want to be going forward. They want to be involved.
Yeah, and having play at work, I've got a few articles on my blog and on my LinkedIn about how important play is in the workplace, and being transparent with your bud. You don't want to keep your bud, or you don't want to keep your special purpose to yourself. You want to make sure that everybody knows what it is. And hopefully, you know, especially the 20%, they're going to buy into it as much or greater than you. And they feel like they're part of something greater. They begin to feel like it's their company and it's their purpose. And those are the ones that are not going to be able to leave or want to leave. Those are the ones that are going to be loyal to your organization, because now it's like their band. I'm not just a player in the band, it's my band. And I spoke to a company last year in Cleveland. It was a franchisee company called USA Insulation. And their employees are blowing in insulation. They're in 130-degree attics, crawling around in itchy material. You know the drill. And this one franchisee out of Austin, Texas, told me they had a waiting line of people wanting to come to work for them because of the culture that they created. They like treated their people well. They got to know their families. They would have picnics. They would open their vision. They were really flexible on time off if they had kids, you know, doing activities at school. And when I thought about that, I was just blown away. Like everybody else almost in that meeting were suffering from a labor shortage. And here these guys figured it out. Like, you know, take care of your people and be flexible with their work schedule. And you're going to have people that want to come to work for you. So they're actually waiting to grow their business because they have people that want to work for them so bad.
You know, if you go back and you look at the humanistic studies of how people act, the behaviors of groups of people want to belong. They really do. I mean, even on the negative side of people joining gangs and stuff like that, they don't have family lives or whatever their situation is. They're looking to belong, be accepted, be part of a group. And that's really what this is. You want your employees to feel engaged. At least what you're talking about lines up with the, you know, philosophies that we try to go by. You can't be the only one with the great ideas. There's other people with a lot of talent out there that usually work for you.
Right. And that brings up two points. One is purpose trumps knowledge, you know, every day of the week. I love that you brought that up, because it's so true. You want your people to have the same goal and vision. You want them to see the greater good of what, you know, your business does for the general public and other businesses, because it's amazing work that your viewers do and what their companies do, and keeping them happy and engaged, you know, and doing some sort of teamwork is just one way towards doing that. And actually, this company, this USA Insulation company, also would do one-on-ones with them. Like, come to us if you have something going on in your life. Don't hold it in. You know, there's the mental health buzz, you know, going on in today's workplace. And we as business owners, we as managers, or we as makers, you know, that's part of our responsibility now. You know, back in the old school days, you know, when the boomers were running everything, it was just like, show up, do your work, or get out, you know. But now it's not that way. We have to be more compassionate. We have to be more flexible in our management skills and our level of compassion for our people, if you want to keep them.
So what would step 3 be if we've gotten to that point?
Yeah, step 3 is what I call find the bottleneck, or identify and find the bottleneck. There's a thing That's one thing I didn't figure out. How do I get this to advance?
Just click on the screen.
Man, you are so smart.
Thank you for calling Normie Support.
Yeah. And it's a real person that I'm talking to.
Yeah.
So stage 3, I call is identify and find the bottleneck. And I say bottleneck is because most rock stars are very familiar with a bottleneck, but it's originally called the theory of constraints. So on one side, that's where most of us play. You know, we're in cover band mode. That's 80% of what we're doing. And we're being busy, you know, our business is doing okay, but man, we're stressed out, we're tired, we got people coming and going all the time. It just seems like we can never get caught up. And on the other side, that's where we want to be. And that's, you know, in name, act mode. That's our future rock star self. That's where I was saying, who do you want to be? What goals do you want to achieve in the next 3 to 5 years? Well, almost every goal, every goal and almost every business has a bottleneck. There's something keeping us going from cover band to name act. It's almost like a kink in a garden hose. You can have a kink in a garden hose and you can keep cranking up the pressure on the one side and it doesn't matter. It's still going to be dripping out on the other side. And that's the same way with finding the bottleneck in your business. You know,
How do you find that?
Well, I mean, there's a couple of different ways. First is, like you said, talk to your employees. They're the ones that are out in the field. They're the ones that, you know, are having interactions with the customers. They're seeing what's going on. So, you know, that's the first thing that I would do would be, you know, talk to them. What's keeping us from growing, or what challenges, what can we do as a company? What can I do as your boss, your manager, to make your job easier, or to get the job done faster or better or more efficiently? Could be technology. Maybe we should invest in some new software and new technology, or maybe, you know, you're running with old gear and old equipment or old products, and we need to upgrade and try some new things. But it doesn't matter how much energy your whole band, you can have your whole band over there on the left side, but pushing, but it's not going to get through to the end game on the other side until you find the bottleneck. Now, here's the fun part. If you can't find the bottleneck, then guess what? You're probably the bottleneck. So we're stuck in our old ways of thinking. We don't want to change, or we don't want to take a risk, because for some of us, you know, hiring new people when we think we can't afford it to take care of that 80% so we can scale on the 20 is scary. You know, there again, and that old graph, the 80% is fear. It's scary. It's your comfort zone, but you can't afford not to. You know, figure out a way, where can you cut costs, or where can you get a loan or something to hire that extra person or two so that you can let go. And then as an individual, if you're the bottleneck, then that's, you know, you've got a fixed mindset, or you don't have a growth mindset. So look in the mirror. Am I the bottleneck? You know, am I keeping my company from growing because I don't want to change, or I want to keep doing things the same way, or I don't want to invest in my people? Let them leave. I'll just hire somebody else. And then you just keep going on with the same problems over and over again.
You know, we deal with a lot of people that have been in the indoor air quality, mold assessment, mold remediation industry for 20, 30 plus years. And they'll come to our classes, and, you know, you can see when they're sitting down, they almost kind of have the chip on the shoulder. I've been doing this forever. I've seen it all. I know everything. And we're doing it the way we did when we started. And, you know, you think about it and you go, so you're still using a telephone that plugs into the wall, right? Oh, no, we have cell phone. Well, you've changed. Things have changed over 20 years or 30 years. You know, you are doing things newer now. There's more concepts. And usually by the time we've gotten to the first day of one of our classes, their response is, I have actually learned how much I don't know. They haven't learned what they need to know, but they've learned what they don't know. And that's a good start.
No, I love that mindset because, you don't, I think it's Brian Tracy said, you don't want to be the smartest person in the room. If you are, you want to find a new room, and the fact that, instead of trying to defend your decisions, why not ask an opinion? I was listening to something this morning and I thought, oh, I got to share this, instead of trying to prove why you're right or why you're doing it the right way. And a lot of times, at the trade shows, I've seen, very smart people up on that stage, but they keep trying to defend their way. They keep on trying to say, this is the way to do it. This is, if you want to grow your business, if you want to get XYZ, this is what you got to do, rather than asking an opinion. Well, what do you think? This is what I do. And what I'm sharing with you now is just what's worked for me for the last 2 years. I've done a V11 in the last year and a half. I mean, I started applying these principles, and coming out of the pandemic, my business has exploded. So I'm getting ready to take the year and a half, 20%, which is now my 80, and getting ready to strip away and find the new 20% to go to the next level. So that's a great point. I love that.
So we have, like I said, a lot of very small companies and a lot of large companies. The smaller companies, it's much, much easier to pivot, to change your direction, to come up with new concepts. But you get some of these larger companies and organizations, it's like trying to turn an aircraft carrier. It's eventually going to get there, but you're, 20, 30 miles down the road, or, across the ocean. How do you talk to them and say, find these bottlenecks, and how do you change direction?
Well, I think, the one thing that larger companies do have, and sometimes it's good and sometimes it's bad, is, their teams, their board of directors, or, their masterminds, so to speak. And I think, first, there again, it goes back to these 3 stages. That large company, just like the small company, they got to be crystal clear and 100%, not 98% committed of where they're going in the next 3 to 5 years. So you have to really, really spend some time on that first stage and defining your special purpose, defining who you are or where you want to take your business. So, if you don't know where you're going, you better be careful, because you might end up somewhere else. So before they even need to think about turning the aircraft or turning the aircraft carrier, on that big, wide, slow turn, you better make sure you know what direction you need to turn it into first. And then once you're clear on that, that's when you get together with your teams. And sometimes it's good to bring in outside sources, depending on how the company structure is and the level of secrecy or what they're willing to share and not share. But then you have a better opportunity of finding out what the bottleneck is. And then, you see that 80%, take the 80% of what you can and just throw it all in, and, start turning that wheel, and you'll eventually get there. And that's one advantage to the small business owners listening out there. Remember, that's one advantage that you have over the big players in your industry, is the power of the pivot. You can make decisions faster. It's kind of like the little, I don't know what the name is because I'm not a big Star Wars fans, but I remember, not the stormtroopers, but the good guys. They had their little bitty ships and they could weave in and out of there, and they went into the big mothership and was able to knock out their power and that sort of thing. That's how I see the small business owners. But there's something to say about size. You have more resources, you have more cash flow a lot of times. So you can make bigger jumps and you can take bigger risks. So there's pros and cons to being big and being small.
Okay, well, I mean, you got the constraints that you're talking about, whether it's something you can move out of the way or move out of your own way, you're basically going to have to go forward and push forward. Next step.
Well, that's really the final step. And to kind of bring it all full circle, after you figure out where you want to be, your future rock star self in 3 to 5 years, once you determine or strip away the 80% to find the 20% of what you need to focus your best people on and your best resources on. And doing that, it's probably going to make the bottleneck appear or help you find the bottleneck easier. And once you open up that bottleneck, I say, you know, you just got to remind yourselves of the 4 C's, and these 4 C's come from Dan Sullivan. And the 4 C's of what I call V11 or volume 11 is, first, you have to make the commitment. You know, whether you're the big business out there listening or the small business owner out there listening, you have to make the commitment and take the time, as I said, to find and define your big unreasonable dream, your goal, or who you want to be in the next 3 to 5. So once you commit, that's going to, the next C is courage, because it's going to take courage. It's going to take courage to leave the 80 and go for the 20, because the 20 is uncomfortable. The 20 is the unknown. The 20 is things that you don't know yet. You're probably not going to know how to get to your future self, but that's where you have to focus on. It's going to take courage. So when you have that courage and you take that leap of faith to do that, and maybe hire new people to take care of the 20, because that's or take care of the 80, that's courage as well, then that's going to lead to capability or capabilities thinking. Places like, Normie, where they can get education, where they can get ideas, because again, what got you here won't get you there. So when you're going to scale 20, there's less options that are going to get you there. So you're going to have to find new capabilities, new pathways to get you there. And then the final thing is confidence. Once you start seeing the results, your confidence is going to build. And then it just goes back to the rock and roll world, step and repeat, step and repeat. Your 20 will soon be your 80. And then you strip that 80 away and find that 20, and you focus everybody on that 20. And then that 20 begin in a couple of years will become your 80. And then you strip it away, and who knows where you'll be in 3 to 5 years. It's really exciting once you wrap your head around it and really watch it grow. And, full transparency for me, when I was, in trying to absorb or be a sponge for all of this, it took me a good 8 months to be fully committed. I was just trying a little bit at a time. Okay, getting some good feedback. Maybe I'll step out a little bit more in the deeper water. Okay, that's working. And so don't feel that you just have to go all in and spend all this money hiring new people and things like that. You can do it at a little at a time, but the faster you do it, the faster you're going to get there and grow.
So I have to ask you a question on a personal note.
Okay.
What's with the drumsticks?
The drumsticks, that is one of my disruptors or differentiators that I incorporated in my shows back in the late 90s. So as you can see, I use them in my presentation, and they can brand them. So I actually, when I'm speaking on stage, every person in the audience gets a pair of company branded drumsticks, or if it's an association, sometimes sponsors sponsor them. And instead of doing old school applauding like we've done for 2,000 years, we have new AI. We have these drumsticks to keep everybody engaged, keep something in their hands. I call back to them. I ask people, to play along with the music and things like that. Then at the end, I bring it full circle on how we can drum up business, how we can beat the competition, and how your company walks to the beat of a different drummer and set yourself apart. And then I'll divide the audience into a team building activity, and we'll actually build a band, and then imagine 100 to 1,000 people with drumsticks with some great classic rock and roll. And then I kick the mic stand and body surf off the stage.
There you have it. Well, I kind of knew that there was a specific reason for the drumsticks, and to go back to where we started, it helps you separate yourself from everyone else.
There you go.
It's as simple as that. Drumsticks.
And at trade shows, I carry these everywhere. I carry these to restaurants. My wife gets mad at me sometimes, like, we're going out on a date. I don't care. And I take them everywhere, and people will come up and ask you, hey, what's with the drumsticks? Are you a drummer? And I'll tell them I'm a tabletop percussionist. And then it starts a conversation. Back in my crazy days in the 90s, I used to walk around with a rubber chicken, whether it was a black tie event or whether it was a trade show. And either people would ask me, what's with the chicken? or people would ask someone else, hey, who's that guy with the chicken? And the same way now, who's that guy with the drumsticks? And everybody wants a pair. So find that disruption in your business that sets yourself apart, and try to run your business like KISS. Find your spandex and makeup.
We were just at the Experience trade show a month ago, and we were down in Fort Lauderdale. One of our members, he has a manpower company. He can supply 1,000, 2,000 people for like major disasters, stuff like that. But his name's David DeGroff, a really good guy. We've dealt with him and done a lot of things together. But he showed up in a fluorescent yellow 3-piece suit. The only thing brighter than the suit were the shoes he was wearing, which were an orangish color. And I actually asked him, does it take batteries? You know, just to produce that color. And I said, why are you doing this? He says, I could not purchase this kind of advertising for what it cost for this suit. You know, the suit was very inexpensive. I got it off of Amazon, and everybody's coming up to me. What do you do? How do you do it? Why are you wearing that? Like you carrying drumsticks. He separated himself from the other 1,000 or so people that were there by wearing that.
Yeah, and my challenge for your listeners out there, you know, if you're a supplier and you go to trade shows, you know, what can you do to make your booth stand out and attract people to come to you? Everybody, you know, does the stress balls, or they do candy in a dish, or maybe they'll have a little wheel of fortune and give away some cheesy prizes. You know, I saw one. I was just at the National Apartment Association in Atlanta. It was 11,000 people, and they had a putt-putt green in their booth. Okay, we've seen that before, but instead of holes, they had like $20 bills. So when you putt the golf ball, if it landed on a $20 bill, you got to keep it. And I thought, there's an old school game that they just took to the next level. I love it. So that was just one thing I saw. So for the supplier members out there, you know, what can you do to set your trade show apart from everybody else to draw people to your booth? And for the business owners, whether you're a large business or small, you know, what is your KISS? What can you do? What can you have your employees do, wear? You know, a lot of people say, well, we have the best customer service. Well, then if that's your disruptor, your differentiator, you know, that's easily copied. Your competition can easily see what you're doing. And then next thing you know, you're not a disruption anymore. So, you know, what can you challenge yourself or your people to do that's going to set your business apart and remember them? How are they going to think of you first?
Well, the next really important question, how does somebody get in touch with you? Or if they want your book, or to bring you into one of their trade shows?
Yeah, I'm a pretty easy find. You can just Google Marvelous Mark, and you can spell it the way I spell it, which is Marvelless, or you can spell it the correct way, Marvelous, on Google, or you can just go to marvelousmark.com, and you know, that's the easy way. You can actually type in Rockstar keynote speaker, and I'll pop up. So.
Well, I've seen you at trade shows. I've seen the energy that you produce. You're much more low key today. I think it's good because we have a small screen that we're looking at. But I will tell you, from what I've seen of you and listening to you talk and the passion that you have, I have to correct you on a statement you made earlier today.
Uh-oh.
You said that you were going to die on stage. I disagree. I don't think you'll stop working until 6 months after you die on stage.
Well, I appreciate that. I don't know if my wife will, because that's just going to delay her benefits, but
it is what it is.
It is what it is.
Mark, I appreciate your time. Thank you very much for spending it here with us. I'm sure our listeners will get a lot out of this, and maybe we'll do a follow-up in the future, and hope to see you at some trade shows.
Yeah, and I want to say to your people out there, because some of this stuff is really, really deep till you really think about it, because the psychology behind it is kind of against what we've been taught in schools, or what our parents and mentors, many of our mentors, have taught us. If anyone out there in your audience wants to private message me, and ask me to explain it a little bit more, or, you know, I can share with them a couple blogs that talk about it a little bit more. I'm really, really happy to do that, because I love what your industry does and what it's all about. And, you know, you have some of the greatest American loving, you know, people out there in the world, and my heart goes out to them and what they do.
Thank you. Take care, Mark.
See ya.
It's my privilege to be able to introduce Michael Pinto, who's the CEO of Wonder Makers. He's a very valued partner with us at Normie, and actually he's fun to work with. So I'm going to bring Michael in. And I also have Doug Hoffman here, who is also a good friend of Michael's, and this is going to make for a very interesting conversation tonight. That's the easiest way to do it. So Michael, you want to come in and say a quick hello to everybody?
Well, thank you, Lance. I appreciate it very much. And yes, I was smiling because too much fun. When we deal with Normie, I know we get a lot of work done and everything, but it's just good people to work with, and certainly count you in that, as well as Doug. And just very pleased to be here talking about the NCMP.
Thank you, Michael. Doug, I don't know, you consider him a team player with us?
Actually, more than that. Michael not only is one of our senior trainers, but he also participates on our President's Council. I have a tremendous amount of respect for him and for his experience. And I think he brings something to us that we wouldn't have otherwise. So I'm grateful that he's become a good partner and a very good friend. So I'm glad to be here tonight, and I think this is going to be fun.
Absolutely.
Thank you, guys. You know, one of the things that I've seen Michael bring to the group is we've elevated the level of training that's available to our members. We have the basic training and the stuff that's very popular, but we now have these more advanced courses that really gets to or above the professional level, if you want to consider it that way. Now, knowing Normie and all of our initials that we use for our classes, I do want to talk to Michael about the NCMP, which is the Normie Certified Microbial Professional. So, Michael, I'm going to ask you, what is that? What is that all about?
Well, quite honestly, this is a continuation of a certification that was originally offered by the Restoration Industry Association. And early on in the mold remediation industry and the arena, and I'm going all the way back to like 1999, 2000, 2001, thereabouts. It was our assessment at Wonder Makers that there had to be more for some people in the industry than just a technician level and a supervisor level, and not that those are bad places to go for training or anything like that. But we just felt that if the industry was really going to not just survive but prosper, there had to be a cadre of individuals that people could look at and say, you know what, those people are really professionals in their industry. Very similar to, you know, a master carpenter or, you know, an engineer or somebody who's got some real experience. And that's what we tried to do at Wonder Makers when we developed the certified, originally it was certified mold professional, but now with Normie, it's the certified microbial professional course. And that's a good move too, because it broadens up what the students learn about, and it really helps to give us that bigger picture in terms of the students coming through the class. So the basic answer to the question is that the NCMP is, as you said, the Normie Certified Microbial Professional. And what we're trying to do is elevate the knowledge of the individuals who come through that class so that they're more well-rounded and they're able to be the sort of person that if I have a question that just is really a tough one in the industry, that's the sort of people that you go to, the NCMPs.
You know, I've heard it described as upper level type of training. Would that be a fair evaluation to classify this as?
Absolutely. And the reason that we would consider it to be upper level is that there's actually some prerequisites. And I know that that can be dangerous, if you will, because it potentially limits the people that can come for that training. But to even, qualify for the training, a person has to go through either the Normie Certified Mold Remediator course or an equivalent. And depending on where that equivalency is, if it's from ACAC or IIC or C, it may be that combination course, which is more of a technician and a supervisor course. It could be, somebody who gets into the CMA, CMR, where they're learning a little bit about the assessor side as well as the remediator. But like I said, there's going to have to be some level of training and generally experience in the mold field or in the microbial field before somebody qualifies for this course. Now, since it's the NCMP, they also, which isn't a tough criteria, but they do have to go through the Normie Professional Practices course, and that's just so that they understand what they're dealing with. Again, if they're professional and we have professional practices, it's pretty bad if professionals don't know the professional practices they're supposed to be following. So that's a prerequisite to it. That's built into the emphasis of those professional practices is built into the NCMP course. So it is good that they know that before they get there.
Doug, you and I have talked over the years about, people coming to even our remediator or assessment course that needing a basic knowledge of the industry. I mean, if you don't know how to take an air sample, how do you go through a course about remediation or assessment? I mean, to slow the class down to teach that makes it difficult. And that's what it sounds like here.
Yeah, I think that's exactly right. We're old enough to know that there's some things that you just don't learn except by experience. And there are some things that are going to build on the foundation, the truths that you understand, the techniques that you understand. You've got to continually build on that if you're going to get better, and I think be a better asset for the public. Oftentimes, an entry-level course might get you into the business, might get you into the industry, it might get you a license. But one of the things that has always frustrated us, and I know Michael completely agrees with this, is there are some guys right now in Florida that are taking a one-day, quote unquote, refresher course to get licensed in the state of Florida. It's how in the world can you do that? We do a 3-day class, and in some ways I wish it was 5. So having an opportunity to really encourage our members to think in terms of developing their techniques and their processes and helping them better understand the industry is only going to provide better services, and I think more truthful services, frankly, to the public. And so, as we always say in our classes, if our members look good, we look good. And part of that is just making sure they're trained properly.
Absolutely. I think I'm going to add to that, too. I'm going to jump in and add a little bit to that. The other thing that we've seen since I've become a Normie member a few years ago and really got involved with you guys is there is a desire that the people who are in Normie who really want to be the best in the industry, they want to go up a step. And you see it in the folks that show up on the Tuesday night for the continuing education credit. You see it the folks that are jumping around to the different tracks to pick up, information that's related information so that they can just be more well-rounded and everything. And I believe we see it in terms of the people that want this, as you put it, Lance, upper level training so that they can better understand how everything ties together and, be a real resource for both clients and their company. A lot of them come in just because we're seeing more and more transitions in these companies. There's, Doug, you said the we for older guys. Thank you very much. But we are seeing a lot of that transition. You know, you've got a lot of people that are moving into retirement and leaving these positions of, you know, responsibility in some of these remediation organizations. And we have a lot of people that are trying to step up to those. And like you said a minute ago, how do they do that without decades of experience? And I'm not suggesting that this course, a 3-day course, is going to, you know, substitute for 10 years of experience. But for somebody who's got, you know, half a dozen years of experience in the industry and wants to move into one of those management positions and, you know, position themselves for when the owners retire to maybe even take over the business, being an NCMP is going to be very helpful to them, because one of the main things it does is teach them how to see the microbial contamination picture from a bigger perspective.
You know, we've talked a lot about, as I use the term, upper level type of training, and we've talked a bit about what's involved, but what makes this class really special? Is there like something you could really zoom in on to point that out?
Oh, I think the thing from my perspective, and having, you know, been the primary instructor for this for, you know, 20 years, the thing that the students all talk about afterwards are two things. One, it's a combination of learning and learning together. So there's a big emphasis on case study, and we get the students in the class, whether they're even participating online or you know, live in the classroom. We get people working through these different case study scenarios, and honestly, at the end of the class, we hear every class where people say, and quite bluntly, you know, what we learned from you, Michael, and the slides and everything was interesting, but what really made a difference in terms of this class resonating and us feeling more confident to go out and deal with some of these projects was working it through the case studies, because they're not simple. You know, if the people don't know how to set up a containment and where they're supposed to put their negative air machines and stuff by the time they get into this class, they probably shouldn't be in this class. But we're talking about how do they integrate this into much more complex projects. And like I said, they really enjoy the case study. The other thing that makes the class special or unique or different is that it doesn't just end with a class. And I know this can be scary for people to hear that there's a post-class requirement, but that is, you know, if you're going to be considered a professional in the industry, you have to demonstrate that somehow. And so we do have a post-class requirement. We call it a capstone, but there's a lot of different projects that people can take on as part of that class afterwards to show that they're actually the upper level in the industry.
Okay, you can't get away that easy with just saying post-class requirements. I mean, you got to give us a little bit more about that. What's really involved with this, and you know, how does it enhance what was taught in the class?
Well, again, if you're going to be a professional in the industry, then you need to have a profile in the industry, right? You need to be recognized as somebody who's got this expertise. And there's there's certainly a situation where you can point to the certificate on the wall and say, see, that makes me a professional. But what we find out is that the people who are looked at by their peers as professionals have taken another step. They've taken the information that they know about the industry and they've translated it into something that's tangible. So we're very open in terms of what these capstone projects can be. We've had people come through the class and understand, you know, we're way behind internally on some of the safety and health programs, or our respirator protection program, or we don't have good marketing materials now that we understand this in a little bit better way for our customers, or we don't even know how, we haven't been doing a good job putting ourselves out in the industry. So all of those things, we've had capstones in the past from some of the professionals where they do their own, marketing brochures or safety and health programs. We've had people actually do experiments. They come into class and they've kind of had what I call a burning question. And this one gentleman just was totally fixated on the whole idea of the 10 square foot rule, which came from the New York City guidelines. And he was very much reflecting my attitude, saying, well, if it's 9.5 feet, does that make it like less dangerous than if it's 10.5 feet? What if it's 1 inch, right? And so he actually did an experiment. He set up a containment area and did removal of less than 10 square feet. It actually turned out to be about 6 square feet of mold contaminated material under controlled conditions, and then did a lot of sampling while he was doing that to show what the impact was. And if you don't use your standard remediation techniques like negative pressure and HEPA vacuums, and the New York City guidelines say that you can just take a piece of drywall and cut it out, right? And he pretty much proved that to be false. Now that was I don't want to say way more, but that was on the kind of the top end of what somebody might do for a capstone project. A lot of them will actually just take their information and dig into one subset of the microbial industry, and then even write it up for an article for some of the technical journals or for the trade journals and stuff. And regardless of what they decide to do, two things are important in terms of the post-class requirement. One is that we work really hard in the class so that by the time everybody leaves, they know what they're doing. And then if they already know what they're doing, we can also help them in class provide the resources and the guidance and the encouragement they need to finish that up after class, so that they do class, they do their test, but more importantly, this capstone project is what starts to set them apart. If it is an experiment or it is a document that gets translated into a journal article or something like that, it also raises their profile and helps them to be recognized as a professional, not just by Normie and those of us that are kind of in the know, if you will, but all of a sudden it starts to bring them some recognition from their peers in the rest of the industry. So,
what I'm hearing from you talk about this, it sounds like, well, let's look at the government as an example. A lot of the government entities, they have to put a magical line, of what level is good, what level is bad. It's not a floating thing like radon, 4 picocuries per liter, 3.99999 is okay, but 4 is bad. Same thing with the 10 square foot rule. To me, it sounds more like this class is a collaborative environment from all the people with all their experience being there.
Well, it's a collaborative class run by a dictator, but
yes.
I mean, it is, there's structure to it. You have to be careful with that. And again, I think that's one of the reasons that you see individuals like myself and Doug being the primary instructors on that class, is because, we have to have the experience in the industry, but also as instructors to know how far to let that run and then when to rein that back in. So, yeah, I would say it is a very collaborative experience, but it's under guidance of the instructors.
So let me speak to that for a second, if I could, Lance, because I think this is really fascinating, and maybe this is kind of down into the weeds. Hopefully it won't be. But one of the things that we know about training, and this is why I love so much being able to work with Michael, because there are not a lot of trainers that understand this. There's a very big difference between teaching high school students and teaching adults. And part of the difference is that high school students don't know anything. Sorry, high school students, but they just don't know anything. And so they're sitting there listening to someone lecture to them, and they're
hopefully listening and learning something that they don't know anything about. With adult learners, what you've got is you've got guys that are in that classroom who need to contribute and want to contribute and should contribute to the discussion because of the experiences that they've had that the trainer maybe hasn't had. So having someone at the head of the class like a Michael who knows the industry inside out, has got a tremendous amount of experience, but is still delicate enough to respect and honor the input that those students are going to have, makes the class, and as a term you said, kind of collaborative, but as he said, with a dictator. But that's how that happens. There are not a lot of teachers that can do that.
Well, and I want to follow up on that, Doug, and I say this in all humility. You know, when I'm teaching that class, I learned so much, and one of the first admissions that I make to the students is that I am not a remediator. Right? I don't go out and tear buildings apart on a daily basis, and quite honestly, other than being out there, for the post remediation or doing sampling, and or sometimes getting out over the course of multiple decades and actually getting my hands dirty just for the practice of it. I'm not a remediator. And so, and I never have been. I haven't been a contractor. I'm a consultant. I'm a trainer. I'm, a recognized professional. I'm an educator in the industry. But I have to tip my hat to the people who go out and do this every day. And by the time they get into this class, we generally, as you say, Doug, we have individuals that have a lot of experience and with the right coaching are willing to share what they know, so it does become collaborative. And sometimes it takes a half a day for people to warm up and understand that we've got, I'm sorry, this is going to sound woke and horrible. It's a safe space for them to open up and share their ideas and stuff. But I was using that term well before it was fashionable.
Well, it sounds like it's a extremely packed 3 days, and I guess that's one of the reasons that you have the post-class type of work. But it doesn't though sound to me like it's drinking from a fire hose. A lot of these classes where they pack so much information in. So, Doug, I know you've talked about that kind of stuff in a long time, and you've seen Michael teach his class several times. The flow rate, I guess, would be the best way to describe that. Comfortable?
Yeah, I think that's that delicate balance that I was talking about, as somebody who really knows what they're doing from a training standpoint, being able to give that information out in a way that it can be absorbed, but then start to see when the eyes are glazing over and take a break, And sometimes that just takes experience, just teaching experience and understanding how the classroom works. It is a lot of information. One of the things that we've really tried to do is to make sure that they have in their hands all the slides that we've discussed. They can take copious notes, obviously for an exam that would follow, the certified proctored exam that would follow. But I think the idea is that being able to gauge the climate of the class, that's just something that, as I said, not a lot of people are able to do. But that's why one of the reasons I'm so happy that we've got Michael on board, because I think we have several trainers like that, and they're not easy to find.
Well, thank you for the compliment. What I will say is that it's real work to teach that class too. I mean, to be an active listener, it takes as much energy as to be an active speaker. And each class is different, more so than the mold technician class or even the sensitized individual classes that I teach. The MCMP class is different because I have, as a lead instructor, I have a little bit more tendency to let some of that collaborative discussion run, and then have figured out how to bring it back, or how to, if I have to trim a little bit from some of the, subject matter that we're going to talk about. Like you said, they have all the slides there so that they're not necessarily losing any of the critical information, but we may, speed up going through some of that in class in order to give more time for the discussion, depending on where the discussion's going. Or sometimes, depending on who's in the class and the whole dynamics of it, or just toward the end of the class, a lot of times they're just tired. And so, a lot of times it reverts back toward the last afternoon of the class where I do a little bit more of the lecture style presentation than throughout the rest of it, just because if they've really been at it kind of hammer and tongs for 2.5 days, it can be wearing on the students as well.
Doug, as executive director of Normie, how do you see the NPMC course really, or CMP, affecting the Normie structure? What does it actually bring to us?
Well, I think this is a good time for me to talk about the Normie Pro designation, which I think is so significant. And that Normie Pro designation, which, oh, by the way, no one has yet, which not even Lance nor Doug nor Michael has this designation yet, was actually born, the Normie Pro designation was really born out of a need, as many good ideas are, to provide to the public a professional who could handle virtually any kind of issue, any kind of problem that they might face. And it was born out of this need when you and I, Lance, got a call from BP Oil, and they said, we need somebody to go offshore and do an assessment on one of our deep water oil rigs. And we both looked at each other and went, do we really have a Normie member who's qualified to do this? Somebody who has the safety training, someone who has the security clearances, there's somebody who has the experience in the background. Because when you get out on an oil rig, deep water oil rig, there's only one way out and one way back, and it's a helicopter. And there's not a lot of discussion or being able to, run to Lowe's and get something. So we decided, well, this is something that we should do. And so we did that. But out of that was born this idea of how do we get our guys to a master level? I think everybody's very familiar with what that terminology is. ICRC talks about that, and others. How do we get our guys to the level where they can handle even those kinds of jobs? And so our dream was, and our goal was, which is now coming to fruition, was to have enough advanced training where we could have the designation Normie Pro, and we could give that to individual in the Normie membership who had the training of sensitized individuals, regular CMA, CMR, understood how to deal with formaldehyde, understood building sciences enough to be able to deal with air infiltration issues, knows what a blower door test is, knows how to spell a manual J, has had the advanced microbial professional classes. How do we put all of that together and say, this guy, this lady, we're going to give this designation to Normie Pro? And then when we get those kinds of calls, that's the person that we can send on that kind of project. So the Normie Pro designation, which again, I say nobody has, we're still working on that. We're hoping that by the end of the year, with the help of the President's Council, we'll have some very specific criteria so that folks can get there and get that designation. And we have some now that I think we could get pretty close, may already be there, to be able to have that designation. That's where Normie is headed. We're going to set the standard for the highest level of professional training that's in the market today. And I frankly just don't believe anybody else has been doing that like we intend to. And with Michael's help, with the President's Council help, I think we're going to create something that this industry has needed for a long time.
And again, I just love jumping in on what Doug lays out as the foundation here. Truly, this NCMP class, one of the main ideas behind it is to help people see microbial contamination from a much broader perspective. And that was some of the stuff that you were talking about, Doug. There's great pieces of equipment and there's good things that we can steal, if you will, from the radon industry, like Lance had referred to earlier. And there's things on the asbestos side, there's things in the safety arena, there's things from all these different industries, general indoor air quality. And the more we can get people to think about it in terms of concepts and how these similar concepts can be applied to a project, but when we're faced with a potential problem, we don't have to be restricted to trying to find a mold piece of equipment or something, right? We can see it from a bigger perspective and reach out and realize that, hey, there's things from the indoor air quality arena that we may want to put in here. A great example, just if I can be a little bit, suck up just a little bit, is the ionizer for the tail of the negative air machine that's available, the PRVK, right? That's not really a mold remediation piece of equipment, or that's not an idea that really came from the mold remediation arena. But it's an idea that fits the mold remediation arena really well as asbestos abatement and lead and just air cleansing, air washing when you're doing whole house cleaning. It's a technology that we're bringing over from somewhere else, and people need to understand a little bit about how that interacts and can be used in so many different arenas.
So I'll give you one, if I can, Lance, I'll give you one insight into some of the things that are going to be different in this particular class and some of the other classes that we're doing. In fact, at the new CMA CMR class that we're going to teach next week, we're going to introduce the concept of air washing, low pressure air washing, which is something we've never done in our training before, but it's brand new, 2023 for us. It's not new to Michael. Michael knew what it was. In fact, he helped me understand how we could fit it into our training program. But I think the point that I'm making is that our classes hopefully will stay up with the industry, and in some cases maybe stay ahead of the industry. And that's why they're constantly changing. You come to a CMA CMR class that we do today, it's not the same class that we did before COVID. It's just not.
And the NCMP class that we're going to do next is going to be different than the one that we did before.
Yeah.
And the other thing I would share there, Doug, and building on that, is that the only way we stay at and above where the industry is to rely on the people that are working in it every day.
That's right. That's right.
And tease out of them I'll be blunt with you. I'm thinking about it now over the course of the last 2 decades. Basically every concept that's in this NCMP course I have taken from with their permission and with their discussion in class, but basically I've taken from experts in the industry that are doing it every day.
Yeah.
And that to me is the best knowledge to share. Is not, and again, I have gone through lots of levels of academic training, but there's a difference between information that's coming at you from an academic standpoint and information that's coming at you from things that have worked and really made a difference in the real world. So,
Michael, that's so important on so many levels. I mean, we teach in our classes about, for people that are becoming supervisors, to ask the people doing the work that have the working knowledge, how to improve their conditions, improve the technologies, give them what they need. And that's exactly what it sounds like you're talking about.
Well, the other thing I would add to that, Lance, is that it's important for the professionals to look and listen and learn. As I said, the more advanced I get and the more little buttons and designations and all the stuff I have, quite honestly, the humbler I'm getting, because I just am figuring out how much I don't know in all these different areas that I probably should know to pull together. And I'm honored, quite honestly, it truly is. I think about it, I'm honored to be an instructor in this class, because I'm sharing ideas. And, you may have heard the term, I'm sure a lot of people have heard this term, standing on the shoulders of giants. And the crazy thing about that is that a lot of the giants whose shoulders we're standing on for this class are peoples whose names are not necessarily household names or even really well known in the industry, quite honestly. They're just individuals who go to work every day, do a really good job, and are creative as how they do it. And we're kind enough to share some of that in that collaborative portion of the class that then we can, you know, build on and use for the next one.
I knew the word collaborative was going to come back in there someplace.
Well, I had to for your benefit, Lance.
Thank you. Anything else about the class either of you would want to say?
Well, yes, I'll just say that I think this class, whenever it happens, we're looking at dates coming up in the next couple of months. But whenever this class actually happens, I'm really highly encouraged by the guys that have been taking our CMA CMR class. It's not too soon to get into this class, even whether you have a little bit of experience or a lot of experience. I think if you've been trained by Normie and you have that basic foundation CMA CMR class, this would be a very, very good class for you to take.
I want to add something completely different, and that is that our experience in this class is that it's challenging. It's a fair amount of work and everything. That shouldn't necessarily scare people who want to be professionals. But probably the biggest thing is it's fun. And the people that come through this class, talk to me even years and decades later about the relationships that they built in that class and their team when they were on their, because we divide them up and then put them in different teams at different points in time for the case study and stuff, and how they got to know some of the other people in their class. And a lot of those, believe it or not, in 3 days become friendships and professional relationships that they hang on to for years and decades. And just, it's one of those things where if you're a professional in the industry and you start to see yourself as a professional in the industry, you want to hang around other professionals in the industry. You have that desire to want to learn from them and share with them. And so we see this, and we see it happen in a very fun way in the class. So the fun factor is actually quite high, as compared to some of the other ones like the CMA, and not that that's not a fun class, but there's so much basic information that's getting across in some of these other classes that you don't quite have the same ability to allow the students in class to express themselves. And the collaborative nature and the case study nature of portions of this class allows some of those personalities to come out. And basically it just usually turns it into a pretty fun class.
I think listening to the two of you, and we've talked for probably close to 40 minutes already, the way I would just sum up what I've heard is 2 words: upper level.
Yep.
I think that does it. That says it all. Gentlemen, anything else? I think we've covered quite a bit of information here tonight.
Well, I'm just really appreciative of having the opportunity to chat with you and with Doug all at the same time and everything. And I would encourage anybody who's even, remotely curious to dig into it. And they can certainly call Normie and talk to Doug about it. They can, get the referral. They can chat with me about it. I'll be happy to spend more time explaining it. But it's a great class. I'm looking forward to having the next crop of people come through it.
And I'll just tell you that I'm excited to say that we've updated our website at training.normie.org to incorporate information about this class, the NCMP. Now, one of the things that's kind of unique about what we're doing these days is that this is going to be a trademarked designation, which means it's based on Normie training, and the NCMP cannot be used by anybody unless they've been trained by us. And so I think that's an additional level of credibility that you're going to get in the marketplace if you're in the industry that you'll not get anywhere else. And I'm just grateful in a very big way to Michael and what he's been able to bring to the team. And I think he's filled a void, and I'm excited about where we're headed with this whole advanced training program. So thank you, Michael, and thank you for being here, especially for this interview today.
Oh, absolutely. Thank you, both of you guys, and have a blessed afternoon, evening.
Michael Pinto, CEO of Wonder Makers, and Douglas Hoffman, the Chief Executive Officer from Normie. Thank you both for being here.
Thank you.
Yep.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the Mold Matters podcast. I'm your host, Jeremy Evans, alongside my co-host, Mike Adams.
Jeremy, how are you?
Great. How are you doing?
I'm good, but you did the countdown and you never say 2, but you said 2 this time.
Oh, really?
You usually go 5, 4, 3.
And then I go silent.
And then you go.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know what's going on in your world right now, but.
No, my bad.
Oh, that's
How are
all
you
right.
doing?
No, I'm good. I'm
Yeah?
good. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Just got back from vacation. Took the family to Disneyland with 6 grandkids, all under 7 years old.
Oh, wow. How was that?
Actually, no, all under 8. One's 8. It was a lot of work, Jer.
It wasn't a vacation then?
No, it was fun. It was fun.
That's fun, but
A
it's
lot of work.
tiring.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So I'm good.
All right. So you're rejuvenated.
Yes.
I haven't had any vacation, but I feel rejuvenated because we're having a special guest today.
We have a great guest.
A good friend of ours that we've become friends over the last year or so, Doug Hoffman. For those of you that are in the mold remediation or mold certification, or just in the mold industry in general, I've probably heard of Doug. He's been around the industry a while and kind of made a good name for himself, especially in the last several years as a quality instructor on how to mitigate mold, how to build your home such that it's going to be less inclined to grow mold. He's got a book on that we might talk about here a little bit later. And so I'll give a little bit. Doug, you're already online, but we're going to give you a little introduction here. Doug is the founder and executive director of Normie. So, we've talked about Normie a time or two on here, I think, but there are a couple of organizations that do training and certification for mold remediators, and Normie is one of the top premier organizations out there. It stands for National Organization of Remediators and Mold Inspectors.
Is it mold inspectors or microbial inspectors?
It's microbial inspectors.
Oh, yeah, that was a change, right?
Good catch, Mike.
It was a change, about a year and a half ago.
I forgot about
Good
it.
catch.
Just when people think I'm not paying attention in the world. Yeah.
Yeah.
I surprise them. Yeah.
That is we won't go into it, but that's an important distinction, right? Right, Doug?
Yes,
it is. It is.
So, his life passion has been helping people understand how to live healthier indoors and empowering them with the ability to have clean air. I remember you saying one time in your book, I think, that you spent part of your career building homes that made them moldy, and then now you're doing the rest of your career to reverse the effects of some of those early mistakes that you saw in the industry.
Yeah,
So,
that's exactly right. Yeah.
But anyways, Doug, we've been glad to get to know you, and we're glad you've come on the podcast. We found great synergy with Doug, and we kind of have that shared vision of trying to help people live happier, healthier lives by helping the microbial, load in their homes and things like that. So welcome, Doug.
Well, thank you. I appreciate it, guys. Mike and Jeremy, great to be with you today and excited to share some information. I think one of the things that I love doing is teaching and training. And I think I've always believed that the person that's the best trainer is the one who can take complex subjects and make them easy to understand. And that's what we try to do in our training programs. And I appreciate your recognizing that. And hopefully today we're going to take a subject that's sometimes a little complex and make it simple so that we all understand how it can affect our health.
Yeah. Yeah. I think, yeah. Well, I guess if you had to encapsulate the topic of what we're going to talk about under one umbrella, what would you say? Because I've read through.
Well, it's definitely under the indoor air quality discussion. And it's we're talking about how our houses become contaminated. We don't often think about air infiltration and moisture intrusion problems, but that's one of the most common ways that houses get contaminated indoors. And then because we don't deal with it correctly, we build little toxic soups that we live in. So yeah. I think if that helps kind of focus on what we're going to be talking about, that's the idea.
Yeah, I like it. And let's jump right in there. We've talked about this on the podcast before, but the construction, because that's kind of your background, construction background. Let's talk about some of the changes that you've seen in that construction industry that have either contributed to or possibly helped with, microbial growth indoors. But what have you seen?
Yeah, that's a great question. So I'm going to go back really old because I'm an old guy. But I can go back into the 70s, 60s, 70s, and 80s. And I remember when I was growing up, I grew up in Florida and I grew up in the construction industry. My dad was a plumbing contractor, as you know. And so I grew up in the construction industry, started working over the summers. This was back before they actually had child labor laws. So when I was 13, 14, 15 years old, my dad told me, he said, I'm going to teach you the plumbing trade, son, and you may never use it, but you'll never go hungry. And he was exactly right. So I learned the construction trade. And back then we were building block houses, essentially, concrete masonry unit houses. And believe it or not, they didn't even have any insulation on the inside walls. They would put up furring strips and then drywall right over the top of it. So I remember in the 60s and 70s when they started insulating houses, well, so they were moving toward tightening them up. And as they began to tighten them up, and that's one of the big changes that's happened, they've gone from that now to houses like the one that I built for myself. As you know, that's a monolithic foam home, incredibly tight house. That difference has made a huge difference, not only in the way we live indoors, but the way we react to our indoor environments, because now we've really tightened them up. And that's why I addressed this subject so comprehensively, I guess, in my book, in Mold-Free Construction, because that's probably one of the biggest change. The other big change, of course, is the products that we're using. And it used to be we were using wood and concrete, and now we're using plastic. Almost everything is plastic and PVC and petroleum products and off-gassing stuff. And, so yeah, completely different kind of view of homes today than it was certainly when I was growing up.
So with that tightening up word, we tighten up our homes. I've thought about that wording. I think it's kind of funny, but yeah, we do. Yeah. Like you said, the insulation is part of that tightening up, right?
That's
what
right.
You're saying. And then,
that's right.
And the
weather stripping,
weather stripping, the whole wrap that we do around the homes, that came about, the Tyvek wrapping that they do. When did that start?
That started in the late 80s, early 90s. So this was all as a result of the Jimmy Carter days when we started. There was an oil embargo and everybody was concerned. I remember about getting gas and it being rationed,
Yeah, we waited for hours for gas. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Get gas every other day, based on your license plate or whatever it was.
Yeah.
My point is that the Carter days is when they really started tightening things up. Weather stripping was hard to buy. I'll tell you a funny story, Jeremy. I don't know if you know what a jalousie window is, but when I was growing up, my house had jalousie windows. And what that was essentially strips of glass that are 4 inches wide, and they just kind of sit against each other. It's like they're layered, almost like a cabana shutter.
Oh,
and
yeah,
so
I know exactly what you mean. Yeah.
Oh,
yeah. So you open it up or you close it, and there's this huge gap between each layer of glass.
Yeah.
Well, I remember at our house in the late 70s going through and putting weather stripping between every single one of those panes of glass.
Yeah.
Wow.
All the way around the house.
We did a church house in Kauai that had those windows around the entire church house.
Yeah,
Hawaii.
exactly. Yeah. Which was great for ventilation, but
well, and isn't that how it goes? As you see innovation, even still, I mean, they're innovating in the construction industry, in the plumbing, in all the industries, there's innovation. And you always have to wait to see.
Well, the pendulum always swings too far.
Yeah.
They want to fix a problem and it goes a little bit too far this time fixing that.
Yeah.
But you don't see it for the, you don't see it immediately. It might be a few 5-10 years down the line before you start to see the effects of maybe that decision.
I think that's right. And it's I put it in the category of giving the absolute benefit of the doubt that the motivations are right for the changes that we make. It's
Yeah.
the unintended consequences. It's the
Yeah.
things we don't know are going to happen when we make this choice. And I think that's what happened then, because there was this conflict between conflicting interests, basically, between energy savings and how is it affecting our indoor air quality. And there wasn't ever a consideration about both.
Yeah, so let's launch into that. Tell us about the unintended consequences. Yeah, because our homes are definitely much more energy efficient. I can attest to that. I live in an older home right now that was built in the 60s, and it feels drafty. You know, right now in the winter we're in the 30s, getting down into the 30s Fahrenheit, and you can feel the draftiness in certain parts of the home. So I'm not quite as tight as the newer homes, but yeah, what are those unintended consequences? Let's talk about those.
So I'll tell you one thing that's interesting, Jeremy, you may or not know, but there are some cities now, San Antonio is one of them, that requires that you do a blower door test when you build the house. After you finish the house, before they'll give you a certificate of occupancy to prove that you've constructed a very tight home. So, so it's becoming part of legislation across the country to build these really, really tight homes. And so there's good to it. And as long as it's balanced, as long as you understand exactly what you're doing, I think there's some real benefits to having a house that's really tightened up, where you don't have a lot of the air infiltration issues that are going to contaminate our indoor environments.
Yeah. So,
Well, I was going to throw in just this is off the subject just a little bit, but along the same time that we started wrapping the houses tighter, like, late 70s, early 80s, we also, maybe it was in the 70s, that huge switch to sheetrock or drywall as opposed to lap and plaster walls. And then also particle wood or particle board or, pressed wood came along.
Yeah.
And I often think that stuff just led to all kinds of mold problems. You put a drop of water on a piece of lumber, a good piece of lumber, that water just sits on it, right? You put a drop of water on sheet or on pressed wood or particle board, it immediately soaks in. And so we've done some dumb things as well
with the building materials,
and the changes with what we've done. Yeah. Would you agree with that, Doug?
No, absolutely. I think you're exactly right. I think obviously you're not going to build a house out of stainless steel, but the bottom line is if you don't consider what kind of products that you're using and where you're using those products, absolutely, you're going to create some problems with them absorbing moisture where otherwise other products absolutely wouldn't. So yeah, I think you're right.
Yeah. And so, with air infiltration, that's kind of where we're going, air and moisture filtration, but with the tightening of the homes and minimizing the air infiltration from outside to the inside, because this is actually something I want to hear your thoughts on this. I want to hear the negative consequences of it, but because you do often hear, and I actually, in many cases out here in Utah where it's dry air, I've kind of, there are many cases when I think, yeah, we do need that fresh air to come in, and it kind of helps. Fresh moving air, can often be a good remedy for some issues. So talk us through a little bit, because it sounds like you're saying air infiltration, generally we want to mitigate from coming inside. Talk about the consequences of that and what we need to do about it.
Sure. Well, the air infiltration issues that we're talking about, I think, are a little bit different in the South than they are in the North. The different in dry climates versus high humidity climates where we are. But I guess what's common with all of that is that, yes, fresh air is a really important addition to our having, I think, good air quality. You've got to dilute the contaminants. I know that's one of the things the EPA says the answer to indoor air quality pollution is dilution. And there's a lot of truth to that. I mean, if you take a glass of oil and you put it in the ocean, it's not going to have much of an effect. But you put a glass of oil in your sink, now you got a problem. So the idea of just the volume of air that you could bring in from the outside makes a big difference in terms of diluting the contaminants. But from an air infiltration issue, I think what we don't think about, Jeremy, are the things that you don't see that's coming in with that air on the airstream itself. And even if you're in the North and you're dealing with dry air, so you don't have relative humidity problem, which we have in the South. When you're bringing air in from the outside, you're bringing in high relative humidity, much higher than you want indoors, 70, 80% in some cases. But besides that, what about the stuff that you can't see? The pollen, the mold spores, the microbes that are floating on whatever it is that's outside that's floating around in the air, those nanoparticles that you can't see. You see them in a shaft of light in the morning, you know, when you're looking at your bedroom window. Well, all of that stuff is in the air outside as well. And so now what's happening is that, like a little magic carpet ride, it's riding on that stuff, and the microbes are riding with that stuff as it comes in through those cracks and crevices in the windows and the doors. And so that's what I think actually needs to be mitigated. And there are a couple of ways to do it. That doesn't necessarily mean that you have so tight a house that you have no air infiltration. That wouldn't be a smart idea. But the idea and the way we approach it, and I certainly did with my house when I built that, is to have a place where I am bringing fresh air in through a fresh air makeup. And now I'm controlling the air that comes into my house. So I'm still bringing air in from the outside. But in my case, and the way we train on this, and my thoughts are, yeah, I'm going to bring it in, but I'm such an indoor air quality geek that I'm going to make sure that it's cooled or heated and filtered and purified before it ever comes into the environment. And you can't do that if you're just allowing the cracks and crevices to bring that fresh air in.
I see.
You know, years ago, I was a maintenance manager for a pretty good sized company. And we had a big fancy computer controlled HVAC system for our plant. I think our plant was maybe 80,000 square feet or something. It was a big plant, but I could control, I think they call them the economizers. I could control the economizers and decide how much fresh air I wanted versus how much do you want to try to save on your electricity bill, you know? And I was always like, look, man, we all just seem way more productive if we get lots of fresh air in here. So I kind of, it wasn't my money. So I didn't worry about the electricity bill. I just turned that thing up and got as much fresh air in that building as I could. And it paid off.
Especially a plant where you've got chemicals and
right,
all kinds of stuff like that.
Exactly. Yeah.
So it
Jeremy,
does
if I
kind of
could
sound.
share-
Oh, go ahead.
I'm sorry. I was just going to share a concept with you. I'm talking about just kind of making it easier to understand. When your house is under negative pressure, if it's a vacuum and you're sucking air in through the cracks and crevices from the outside, one of the ways that you could mitigate that is by opening a window, right? Because all the air is then going to go through the path of least resistance. It's going to go through that window before it ever goes through a crack or crevice.
Yeah.
So that's the concept of fresh air makeup. If you can control fresh air coming into the HVAC system, like Mike just talked about, you're bringing air in from the outside, but you're controlling it. And because it's the path of least resistance, then it's going to lower the chance of it coming through those cracks and crevices.
Yeah.
You know, Jeff and I were just down in California helping a lady out, remediating her home. She hadn't been able to live in this home for a couple of years. And we treated it, and she said it's better, but still not quite right. And I didn't think it was. I left the day we treated it. I left, and I thought, well, I don't think we got it, Jeff. I told Jeff, I don't think we've got it. Went back the next day, started to really look around because it was rainy the first day and kind of later on in the afternoon. So we really started looking around, and we had treated the crawl space, but I hadn't really looked at the crawl space that close. But what I did the second day is she had two hatches that went into the crawl space from the inside of the house. One was in the master bedroom and one was by the front room. I took both of those covers off and just put clear plastic over the covers and taped them tight. That plastic blew up like a balloon. I mean, so it told me all of her crawl space air is ending up in that house. It was incredible.
It's amazing.
Yeah, you know, that the pressure, negative or positive air pressure on a home. So you talked about, obviously, if it's negative, that means it's kind of
it's a vacuum.
Your inside is the vacuum, right? It's pulling in from the outside.
Your door's going to slam shut when you open it.
Yeah. Now, is there an ideal pressure you want on your home, and what is that?
There is. The ideal pressure would, and some of this depends on where you live in the country, but ideal is either balanced, where it's zero, or it's a little bit positive. And if you go into a hospital, almost all of their surgical centers in that hospital is under positive pressure. And the reason is because they want to blow the microbes out, believe it or not suck them in.
Right.
So
Just all
positive
about
pressure,
the waiting room.
that's right. That's right. Where we're sitting waiting on our
Right.
sick patients. Yeah, I think a little bit under positive pressure is a good idea. That's not always easy to accomplish, and it's got to be done right from the beginning. But balanced is what my goal has always been, and that's what I did in my house, was to make sure that it was absolutely zero balanced. And so then if it does go under negative pressure, when you turn on a bathroom fan, or you turn on the range hood, or you turn on the dryer, anything that's going to suck air out of the house, now is pulling fresh air in through that fresh air makeup. So that's what I think, from my humble opinion, is what we really want, is just a balance of not negative or positive.
So Doug, is it safe to give this advice to people who they don't want to spend a lot of money, but they want to know, is my house positive or negative pressure? If you turn off all of your appliances in your home, your HVAC, everything off, and just open your front door with everything else closed, that probably should not want to open farther, or probably should not want to close. Would that be accurate, you think?
I think that is accurate. Unfortunately, though, Mike, I think a lot of the times a negative pressure or positive pressure is as a result of the HVAC system.
Yeah.
And it actually running. And so if it's sized improperly, then it can put the house under negative pressure or under positive pressure, where if it were turned off, you might end up with just a balance, zero.
Right. Yeah.
So sometimes it's the biggest contributor, especially if it's sized improperly, the biggest contributor to creating that pressure differential.
So is it it's the size of the HVAC unit that contributes to the positive or negative pressure? Is it also the amount of returns versus supply registers? Does that play into it? So it's kind of an equation of those things combined.
Yes.
I can see how that could get kind of complex. I don't know how to, I wouldn't be the one you'd call to say, help me fix my pressure per se.
Come balance my house, Jared.
Come balance
please, if
my
you
house.
could. Yeah.
But I can imagine it being complicated. Like, I need to figure out if you got the right size first. Yes. And then, okay, maybe you only have one return, and I don't know.
And where is the return located? And
It is a complicated process, but fortunately, there's a lot of science behind it. And unfortunately, a lot of HVAC guys don't know that this exists. But you probably remember in my book, what I did for my house was I hired a mechanical engineer, and it only cost me a couple of $100, but he ran what's called a manual J and a manual D. The manual J calculates the load calculation on exactly what size air conditioning system you need based on that house, that specific house sitting on that specific lot. That's the manual J. And then the manual D designs the ductwork. So when you do that, now you're kind of in the commercial arena. They always do that for commercial environments.
Yeah.
They just don't typically do it for residential environments, but that's how you solve the problem that you're talking about. Retrofitting is not easy. If you have a house that's under positive pressure or under negative pressure, it can be done. It's just not easy. It's not nearly as easy as to do it from the start, which is another one of those unintended consequences. I saved a few $100 because I didn't hire a mechanical engineer. Now I got to deal with the consequences the rest of my life,
Yeah.
Yeah, that makes sense. So let's
Hey,
move.
let me ask one more thing that keeps sticking out in my mind. On this house I talked about in California, it was a fairly modest, just a Rambler house, one level, but they had just a ginormous air conditioning unit on the outside.
Yeah.
Is that as big an issue as an undersized or oversized furnace itself, or how does that play in? Is it the furnace you're looking at, or is it the air conditioner, or both?
Yeah, it's actually the air conditioning, the sizing of the air conditioning system itself, I think, is probably one of the most neglected areas addressing indoor air quality. And the way I think about it is this way. If it's oversized, an air conditioning system is primarily designed to dehumidify, to take moisture out of the air. That's what it's primarily designed to do. If it's oversized, then it's going to short cycle and it's not going to run long enough to get the moisture out of the air. So you got a moisture problem. On the other side, if it's too small, it's going to run and run and run and run and run and never get the moisture out of the air. So you've got the same result, which is what you and I deal with all the time, mold. You've got the same problem on either side. If it's undersized or oversized, you're going to have a moisture problem.
Yeah. So in that crawl space example that Mike gave, you know, because that's technically not, you know, a living space usually. And so, you know, that's almost a whole nother deal, right? Because the HVAC system, if it's not plumbed, you know, down into the HVAC or down into the crawl space, you've got the living space that, you know, say you get that under a neutral or positive pressure, that crawl space could have its own dynamic in and of itself, right?
Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. It's an artificial environment. Yeah, it's an artificial environment, Jeremy, almost like your attic, you know? It's your attics are typically much hotter than it is outside, right? It's like your crawl space is much wetter than it is outside. So it's an artificial environment that's creating problems. And now if that's not sealed off and isolated from the conditioned space, from the living space, then you're going to have all kinds of issues inside.
Yeah. I'm just thinking, is there any way, because, you know, we've talked about this in the podcast, how often that moldy crawl space, you know, causes issues inside the living space, right above it. I mean, it's just impossible to keep the mold and contaminants from coming up. Stack effect, or maybe it's pressure issues. I'm not sure what it always is, but is there any way to mitigate that, you know, from pushing up into the house? And what do you suggest there?
Yeah, well, absolutely. I think so. Here's a concept. I know you'll really like this. You'll grab onto this, but we always tell our guys when we're training them that, especially on the assessment side, if they're doing mold assessment, they need to go to a subdivision somewhere where they're building houses and look at those houses and the crawl spaces under construction and see how many holes there are in the floor. Holes for plumbing, holes for electrical, holes for the tub, you know? And if you don't seal those up, what's going to happen? All that stuff in the crawl space is going to come up into the environment. So yes, it's not an easy task retrofitting, but what we think in terms is you really only have two choices with a crawl space. You either isolate it from the conditioned space, which means sealing off that floor and subfloor in some way so that crawl space is truly outside air and not contaminating the inside, or you incorporate the crawl space with the living space and make it conditioned space so that now you've sealed it from the outside and it becomes part of the air that you breathe. And that's the concept of a conditioned crawl space, where, you know, you've got the floor sealed, you've got the perimeter wall sealed, and now what you're doing is you're essentially air conditioning the crawl space.
Right.
Yeah. And you know, the other thing I thought about was the vents in the crawl space. I think that's incredibly important. This house did not have vents that I'm talking about. We had them cut vents and then go back and treat the house one more time. And she's back in the house now. But that crawl space had no vents.
Well, and that's something we talked about too, because, you know, here in Utah where we're dry, it really in most cases is a great idea just to get ventilation in that crawl space because it's dry air. But we talked to some of our guys in the South and they're like,
well, that makes it worse. Yeah,
that makes it worse. You're just inviting all this humid air into the house.
Yeah.
So I know some of that's regional, like you're saying, and probably situation specific to.
So what do you recommend down in your area, Doug, down in Louisiana? Do you recommend
for crawl space vents or?
Yeah, we highly recommend that it be completely a part of conditioned space, a part of the living environment, that you isolate it from the outside. I think the problem is, like you said, in the South, you're dealing with 80+% relative humidity outside. You can't get enough vents to get that air exchange underneath the crawl space, even if it's on pilings, it's really hard to get the air moving underneath that crawl space and getting rid of the moisture. So what we always recommend is if you're going to have vents, which some people are not going to go the conditioned route, if you're going to have vents, then you need to figure out a way to isolate that floor, somehow seal it underneath so that you're not bringing those contaminants indoors.
Yeah, I see. And sorry to go back to the sealing up the cracks and stuff in the subfloor and flooring between the crawl space and the living space, but is that not standard protocol for a construction, a contractor, or is that something you need to request if you're building a home? Or
well, I'm sure that's probably a regional thing as well. I'm sure there are probably some municipalities where they require that, like I said in San Antonio, where they're requiring blower door testing. That would be part of things that they would require as their local code. But that's one of the reasons why I wrote Mold-Free Construction, Jeremy, because I think a lot of things are different in different parts of the country. Some places they will allow things the way they wouldn't allow things in another part of the country. Short story, I built a house for a friend in Atlanta. I was actually living in Florida at the time, had a Florida license, had all my licenses in place. It was actually Rome, Georgia. It wasn't Atlanta. Went to Rome, Georgia, was going to build this 3,000 square foot house for this guy. I went up there in a suit and tie, took all of my licenses and all my credentials, sat down with the guy that was going to approve the drawings. And he said, "You ever built before?" I said, "Yeah." He said, "Oh, okay, well, you can build this one." I said, "Don't you want to see my licenses?" And he said, "No, son, if you don't build a good house, you'll never build another one here." And so
interesting. Yeah.
Yeah. So, different parts of the country do different things in regards to minimum standards.
Well, in different parts of the world also. I was just on a phone conversation with one of our licensees in Australia. And he said it's unbelievable in Australia what they get away with,
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah. So I want to just talk about a couple more things, Doug, while we have you. I know your time's precious, but we're talking about air infiltration. We haven't talked about water infiltration too much, but the air coming into our homes can bring in contaminants. If you do it right and filter it, that fresh air makeup can be a good thing. Mike talked about, commercial settings. It's pretty common practice. Am I not mistaken, in commercial facilities to have some kind of fresh air makeup coming in?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's required by code.
Yeah.
It's required.
Maybe let's talk about that for a second. Why is that? And then why is it different in residential, or why is there that difference there?
Yeah, that's a great question. And I'll tell you what, it's like a question of the ages. It used to be back in, again, going back to the 70s and 80s, one of the big changes that they made in regards to these energy concerns was that they lowered the amount of fresh air that was required to be brought into a building. Prior to the 70s, they actually had a standard for commercial buildings, how much had to be made. And there were suggestions at that point that maybe they should actually do that with residences. And then because of the energy crisis and on the commercial buildings, they lowered the amount of air that was required to bring into the outside. Then the discussion from an international building code standpoint was, well, do we even really need to address it on residences? And so it never really got addressed. And it's a little frustrating to me because even though now it's required on commercial, it's not required on residential. On commercial, the manual J, the manual D I was talking about, that's required, but it's not required on residential.
Interesting.
So I don't know all the politics. I hate to use that word, but I don't know all of what went into those kinds of decisions, but it's certainly not the way I think that houses should be built, because you can, again, mitigate a lot of problems by doing some pretty simple things.
Yeah. So you'd be a proponent of getting that more in the residential setting where you can get more fresh air in there, as long as you can filter it, right? Filter
Absolutely.
it. Make sure it's good.
Absolutely. Yeah. I think, of course, my view of this whole thing from my book and the standpoint of the construction side of the industry, my whole view of this is looking at the house holistically. It's a living, breathing organism, and you can do one thing and screw something else up.
Yeah.
So what you need to do is you need to think in terms of, you know, how does this whole thing work together as a system? And I think that's the really important steps that need to be taken when somebody is either building or retrofitting.
So let me just, I know this next question could be a whole nother podcast. In fact, we're planning a podcast.
I know
on
where
this.
you're going with this already.
Okay.
Yeah. You're going ERV, HRV? Yeah.
ERV, HRV. What are your thoughts on that?
I'm a believer in certain situations. Again, I think it's kind of you have to look at the holistic view of that particular environment and find out whether or not that actually works. If you're retrofitting, they absolutely, I think, have a place if you're wanting to go to a positive pressure environment or you want to go to neutral pressure. Those kinds of things really work. I think that, again, it's almost, I don't want to say case by case, but it's almost, that's kind of the way I view it. So in the HVAC industry, you know, they call those appurtenances. They're things that you add on to the air conditioning system, just like a dehumidifier. I'm not a big believer in adding dehumidifiers to the HVAC system. I think if the house is designed properly and you have a manual J and a manual D run on the house and is sized properly, you should never need a dehumidifier. A dehumidifier is kind of a Band-Aid, you know? And I kind of feel that way about ERVs. It's like, I can see a place for them, but it would be under certain conditions.
You know, just, and we don't have anything but just a little bit of anecdotal experience with these. My personal opinion is I think you need to be careful with these things because I think you can build up a mold load within the core of that thing.
Yeah,
absolutely.
Yeah, we have a house we're dealing with right now, and it's very moldy, or it feels moldy. We're picking up mold on tests, and there's no sign of it in there. And then we kind of dissected the ERV the other day, and it just felt
awful.
Awful in there.
Yeah.
And
once
so
we opened it, in fact, once we opened it, I started getting physical symptoms. Like it was not good.
And so again, we're kind of on the beginning end of the journey. We've researched it quite a bit on the internet, but we haven't, you know, all we have, like we said, is just a couple experiences with some customers. And so we're trying to figure out, but I like what you said. I mean, if you figure out the right, you know, system and size for the house, you know, maybe that's the better way to go than trying to get.
And every case is its own deal.
Yeah.
You can't.
Can I tell you a quick story about an interesting HVAC system that I saw? I'd never seen this before. I went out to an oil rig, BP oil rig, and it's about 6,000 square feet. And one air conditioning system cools the entire rig, 320 rooms, individual rooms. And at the end of every single duct run to that room, at the grill going into the room was a VAV to control the volume of air going into that room and the temperature. So every single room had its own thermostat. Now they had a computer running this thing that took up a whole room. But the point is that when somebody went into their room to sleep and they wanted it 65 degrees, they could have it 65 degrees and the person next to them have it at 72 degrees. So that particular appurtenance, that piece of equipment, you can imagine throughout that entire rig, every single one of those was unbelievably contaminated with mold problems because they all have a coil, they all have fins to direct the air, and it was just a massive cleanup job. And so you're exactly right. I think that's the kind of thing you're looking at. Now in that environment, they didn't have a choice. They had to do that because of the way the thing was constructed and what they wanted to accomplish in terms of keeping the rooms separated. But my goodness, what a major problem, mold issue.
Yeah. So kind of our last question then, Doug, what, you know, let's maybe talk. I know you're in the, you know, you're the founder and CEO of Normie. You also have gotten into the air filtration industry, you know, because obviously that fits really well with what you do with air quality. So maybe let's kind of conclude with talking about what can you do to mitigate your air quality infiltration issues, you know, you could, I don't know if you want to mention air filtration or any other ideas you have for people that we haven't mentioned.
Yeah, I would. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. I'm going to put the chicken before the egg here. Actually, I got into the indoor air quality air purification equipment business prior to Normie. I got involved in that actually in 1996. And that's when I wrote my book, you know, in the late 90s. And so I was actually selling and designing air purification and air filtration equipment before the turn of the century, as they say. And then Normie was created in 2004. And so it obviously only made sense as we were doing training on mold remediation for our guys. They would say, well, what kind of air purifiers should we use? And what kind of air filters should we use? Well, why is that important? And it was a really easy connection between Normie, which was the training and certifying agency, and Best Living Systems, which was our products company. And of course, full disclosure, I own both, but we do a lot of really cool stuff with air purification. We've got some really unique trademarked patented technologies that nobody else in the country has. And those, what's cool about that, Jeremy, and I think what's really important to this discussion is that we were talking about mitigating air infiltration and moisture intrusion problems. They can't be 100% mitigated. I mean, there's still, I have air purification technologies in my house, obviously, and air filters, good filters. So every time you open the door and walk in from the outside to the inside, you know, we're like Pigpen. We're bringing stuff in behind us. And so you're no matter what you do in terms of effectively dealing with air infiltration and moisture intrusion problems, you've still got the everyday contaminants that we're dealing with, the flecking off of our skin and odors that we get from cooking and all those sorts of things. So we're big believers in air purification and air filtration technologies, high-tech stuff, and that's what Best Living Systems is all about. And I appreciate your giving me an opportunity to talk about that because it's some pretty cool stuff. We just won a honorable mention innovative award from ASHRAE on some of our air purification technology. So it's a big deal. And of course, our members have opportunities to make those available to their clients where it seems to fit.
Yeah. Yeah. We've began using some of your Best Living Systems products. And I'm a big fan. I think it's a great addition to what we do in our work, especially with,
you know, one concept that we've always tried to share with our customers is after we're done, we want to make this home very inhospitable to mold. And that's kind of the idea there. Just arm your home.
Yeah.
That mold does not like to hang around in there.
Yeah.
Well, Mike, that's why we get along so well, man.
I know it. We're kindred spirits. We talked about that. Yeah.
I know. I've been saying for years, when we tell our remediators and our assessors to go out and do mold projects, it's not just about fixing the problem. It's about fixing the problem and then making sure you're creating an environment in which that problem is not going to come back.
Yeah.
And, you know, that's way beyond just a hit and run kind of approach that a lot of these guys take.
We had a guy come to one of our conferences and he was speaking about how to get repeat customers. And we were like, no. We don't want repeat customers. We didn't do our job if we have a repeat customer, you know?
That's right. That's exactly right. We do it right. We don't have to have them come back to us.
Yeah, exactly. So we could do a whole nother podcast on some of the cool technologies.
In a while.
Yeah. Maybe if you want to come back again, Doug, we could do one even on the PCO technology. Cause we've mentioned it here and there, and I think it's kind of an exciting thing. And I guess I will say, this is a caution I always have to make, because I do run into a lot of people who think that they have a legitimate mold issue in the home. And they mistakenly believe if I put this device in my home, that's going to fix my mold issue. You know, there's a couple step process. You got to really mitigate the mold or do a really comprehensive sanitization protocol like we do.
Mm-hmm.
And then that second step of putting in some air filtration devices or some of this PCO, photocatalytic oxidation technology, and some of the ionizers that you guys have come up with and probes and things. I think it's a very anyways, it's just a great way to, like you guys have said, to make the home inhospitable. If you'll come back, we'll have you tell us all about it. But for now, Doug, every guest we have on the show, as a token of gratitude, we let you kind of advertise for yourself. Maybe mention some websites, or if anyone listening wants to know more about Normie or Best Living Systems, how do they get in contact?
Well, thank you very much, guys. Love working with you, and look forward to many years of fixing people's unhealthy homes, which is kind of exciting to do. So Normie, our simple website is www.normie.org. Normie.org. Very simple. We've got a great staff of people that can answer your questions if you email us or call us directly. That's pretty easy to do. Best Living Systems' new website is blsproducts.com. blsproducts.com. And we just put in place, in fact, introduced last week, a new affiliate program for guys who want to build a team of people to sell some of these products and represent that company, some of the neat stuff that we're doing there. But that's where it is, and we're just happy to help. Thank you for the opportunity to kind of blow our horn. We think we've got something that's unique and something that is definitely needed. We always say that we're all about helping people have cleaner, safer, and healthier environments. And I think when you look at these multifaceted problems and you've got a multi-strategic solution, you're on the right track. And that's what we're trying to do.
And let me just say in conclusion, because parts of the mold remediation and sanitization industry have a reputation as being quite closed-minded. I wouldn't say all of it, but it's been very refreshing getting to know you, Doug, because you do have kind of this expansive vision, and you're pushing innovation, I think, which is very much needed. There are so many gaps and holes in some of the current protocols out there that we're, and I wouldn't even say we have all the answers completely yet ourselves. We're all figuring it out, but it's been good to get to know someone like you, where you're
great. Yeah.
Where you're open-minded, you're pushing the innovation, trying to figure out, better ways each day to improve the mold remediation protocols out there. So hats off to you, and to many more years as we try and navigate this world and figure out how to make homes healthier. So thanks for your time.
Thanks, Jeremy. I think we got a big market out there. I always tell people the only people who need what we have to offer are people who breathe. And so I think
that is true.
I think we're going to have a big market for a very, very long time.
I agree.
Yeah.
Well, thanks, Doug.
Thanks for joining and for your expertise. I learned some good stuff today. I do need to learn more about HVACs, and that's something I should put on my to-do list. So thanks for your time, Doug.
Okay.
We'll be in touch.
We'll catch up down the road. All right. Thanks.
All right. Thank you.
When you start on the pathway toward professional success, you have to know what the goal is and how to get there. Normie exists to help in that process. It's not just about taking a class to get a license, but also about starting on a pathway to professional success. Whether you want to work for yourself or be the best qualified employee on the team, this path will take you there and help you succeed. Pick a track, click on the class, and get your journey started. Normie is here to support you all the way to become the Normie Pro professional you want to be.
The following broadcast is made possible by supporters of the Normie Environmental Task Force, the Experience Trade Show and Convention, Reusip, EnviroScreening Lab, and Best Living Systems.
want to welcome today's guest, Dan Reese, who is and I'll use the terminology that he prefers, a wildfire strategist and aviation advisor. So I'm going to say, Dan, say hello to everybody, and I'm going to follow that up with, could you explain what that is? Because it's a big set of terms, and I really want to understand it.
Sure, got it. Well, thank you for having me here today, Lance. So in my career, I finished out mostly in tactical air operations for wildfire events. And after I left, I started a consulting firm, International Wildfire Consulting Group. And that was shortly after I finished running Global Supertanker Services, which ran the 747 Global Supertanker, which was an air tanker, aerial firefighter with a 747. So I help people who call me engage with questions regarding wildfire. Oftentimes it's technology, or it's chemicals, or it's process. It might be, something along the lines of NASA presentations for people who want to engage with NASA, or new equipment like say a fire nozzle. People who want to understand what it takes to engage in the wildfire community is pretty much what I do.
Well, it's interesting. I actually, before we went live here, did a quick research on you with LinkedIn and a few other sources. And just what you're mentioning, it's kind of interesting, where I saw an article that you were involved with for water conservation and firefighting, just by changing the shape of the nozzle and the stream of the water flow. It cuts it like in a third. So, I mean, that's kind of interesting stuff. I'll tell you what, though, some really sharp images and photos of those big planes dropping the fire retardant, on the site. So it's pretty impressive. Anybody watching this, you may want to take a look and find him on LinkedIn. Pretty interesting stuff out there. But before we started today, we were talking a little bit about the difference between the central part of the U.S. and the East Coast and California, which is where you're from. Now, California's been dealing with wildfires forever.
Correct.
The new phenomenon that's affected us on the East Coast, and I'm in New Jersey, is smoke from Canada, hundreds and hundreds of miles away, causing this choking of the air quality, not just outside, but inside of our homes. So what do you see, what we're facing now compared to what you normally deal with in California?
Well, it's clear and beautiful, and a really moderate temperature here, this summer with the weather patterns, which is really nice. I think that El Nino probably has something to do with that. As I watch the news sources and the science research with the polar vortex, collapsing somewhat and changing the airflow and the cooler weather, it's really nice here in California. And we've not had the fires, this year that we've had in the last several years, and the air's been clear. So it's been really nice. A little agonizing to see what's happening on the East Coast and the Eastern Seaboard and in Canada, where we don't typically see that. And ironically, we see a lot of fire on the West Coast, and it's highly publicized, but in the Southeast of the United States, there's a huge number of fires there that occur typically annually. Although I don't think in scope and size of what we see here with the integration of the population in what we call the wildland urban interface. But the smoke conditions definitely will get people's attention. And when we start seeing entire towns, being razed, like Paradise and Greenville and the towns up in Oregon and now Canada, it definitely starts to get people's attention.
Well, I've seen a big change in, I don't want to say weather patterns, but just because of the way we've been for the last, I'd say 3-4 weeks here in the Northeast, we haven't had rain. I mean, everything's extremely dry. Now, normally for us, June, we usually run that week or 2 or 3 of, we'll run those 85, 90 plus degree temperatures, and they start calling it the heat wave and everything else. We haven't had that, which I'm not complaining about. But the point I'm trying to get to is, when these fires produced this smoke that came down on the New York, New Jersey area, we actually got a glimpse of almost the start of what a nuclear winter would look like. And yes, it sounds very dramatic to say that, but we were barely getting to 70 degrees when the normal temperatures are 80, 85 for us here in New Jersey this time of the year. And we were told by the Weather Channel and all the other officials that are talking about it, that there is so much smoke in the air, it's blocking the sun from its normal thermal heating during the day. I mean, I have solar panels on my house, and I see my production was down, at ground level. It was horrible. So this is what you deal with out in California. We're only getting a glimpse of it now. And truthfully, we've been spoiled, out of sight, out of mind. We hear about the fires in California and okay, on with our business. I mean, this brings it home to us. And I think it's an opportunity for you to explain to us what we should be expecting and, what happens, because this may not be just a short-term thing. It may continue.
No, unfortunately, I would say that for the people on the East Coast, you're in it for the long haul until such time that the weather patterns change and these fires are naturally mitigated. We can make a difference. When I say we, and the fire service can make a difference when these fires are smaller, when they are in their incipient stages, when we get on and we can handle aggressive initial attack, and we've got the weather, in our favor to be able to make that attack successful. Unfortunately, what most people don't realize is once these fires become of that magnitude and size to where they're calling them mega fires, we can black the sky out with aluminum, meaning air tankers and aircraft, and that's all limited. And the bigger they get in scope, the more resources they demand. And we have a finite number of resources internationally and nationally, whether it's in Canada or the United States. No one agency can be fully prepared for this type of event, right? We have agreements that are between local agencies, we have state agreements, we have federal agreements, we have international agreements where we have standardization that takes place for everybody to engage. But, when we lack the capacity to adequately attack these fires when we can, that will cost us, and trying to build capacity during the event is just impossible. And once these events get up and running, they become very, very expensive. So the catch really when they get this big is that we need the capacity to keep fires small when they first start. And when they get this big and they draw this many resources, we have in the fire service what we call drawdown, meaning we've drawn the resources so thin that now our ability to rapidly and successfully initial attack fires becomes compromised because we just don't have the resources there to do it. So for, my small part of life here on Earth and the fires that I've, had to deal with in these quote nuclear winters, and my first experience with that really was in 1987. And the scientists actually came out in the Happy Camp in the Klamath area of Northern California to study what a nuclear winter would be like, where we had these major fires going in August, and we have what are called inversions. So anybody that's been camping and seen a campfire burn, the smoke will rise and then it'll kind of flatten out and form a haze. And that's what you're seeing here, only on a massive scale. And it does get cold. Unfortunately, those fires burn. They continue to burn under those inversions. And then when the inversion gets hot enough, we have what we call an inversion break, where all of a sudden the air will escape up through the inversion and the fire takes off madly for several hours under the inversion. But once they get to that point, it makes it very difficult for aviation resources to be successful to even get in to help the people on the ground, because it's just so smoky. We can't safely operate those aircraft in those spaces. So unfortunately, I think right now it's going to be enduring, right? The population that's being impacted there on the East Coast and the central United States and Canada are at a point, unfortunately, where they're going to have to endure until Mother Nature changes her mind.
what you're talking about resource wise, is this what's caused some of the problems in Canada not being able to get a handle on these fires?
Well, I think it's important to put a couple of things in perspective. Fires traditionally need to burn. I mean, that's one way that Mother Nature, takes care of dead and dying material, beetle kill. There's a lot of reasons for fire to burn. That's good. Managing fire during peak burning conditions is almost virtually impossible. It only takes a few degrees of relative humidity, meaning the moisture in the air, or a change in wind to really affect what a fire does. So when we talk about resources and capacity, it becomes part of a matter of perspective. It's kind of like insurance, right? Do we want to spend money to build capacity so that when these events happen, we can really go after them? Or do we bet on the come that it's not going to happen? And unfortunately, when we listen to climatologists and scientists around the world and we experience what we're experiencing, where we see years and years and years of dry weather, where we see reservoirs drying up, where we see millions of trees dying, that just all adds to the fuel, no pun intended, for these fires to really take hold and go. And there's two ways fires are put out. A, Mother Nature lets them die out naturally, or B, there are firefighters on the ground that actually go dig those fires out and around to make them go away. So capacity, I think in Canada right now, you're seeing probably firefighters from around the world responding. I know that aviation resources and hundreds of firefighters from the United States are battling those blazes. And I'm sure that there are people from Australia and probably many other countries engaging to help, Canada. And it's not just a regional North American problem right now. We're having this problem. We don't see it, in Siberia, in Asia, in Europe, where you see fires, burning in Germany, where they don't typically burn. And when that doesn't happen, people don't think that they need to get prepared because they don't think it's going to impact them. And unfortunately, for those on the eastern seaboard here in the United States, that they don't really realize the impact that they are contributing to, say, tax-wise, right? We have realized and unrealized costs of fire suppression in this country in the tune of tens of billions of dollars a year, which really affects the GDP of the United States. So wildfire is a big problem, whether you're experiencing that smoke or not. We're all going to pay for it.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. And to bring it down to a level where people watching this will have something in common with, recently we had the heavy smoke conditions. And that's what I'm going to call the smoke conditions. And they were telling people, stay inside, avoid going outside. Now, we know from the indoor air quality side of our industry that the inside air is normally up to 10 times more polluted than the outside air. So we're already now telling people to stay in an environment that we know is more polluted than the normal outside air for them breathing. We have sensitized individuals. There's a whole class of people that suffer because of that. But also because of the building codes, commercial buildings, public apartment complexes need to bring in fresh air on their heating and air conditioning. So now the systems that are ventilating the inside of their buildings are bringing in this air from outside, which is all smoke, VOC laden with chemistries. And that's a whole nother side that nobody's prepared for, because you still have to breathe. You can't hold your breath for 5-6 days. That doesn't happen. And we use an example in some of our teachings about the importance of breathing. And we say some people are able to go 20, 30, 40 days without eating, 3, 5, 7 days without water, 4 to 6 minutes without air.
Correct.
So it's not like you can avoid breathing. So you have to do things that are going to help. And that comes back to your point before about preparing ahead of time. We don't spend the money on the resources. I've been involved with the government world for many, many years from my background, and money was not usually spent on preparedness. It was always throw money at it when there was a problem. And to your point, if you don't stop these things when they're very small, they become unmanageable.
Correct. Capacity is it's a big deal, right? Being prepared both nationally and internationally is extremely important. You know, my background really, I put myself through school fighting fire, and putting myself through school, I became a critical care nurse. And so I worked as a critical care nurse for several years prior to me becoming a firefighter. So it's concerning to me. I have two children, one 16 and one 19. And we were impacted, for instance, by the Camp Fire, which burned the town of Paradise down. And in that fire, I think there were upwards of 20,000 structures that were burned to the ground and 80 some odd lives lost. And that fire burned into my town. That's where it stopped. But my children were exposed to something that I chose to expose myself to as a professional firefighter. And that's unnerving, because it's not just the smoke that you burn, that one breathes in the minute. It's the side effects many years down the road that impact, you know, firefighters. And firefighters are notoriously prone to all different kinds of cancers, and they're called assumptive conditions that, you know, the government pays for when we get it. And oftentimes our lives are cut short. So that's what goes through my mind. And personally, you know, when we were inundated with that kind of smoke, I did limit my children going out because the air, like it or not, was worse outside. I did ensure that they were wearing N95 masks, similar to what, you know, people did, and I'm sure have in their possession as a result of COVID. Anything to be able to catch that particulate, changing out the filters, you know, regularly in my home. Those were all things that were, you know, top on my mind, just from my medical background and being conscientious of my firefighters when I was in the station, as it related to, you know, diesel exhaust fumes and the bays when we were pulling engines out or pulling engines in, right? That wasn't a place to idle, because we just didn't want to be breathing that. Same for the public.
You know, there's an educational component that is missing in many industries. And in our industry, again, out of sight, out of mind, because you don't see the microscopic particulate and organisms and everything else that you inhale, people don't think about it. But when you're dealing with the fires, again, when it's in California, here on the East Coast, we don't think about it. We don't see it. It's not affecting us on a daily basis. But the submicron particles that are in these smoke plumes that are going out, they go straight into your lungs, and they pass right into your blood system and all the chemistries that are associated with them.
And there's
that's
thousands.
What's that?
There's thousands of these, even just from a burning pine tree.
Well, and I've heard people even talk about, well, it's a campfire or it's a fire pit. We do this all the time. Well, that's true. But the factory up the street that burned with ethyl methyl nasty stuff in it, that's now aerosolized in the flames, that's the stuff that's involved in what you're breathing because of the homes that burn, the factories that burn, and all the things that are inside of it. Just the glues that are in the furniture, you know, that you're sitting on, is all poisonous to inhale. And again, to me, it's an educational piece that people don't understand about emergency medical services, about law enforcement, about firefighting, that I look at this as an opportunity to provide awareness. Something as simple as a firefighter coming out of a burning building, the last thing you would want to do is cool him down by hosing off his turnout gear while he's wearing it.
Or give him a hug.
Or give him a hug. That
Right,
jacket
yeah.
could be 300, 400, 500 degrees. As soon as you hose it down with water, you've created instant steam and you've scalded that individual.
Well, the technology has changed drastically, you know, from the time when I was a young firefighter. Nomex was just coming out, and that's the protective clothing that wildland firefighters wear. And my first several years of fighting fire, I did not wear Nomex. And then when I was in the structure world, in the municipal world, I had one set of turnouts, and those turnouts were by my bed, by my bunk. You know, when the bell rang, I would jump into them and go to a call and come back and peel them down, put them right next to my bunk, and go to bed. That's just not the case anymore with what science has shown us and the medical world. Now, firefighters typically have 2 sets of turnouts, and they rotate them through structure fires, and they go right to the extraction machine, and they have to go out and be professionally extracted if you're following an FPA every now and then. I used to go do school programs with the kids, and I'd have my turnouts and let them get in it. Turnouts are the gear, that we wear, and let them touch and feel and see. And now that's even been outlawed, where, nothing that's been in a fire like that can go into a school. It's new turnouts that have never been exposed to smoke. A lot of changes environmentally in our profession, which, I think it's important for the public to understand the reasons for that. And it's important for the public to protect themselves as well, such as the things we just talked about: changing filters, not going outside, having your kids wear a mask. I mean, if I have 2 masks and I'm going out with 2 kids, well, the kids are going to wear the mask, not me. I'm going to endure that change. But it's a matter of perspective and doing what you can to research on your own. Read about the effects of smoke and what science is showing. Read about the cost of fires and what's causing it. And it's a very complex. Wildfire is very complex, simply because there are those fires that need to burn, and there are those fires that probably should be put out.
From your experience in California, your years firefighting, and from dealing with the smoke out in the California area, what would you say to the people in the middle part of the country and the East Coast that have experienced this? And the wind could shift tomorrow, and the fires that are still burning could cause this to come down on us again. What would you recommend them doing as far as indoor and outdoor air quality, and what things to be aware of odor-wise and things like that?
Well, wildfire smoke has, in my experience, 2 different kind of smells. There's a smell when a fire is going through a residential community, for instance, when we have many homes burning and it smells like a structure fire, or if anyone's thrown, plastic garbage and things into a campfire, you kind of have that acrid smell. And that's the nasty stuff that you don't want to see burning, and you definitely don't want your children burning. As firefighters, sometimes we can't get out of those situations where my firefighters could put on a self-contained breathing apparatus. We call them SCBAs. Until that smoke was clear, that's what they did, and their turnouts were washed. So for those in the public, it really is limiting your exposure outside when you're listening to the environmental air pollution control advisories. Those people that are susceptible to lung issues and problems, I would speak to your doctor. I would see what kind of HEPA filtration systems that could be put into your homes, to help filter that smoke in your homes. And once again, my children, I put them into masks, no different than when they were in COVID, when they were walking around out there, when they had to be out. Otherwise, I kept them indoors.
Yeah, just to a point that you just made about wearing masks, the N95 masks, N100 masks, whatever you're able to get, they work great for particulates, but they don't do anything for the VOCs, the volatile organic compounds, which is the gases and the chemistry in the air. Right. That you need scuba gear, like you're talking about, self-contained breathing apparatus. Mm-hmm. And the public isn't going to wear that.
No.
So staying inside, it's really your best bet, at this point, and try to avoid these situations if possible.
Agreed.
All right. Well, I really appreciate your time. This is all about a public education and awareness that we're trying to push out there. There's many other segments that we will be playing following this. And I really wanted to set the stage, which is, I feel we've done that, as to the problem that's out there. It's not going away. It wasn't the 3 or 4 days that we had here, and the problem's never going to come back. It's things that we need to be aware of.
Correct.
And I really appreciate your time and help with that.
Absolutely. Thank you for having me today, Lance. Appreciate it.
Be safe, and good luck with your new adventures out there. And I look forward to seeing some more of those interesting images and videos of all these firefighting planes and stuff you got out there on your site.
Yeah, there's some
Thank you very
amazing
much.
pilots and people. Yep. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right.
Good morning and good afternoon, everyone. Ms. Lance here from Normie TV, and we are live from Las Vegas at the Experience Trade Show. Over the next 3 days, during trade show hours, we're going to be doing interviews and a lot of live presentations right here on Normie.tv. So if you're watching on any of the social media platforms, we'll be broadcasting there also. Facebook, LinkedIn, YouTube, Twitch, or just Normie.tv. So we're working right now on scheduling quite a few interviews over the next 3 days. The normal broadcasting for Normie TV is going to be interrupted. We may have it running a little bit in between interviews, but we'll be shutting it down. So for those of you that follow us on any of the social media platforms, you will get notifications when we go live. And we're going to try to do a lot of it, as much as possible anyways, during the actual presentations here at the show. A lot of the vendors are here. A lot of the attendees are going to be here. The management side from the Experience, we'll be talking with them. So if you weren't able to make it, we're going to try to give you a little glimpse as to what's really going on here. So stick around. Keep the Normie.tv channel open if you want to watch it there, or any of the other social media platforms you're normally on, and we will be talking with you later. So take care. And welcome back, everybody. Again, we are here at the Experience Trade Show in Las Vegas, and I have Doug Hoffman with me. Now, they just opened the doors up to the trade show, and there was a wall of people literally coming over to our booth. And Doug, I know that the PRV-24K, the unit that we were just talking about, is like a big draw. But what kind of reaction did you see from the people that were coming over?
You know, it's really funny here. We got 3 more people that just showed up. This device, this PRV-24K, which actually ionizes the air during the air scrubbing process, I think is going to be one of the hottest items here at the show. You know, we presented it last year at Fort Lauderdale back in the spring, and we got such a huge reception. People were really interested in it. So it's a pretty cool device.
Yeah, you know, the people are going, what's that? You know, it's like they've seen something similar, but nothing like this. And we have the tubes extending out, the lay flat.
Yeah.
So we're actually sending the technology all across our booth, which is a pretty big area.
Yeah, I think the funny thing about this is most guys don't think about an air filtration device when they use it as an air scrubber. It's really recirculating the air that's really close to it. It just can't go out there very far, obviously, because it's got the vacuum sucking the air into the filter. And so it's going to kind of get the air real close to it, but it's not going to take the air far away. So when we start teaching on tails, the idea of running a piece of lay flat out 20, 30, 40 feet, tying it off and putting slits in it, that was a kind of an innovation in a lot of ways. Guys thinking about, oh, well, now I can clean the air in the entire room and circulate all of the air, not just the air right around the air scrubber. Well, then when you add the ionizer to it, wow, it's like a whammy. You know, you've got a technology that's going to be incredibly effective, make the air scrubbing process probably half as long as it would be otherwise. And you're going to get, believe it or not, down into the zeros for the testing.
And that's what the people are asking me. So what does it really do? And, you know, when I started to explain about it, it more or less clumps the particulate into larger pieces so you can filter it out. Then you go, oh, I understand now.
Yeah. Yeah.
You know, and we didn't even talk about, you know, how it helps move around the relative humidity, the higher levels against the floor. It just helps the entire process.
Well, that's right. And that's only half of the process, the ionization process. The other part is sending out that photocatalytic oxidation oxidizers into those areas, those cracks and crevices that maybe they missed with their fogging process or they couldn't get to, so they couldn't wipe it down. Now you're sending an oxidizer out that's going to destroy microbes. My goodness, it's just a win-win.
Yeah, and you're not talking about ozone, though. You're talking about different technology.
That's right. And so one guy asked me about that, by the way. He said, well, can you actually produce hydroxyls without ozone? The answer is yes. This ionizer, when you add the dielectric barrier ionizer to the PCO technology, even without ozone, it's going to give you the same results, in some ways better results than
results with ozone.
Yeah, here's actually one of the DBI cells that you were just talking about.
Thank you, Dan. Yeah, this is the DBI cell. It's a really interesting technology. This is actually an internationally patented product from Korea, and Best Living Systems is the only company that actually has the rights to sell this in the United States. But this added to the PCO technology, it just supercharges that oxidizers to be incredibly effective.
Now, we were at the Experience show in the spring, and it was a good show. It was busy, but just from what you've seen in the last 15 minutes, we got mobbed with people here.
Yeah, I'm almost embarrassed sitting here doing this because there's so much to do, so many people to see. This is a huge crowd. It's probably, I would say, 4 or 5 times as large.
Oh, easily,
Yeah.
easily.
So
Well, we'll have you back later on, and we're going to be doing this over the next 2 days after today. So we're going to do more interviews, and we'll be popping in and out on the Normie TV channel, and all the other platforms are on. So,
all right,
go meet the crowd.
Thanks. I'm going to. Bye.
Bye. So here we are trying something new, going mobile and live at the same time. So give me one moment. We'll see what else is happening here. Hopefully you should see our Normie booth. And now we're just going to kind of walk around here. It's David McGrath. Hello, David. Can't miss David in that suit. And as you can see, it's pretty crowded. I'm going to stay kind of close to our booth here. Just kind of giving you an idea of what's going on in the area. Walk a little bit further down. This place is pretty big here. And again, a lot of the other companies that we deal with all the time, they're in the general area here, and we'll be talking with someone a little bit later on. So hang in there, and we'll be back with another interview in about 5 minutes. DeGroff.
How you doing, Lance?
Good, good. And you talking there?
I can. Is it working?
I don't know. Maybe you killed the microphone. Run two. You're good. Okay. Okay.
Have to raise my voice?
I think it's the suit. I think the color is definitely wiping you out here.
The suit drowns everything out. That's why I don't need to exist.
Well, you wore a suit like that during the last show.
It's become the status quo. Everybody expects it from me, and they're significantly disappointed if I do any alteration of the design.
Well, your company is always on call, and it's a manpower resource, I guess is the best way.
We are supplemental labor specifically for the restoration industry. I have 20 years experience in restoration. It's all I know. It's what we do. And therefore it's what my guys know and do. We do restoration yesterday. We did it today, and we're going to go do it tomorrow again.
Well, you know, you're here at the show. I mean, you're not an exhibitor, but you are an exhibit. I think that's the best way to describe it, because everybody says, what is he wearing?
Bright orange suit. It gets the eyes on me. And, you know, if I need a part-time job as a traffic cone or something, that goes over pretty well too. I don't need to change.
Well, the big question is it AA or 9-volt batteries?
You can't see the car battery I carry around with me.
Is that what that is? Okay.
That's what's in the bag over there.
So on the realistic side, I mean, you're down in Florida. That's where home base is.
Yes.
And the hurricane had just come through there. I mean, it's another one out in the tropics right now. But how has that affected what's going on in your world?
I mean, overall, it wasn't a significant hit, and it did enter at a rather unpopulated area as far as, you know, comparable storms. We've had a slight uptick. I think we've mobilized 100 people to the area for about 3 or 4 different companies over the last 72 hours or so. So we are active in the area, but it is not nearly the response or, the result that everybody was expecting. So it was, thankfully it was pretty light. There wasn't a lot of damage. There was no loss of life. So, just getting in there, cleaning back and getting life back together for everybody.
Hopefully it kind of stays that way. I know that we've been looking at, there's like 4 or 5 other storms out in the Atlantic right now. And they're talking about one that's forecast to become a Cat 4 in the next few days.
Yeah.
And they don't know where it's going.
That's always the crapshoot. I mean, you can plan the best you want, and then you sit there and wait and see what actually happens, and you could be 300 miles off before it goes. You know how these things turn on a dime. We had the one set off the coast of Florida that was supposed to destroy the world about 3-4 years ago.
Yeah, but it saw your suit and it turned right. I think that was a distraction. Oh, no, we're not going there.
Hey, if that's what it takes,
Yeah,
keep
that'll
people
work.
safe, saving lives.
That'll work.
One orange suit at a time.
It's funny when I was riding here to the convention center from the airport, I've been out to Vegas maybe 8-9 times now. I noticed something very specific. There's green on the trees, everything else is brown, and then orange, which is all traffic cones and you. And that's it. That's all you see out here.
I had a great observation about that too. Only people want to put green in the desert, human beings.
Yeah, pretty much. Pretty much. So what do you think of the show? I mean, it just opened and it's mobbed here.
Yeah, jam-packed. Definitely a great turnout. Very exciting event. It's nice to see, one of the original events still being a flagship as it is. And, the new ownership, they're trying really hard and the results are paying off. I'm happy to be here again.
Well, I'm glad you're here. It always, for comic relief, if nothing else, we appreciate you being here. And you do a lot of work with us. You help with some of our trainings. You provide actually lunches and, other resources. So we do appreciate that.